Hello everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? I'm a little tired, but being here and sharing my paranormal experiences with all of you around the world makes the exhaustion disappear, because I genuinely love what I do. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel, and thank you for sending in your paranormal experiences. Good night, everyone. So, it's been about 3 years since I left my sleepy little hometown and moved into the city. Big buildings, loud nights, the kind of place where even the air feels like it's rushing somewhere. When I first arrived, I didn't really have a proper place yet. For a while, I stayed in my grandparents' old house. After they passed, it just sat there, quiet and half forgotten. Eventually, my family rented a small corner place not far from a busy street. Nothing fancy, just good enough for now. At first, everything felt normal. But I should probably tell you this up front. Ever since I was a kid, I've been sensitive. Not in the I cry at commercials way, more like I notice things other people don't. The kind of noticing you don't exactly brag about, because people either laugh or get uncomfortable. Anyway, one night I had this dream. In it, a child woke me up. Well, not woke me up exactly. It felt like I woke up inside the dream. She was standing beside me like she belonged there. A little girl. Paper pale skin, black hair cut blunt at her shoulders. Her dress was torn and filthy, like she'd been dragged through dirt and glass. And her skin, it was marked with wounds, old and new. And then I saw her face properly. She didn't have eyes, just empty, like something had been taken out and never replaced. She leaned close, like we were sharing a secret, and asked me to help her. She told me her body, her remains, were scattered in places along my street. Not obvious places, empty lots, dead corners where nobody goes, spots that felt abandoned even in daylight. It was so vivid that when I woke up, I just laid there staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was only a nightmare. I did what most people do. I ignored it. I told myself dreams are just brain noise. But after that, things started happening. It began with a smell. In the kitchen, I'd catch these sudden waves of perfume. So sweet it felt thick, like syrup in the air. It would hit the back of my throat and make my nose sting. The weird part was, it happened when nobody else was around. And I knew it wasn't my mom or me because neither of us wears sweet perfume. We're more like clean soap, maybe a light floral, not that sticky candy sweet scent. Then there was my room. My room was always colder than the rest of the house, like it had its own weather. Windows closed, doors shut, fans off, didn't matter. Even during those sweaty city heat waves, my room stayed cold. The kind of cold that makes your skin tighten. I kept telling myself it was bad insulation, weird airflow, something explainable. And then came the first sleep paralysis. I still hate saying it out loud, because just remembering it makes my chest feel tight. That night, my room smelled like rot, like meat left in the sun. Old blood. Something ancient and wrong, like the smell had been trapped for years and finally got released. I tore my room apart looking for the source. Under the bed, inside drawers, behind the wardrobe, nothing. Not a single reason for it. Eventually I gave up, pointed the fan at myself like it could push the smell away, and tried to sleep. And that's when it happened. I woke up, again, not fully awake, not fully asleep, and I couldn't move. Not a finger, not my jaw. I couldn't even turn my head. But I could feel someone there. Not on top of me, not touching me, just present. Close enough that the air felt occupied. And the worst part wasn't the paralysis. It was the feeling that whatever was there was enjoying it. Like I was being watched for entertainment. Like something was standing just outside my vision, smiling, maybe even laughing silently, waiting for me to realize how helpless I was. When I finally snapped out of it, the smell didn't go away. It lingered, like it had soaked into the walls. One night, this part still makes my stomach flip. I was up late playing video games in the living room. It was around 2:40 in the morning. Quiet house, lights low. I had the volume turned way down because I didn't want to wake anyone. I was playing this slow, story-heavy game. Nothing loud, nothing that could cover up other sounds. Our place has 2 floors. Upstairs is my parents' room and the hallway. Out of nowhere, I heard kids. 2 children, laughing and sprinting around upstairs like it was daytime. The sound of running, fast little steps, light but sharp, bouncing across the 2nd floor. At first, I tried to be rational. I thought, okay, maybe my parents are watching something. Maybe a movie with kids in it. So I listened harder. I could hear the TV, and what was playing was Harry Potter. One of the later movies, one of the darker ones. Not exactly the kind of thing you put on at 3 a.m. for kids running around. I even thought maybe it was the neighbor's house, and the sound was carrying weird through the walls. City houses do that sometimes. But then, right after that, I heard crying. A child crying, panicked, and then the sound of someone running down the stairs. I remember turning my head slowly because I didn't want to believe it. I could hear the little bare feet hitting each step. Tap, 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 tap. Fast, urgent. And when I looked at the stairs, there was nobody. Empty staircase, no shadow, no movement, nothing. Another time, I was sitting with my back to my bedroom door, and I heard a small voice right behind me. Quiet, almost shy. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I froze, like my body remembered the paralysis before my brain did. And then there were the smaller things, the ones that sound not that bad until you live them. A soft psst in my room, like someone trying to get my attention. A tall woman on the stairs, long black hair, torn dress, just standing there. I genuinely thought it was my mom. I called out like, "Mom?" And then I saw my actual mom in the kitchen, nowhere near the stairs. A boy's voice calling my name from down the hall when the house was supposed to be asleep. Another paralysis. And that smell again. Sometimes cigarettes, sometimes blood. Like my room couldn't decide what kind of nightmare it wanted to be. And listen, I know how this sounds. I know people want to say stress, sleep deprivation, old house noises. But when you're the one sitting there at 3 a.m. in a quiet living room, hearing bare feet on the stairs and seeing nothing, it stops feeling like a story. It starts feeling like something is living beside you, and it wants you to notice. Hey, so I'm not going to drag this out or act like I have all the answers. I just want to tell you what happened, because it's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since. I'm 19 now, and I live in a small town in southern Indiana. One of those places where it feels like everyone knows everyone, and the quiet can be almost too quiet. A few weeks back, my buddy Eli and I decided to go for a walk right before sunset. Nothing weird about it, just 2 friends trying to kill time, clear our heads, talk about life. We ended up taking this long road outside town, the kind with trees packed tight on both sides, branches leaning in like they're trying to meet over your head. We were talking about old memories, dumb stuff we did growing up, and somehow the conversation drifted into paranormal stories, like it always does when the light starts fading and you're surrounded by woods. Eli starts telling me about this picture his aunt supposedly has. He says there's this strange face in the background, like it doesn't belong there, and his family swears it's the spirit of a native man. I remember laughing a little, not to be mean, just because I didn't know what else to do. But I was listening, and right when I'm about to ask him to explain more, like, "Okay, what do you mean a face?" we hear it. Off to our right, deep in the woods, a sharp crack, like something hard snapping. Not like a branch, more like a bottle or a thick pane of something breaking. That clean, violent sound. I stopped in my tracks. My whole body went cold in that instant, like my brain decided for me. I turned and said, "Nope, we're going back, right now." Eli didn't want to at first. He gave me the whole, "it's probably nothing" routine. But the timing was just too perfect. Like the woods heard what we were talking about and responded. After a minute of me insisting, he finally agreed, and we started heading back toward town. At first, everything felt normal again. Quiet. Almost peaceful. Like whatever that sound was, it was over. I was even taking pictures. Just random stuff. The moon coming up. The road stretching ahead. The sky was clear and bright enough that the moonlight actually lit the field beside the road. But then my phone died, and after that, it was just us walking and talking in the dark. The way you do when you don't have a screen to hide behind. And listen, I'm naturally paranoid. I always have been. I'm the kind of person who checks behind me without meaning to, like it's a reflex. I scan tree lines. I notice shadows. I pay attention to the quiet. So we're walking, and I do one of those quick checks to my right, toward this open field that runs up to the edge of the trees. And that's when I saw it. I swear to you, for a second my brain didn't even accept what my eyes were showing me. It was standing near the tree line, maybe, I don't know, 70 or 80 feet away. Tall. Too tall. Like the height of a small tree, 7, maybe 8 feet. It wasn't thin in the normal sense. It was wrong looking. Broad shoulders, a thick back, but also this stretched out, lanky length to it, like it was built to move fast. Its skin looked slick under the moonlight, like it reflected the light instead of absorbing it. And it was this deep, dull gray, almost metallic. And the head, God, the head was flat and long, not shaped like a person. I couldn't make out any face the way you'd expect. Just these hollow-looking pits where eyes should have been. No shine, no reflection. Just emptiness. Then it moved. It dropped down and started running. But not like a person. Not even like an animal I recognize. It ran on all fours, arms and legs working together, with its weight forward like an ape, but smoother, almost effortless. Like it didn't need to fight the ground at all. And for the briefest moment, it turned its head toward us. I felt my whole chest tighten, like my lungs forgot how to work. I didn't even speak. I couldn't. I just snapped my eyes forward again, like looking at it any longer would make it real in a way I couldn't survive. I stopped walking without meaning to. Eli stopped too, a step behind me, and we stood there for a few seconds that felt like an hour. He was still staring. Finally, when my brain caught up enough for words, I whispered, "Did you see that?" Eli didn't even hesitate. His voice sounded thin when he answered, "Yeah." And then he described it, without me prompting him, almost exactly the way I'd seen it. Huge, not human, moving fast. Wrong. That was the part that really did it. Because fear is one thing when you're alone. But when the person next to you saw the same thing, that changes your whole world for a second. We kept walking because we had to. There wasn't another road back. But we didn't talk. Not one word. We just walked like we were trying not to breathe too loud. When we finally got back to the car, it was like we both remembered how to be human again. We got in, shut the doors, and just sat there for a second, letting the silence settle. I've never seen anything like it since, and I'm not interested in going out there to prove anything. The whole thing lasted maybe less than a minute, and it didn't make a sound. Not even the bushes. But I know what I saw, and I know what Eli saw. And honestly, whatever it was, it could have caught us easily if it wanted to. So before I tell you this, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. I'm in my 60s. I'm pretty grounded, and I've never been the type to live in some fantasy world. No drugs, no visions, No habit of making things up for attention. If anything, I'm the guy who doesn't talk about weird stuff, because I'd rather not have people looking at me sideways. But there's this thing that's followed me since I was a teenager. And every now and then, when I get pushed into a certain kind of anger, real, deep, shaking anger, it's like something in me moves. And then something out in the world moves too. The first time I noticed it, I was about 16. I was dating this girl named Kara, and we had one of those stupid, heated arguments that feels like the end of the universe when you're that age. She stormed off toward this little storefront. Glass door, big plate glass window right beside it. I remember my hands were trembling, not from fear, but from that hot, helpless rage. And I did this motion, this empty-handed throw. Not like I had anything in my fist, but like I was pitching something invisible. The best way I can describe it is, imagine you're holding wet sand and you fling it forward. That exact kind of snap. I threw that motion toward the window and muttered, "Jinx," like an idiot teenager. And the window just exploded. Not cracked, not a little chip. I mean, it shattered outward into glittering pieces like somebody fired a shotgun through it. I froze. Kara froze. And my buddy Eli, who was with me, just stood there with his mouth hanging open like his brain couldn't process what his eyes were seeing. Honestly, mine couldn't either. My stomach dropped like I'd stepped off a roof. Here's the weirdest part. I didn't feel powerful. I felt shocked. Like, what did I just do? But at the same time, there was this sensation in my arm and chest, like heat and pressure leaving me. I started calling it a fireball later, not because there was literal fire, but because that's what it felt like. Something hot being launched from the inside out. Years went by. I didn't sit around practicing it or showing off. I tried not to think about it honestly. Life moved on. Then one morning, early, still dark out, I was driving to work and this guy in a beat-up sedan cut across lanes like he owned the road. He clipped me hard enough that my tires hit the shoulder. For a second, I thought I was going to roll. My heart went straight into my throat, and I felt it again, instinctive, like a reflex. That same throw, that same invisible snap. And I swear to you, the car that nearly ran me off the road suddenly jerked, overcorrected, and slid right down into the ditch off the side. Just gone. Like the road rejected him. I sat there shaking, gripping the steering wheel, whispering, "No, no, no, no." Because the fear hit me right after. The thought that maybe I wasn't imagining it, and maybe I'd just done something terrible. There were a couple smaller moments over the years too. Things that happened right after someone wronged me, especially if I felt cornered or humiliated or threatened. Not every time. Not on command. That's the part people don't get. It's not a superpower you can show at a party. It's more like a storm that only shows up under the exact conditions. And for a long time, it didn't show up at all. I almost convinced myself it was just coincidences tied together by memory. Until not too long ago. I was parked outside a local shop, right in the accessible spot. And yeah, I use it. I've got my own issues, my own pain, my own limitations. I'm not proud of needing accommodations, but I'm not ashamed of it either. It is what it is. I got out and said, as calmly as I could manage, "Hey, look what you just did." And instead of apologizing, he smirked and goes, "Maybe you should learn how to park." I remember this flash of heat behind my eyes, that particular kind of anger that isn't loud at first. It's quiet, heavy, and tight, like your body is compressing. I didn't scream. I didn't threaten him. I just did it. That empty throw, and the pallet jack bucked like it had hit a pothole that wasn't there. The whole stack tipped, and soda cases went flying and bursting open like fireworks. Cans rolling everywhere. Foam spraying the pavement. Total chaos. Darren just stared at it, stiff, pale, like he'd watched a ghost shove it over. Then he took this slow step back, and another, eyes darting between me and the mess like his brain wanted to blame me but couldn't figure out how. As I walked away, I saw another pallet sitting behind his truck, still wrapped, still neat. And I'll be honest, I was still furious. The mouth on that guy, the disrespect, the damage, the way he acted like I deserved it. So I threw another one, and that second pallet toppled like someone had yanked it from the side. Cans and bottles went everywhere across the lot. People turned, yelling, pointing. Darren just stood there in the middle of it, looking like he'd stepped into someone else's nightmare. Now, here's where it gets darker. Recently, my brother, Wade, came over after a surgery. He knows I'm on pain management, and the second he walked in, I could tell what he wanted. He tried to play it casual at first, then finally asked if I could help him out because he'd run out of his meds. I told him no, flat out. I said, "I'm not risking my life for your bad decisions." And he snapped. He started yelling, really yelling, like he'd been waiting his whole life for an excuse. He paced, he pointed, he ranted in my living room for 10 minutes straight. His face was red, and that vein in his temple was throbbing like a rope. And the whole time, I felt that pressure rising in me. Not just anger, years of being pushed around, spoken over, treated like I owed him something because he's older. I warned him to leave. I even said, "If you don't go, I'm letting the dog out and you can deal with that." He paused, and his eyes narrowed like he suddenly sensed something shift. He said, real quiet, "What did you just do?" Because I'd done it. 3 times. Small, tight throws, like knocking on a door. I told him, "You'll find out." He eventually stormed out when he realized he wasn't getting what he came for. Later that day, I heard he got into a wreck, rear-ended a pickup at an intersection. And then, on top of that, he got violently sick for days. The kind of sick you don't joke about. And I'm not going to pretend I felt proud about it. I didn't. I felt a mix of things: anger, relief, guilt, exhaustion. But mostly, I felt this cold realization again. Whatever this is, it doesn't care about family. It doesn't care about should. It shows up when something in me hits a certain limit. I don't know what causes it. I don't know if it's psychological, spiritual, something scientific we don't understand, or just a chain of coincidences that have followed me my whole life like bad weather. All I know is, it's real enough to me that I've spent decades trying not to touch it. And I know how this sounds. I do. If you're listening and thinking, "Yeah, sure, I get it," I'd probably think the same if someone else told me. But I'll ask you one thing, just one. If an older guy with nothing to gain tells you something like this, quietly, without trying to sell you anything, what's the angle? Because for me, there isn't one. There's just the truth, as I've lived it. So this was years ago. One of those stretches in my life when sleep just didn't come easy. It was way past midnight, the kind of hour where the whole house feels like it's holding its breath. Everyone else was out cold, and the hallway outside my room was completely dark. I remember having to get up to use the bathroom, and I was being ridiculously careful because my bedroom door was so loud. Like, it didn't just creak, it complained. And the latch? The latch would click if you so much as thought about letting go too fast. So I moved like I was trying not to wake a dragon. I slowly turned the knob, eased the door open, slipped out, did what I needed to do, and came back the exact same way, quiet as I could possibly be. I even waited until I felt the door fully settle shut before I gently released the knob. Then I got back into bed, still wide awake, just staring into the darkness, hoping my brain would finally get bored and power down. And that's when it happened. I heard my doorknob move. Not a rattle, Not a random creak. I mean the slow, deliberate turning, like someone was doing the exact careful motion I'd just done. I was lying there with my eyes open, fully alert, and my bed was close enough that I could see the door clearly in the dim light from the street outside. The latch released. The door opened, just a little, maybe an inch, and I waited for a face. I don't know why, but my first thought was, oh, it's probably my mom. Maybe she heard me moving around. I expected someone to peek in and whisper, "You okay?" But nobody was there. Just the door, cracked open, like it had decided to do it on its own. I remember my stomach going tight, because I knew I'd latched it. I'd practically treated it like a bomb I was trying to disarm. I stayed frozen for a while, long enough for it to feel ridiculous. Like, okay, maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe it didn't fully catch. Finally, after a few minutes of staring at that stupid inch-wide gap, I got fed up and reached over and pushed the door shut, harder than I meant to, loud enough that I didn't care anymore. It clicked closed for real that time. No question. I lay back down, telling myself that was it. That was the whole weird thing. Over. Done. And then, another sound. Footsteps. Not in my room. Out in the hallway. Coming up the stairs. The steps were slow and spaced out, like someone was climbing carefully. I could hear each one, and there were a couple steps near the bottom that had this really distinct creak, like a higher squeal than the others. That detail is important, because the weirdest thing started happening. The footsteps would get almost to the top, and then they'd start over again, at the bottom. I know how that sounds, but I swear that's what it felt like. I'd be listening, counting them without meaning to, hearing those particular creaky steps, and then, suddenly, those same creaks again, like the person had returned to the first few stairs and was coming up all over. This happened a few times, and every time I started paying close attention, it was like the whole sequence reset. I kept thinking, maybe they turned around. Maybe they forgot something. But it didn't make sense. It was too consistent, too looped. Eventually, I tried to ignore it, because what else do you do in the dark when you're alone and half convinced your brain is making everything up? But then the footsteps didn't restart. This time they reached the top and kept going, down the hall, toward my room. There was this heavy silence that followed, and in it I heard the smallest sound, like feet settling into carpet, shifting weight, finding a stance. And then the breathing started. At first it was so light I wondered if I'd imagined it, but it got louder, heavier, like someone was standing inches from the door just breathing on purpose. Slow inhales turned into deeper, hungrier breaths. Then it became rough, like a struggle, gasping, crackly, wet in the back of the throat, the kind of breath that makes you think of someone who's been smoking for decades. It sounded close, not down the hall, not on the stairs, right there. I went completely rigid, like my body decided for me. Don't move, don't look, don't do anything that tells it you're awake. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my ears. I remember staring at the wall beside the door because I couldn't make myself look directly at it. It felt like it lasted forever. If I'm being honest, it was probably only a minute or two, but in my head, it stretched out into this long, horrible tunnel of time. And then the breathing stopped. There was another pause, so quiet it almost felt like my whole room was listening. And right before it ended completely, I heard it. A sound like a raspy little chuckle. Not loud, not dramatic, just there. Like whoever or whatever was outside my door found something funny. After that, nothing. No footsteps leaving, no door sound. Just quiet again, like the house had snapped back into normal. I know how easy it is to explain something like this away. Sleep deprivation, that weird half-awake state where your brain fills in gaps. An overactive imagination. I've thought all of that too. But here's what gets me. I've had sleep issues on and off ever since I was a kid. And in all the years since, more than 2 decades, I've never had anything else happen like that night. And even now, just talking about it, I still get that cold, crawling chill. It makes me wonder, has anyone else ever had something like this happen? Like your house was familiar and safe, until it suddenly wasn't. Okay, so I should start by saying I'm not the kind of person who hears a creak in the hallway and instantly goes, ghost. I'm more of a, the house is old, my brain is tired, it's probably nothing type. Or I was. We moved into this place around spring of 2023. Late April, early May, somewhere in there. It's not like the house felt evil or anything, but weird little things would happen that I'd shrug off because, honestly, I'm not trying to spiral over every odd noise. The first time I remember feeling genuinely unsettled was on July 4th, 2023. I was doing this intense deep clean in my room and the bathroom connected to it, like scrubbing everything, full-on cleaning mode. My mom and my youngest sibling were out, and the rest of my family, my dad and my 2 other siblings, were outside. So it was just me inside. I finish in the bathroom. My arms are full of cleaning stuff, and I step out into the hall to set everything down by my door. I turn back into my room, and my lights are off. Not flickering, not dim, just off. And when I look at the switch, it's flipped down too, like someone physically turned it off. I remember just standing there like, did I do that? And because my memory is kind of trash sometimes, I decided I must have turned it off without realizing and immediately forgot. But here's the part that kept bugging me. It happened more than once, and it only ever seemed to happen to me. Then 2024 rolls around, and things stop being mildly weird and start being, okay, what the hell? One day, I'm home alone, and my little sister, her name's Mila, has this habit of getting into cabinets and causing chaos. She's a climber, she's impulsive, and she genuinely doesn't always understand what she's doing, so we keep those child safety slide locks on a bunch of cabinets. One of my cats decides he's going to become a criminal and break into the food cabinet. So I'm trying to lock it, but the safety lock is missing. Like gone. I search everywhere. I'm checking counters, drawers, the floor. Nothing. Right next to that cabinet is a pantry with a sliding door, and that door is open just a few inches. The lock should have been easy to spot because it's dark gray and the cabinets are bright white. I turn around to look again, and I hear a tiny sound behind me. Not loud, but enough that I whip my head back. And the lock is suddenly there, hanging from the cabinet handle. Not even snapped shut, just placed there, swinging slightly like someone just put it on and let go. My stomach dropped. I just stood there staring at it because I was home alone, completely alone. No explanation. No, maybe I missed it. It wasn't there, and then it was. I didn't even finish what I was doing. I locked the cabinet, went upstairs, and basically hid in my room until my family got back. Later that year, don't ask me what month because it's blurry, I messed around with one of those paranormal apps. Not because I believed in it, more like curiosity, you know? Like a dumb what-if moment. The app started spitting out random words that didn't even connect, so I laughed it off and stopped. After that, I was on my bed listening to music, and my bedroom door started opening. Like, slowly drifting open on its own. That door doesn't usually do that. I got up, closed it, and locked it, trying to be logical like, maybe the latch is loose. Then I realized I had to use the bathroom. So I unlock my door, step toward the bathroom, and when I push the bathroom door open, there's this dark shape inside. In the middle of the day. Not a shadow from the window, not a towel hanging weird, not something on the counter. It looked like a person-shaped mass standing there. I froze. My brain went blank. The second it did, I ran. Ran out of the house and waited outside until my mom came home, pretending I was totally fine, even though I was basically vibrating with fear. After that, there were smaller things. Little moments where I'd feel watched, or hear something and then convince myself it was the house settling. I didn't want to give it power by obsessing over it. But then, about 2 months ago, I started getting scared of my bathroom at night. No big event triggered it. I just felt this deep, irrational dread when it got dark, like my body knew something my brain didn't. So I did something that sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. I dragged a chair in front of the bathroom door, like a barricade, and I started burning lavender incense at night because it calmed me down enough to sleep. And then the nightmares started. Every night, I'd dream about this woman. Same feeling every time. Cold, heavy, wrong. In the dreams, she'd say, "When I get out, I'm coming for you." Not screaming it, almost calm, like it was a promise. Here's the creepy part. I didn't even connect it to the bathroom being blocked. I just thought, cool, my brain is punishing me for being stressed. Then last week I moved the chair away because I was tired of feeling like a crazy person in my own room. The nightmares stopped immediately, like someone flipped a switch. But instead of feeling relieved, I started feeling worse when I was awake. My room felt heavy. I felt tense all the time, like the air itself was pressing down on me. A few days after that, Mila and I were home alone. Everyone else was out. My mom and siblings at the store, my dad at work. Our rooms are close, like 2 doors apart. I'm on my phone when there's this loud banging on the front door. Not a knock, a pounding. It goes on for almost a full minute. Our front door has these long glass panels, so you can usually see who's there. Mila cracks her door open, and I'm like, okay, it's probably our brother messing around. So we go downstairs together. And the second we get to where we can actually see the front door, the banging stops. No one's there. My mom's car isn't in the driveway, and we live up on a hill with stairs leading to the door, so it's not like someone could have sprinted away in the half second between us looking and the sound stopping. Mila looked at me with these wide eyes, and I realized she was as freaked out as I was. And that's when it got even harder to deny, because now it wasn't just me. 2 days ago, Mila told me she saw a woman in her room. She thought it was our mom at first, like she genuinely believed our mom was standing there. Then she blinked or looked again, and it was just gone. I tried to be the calm one. I told her it was probably her imagination, or she saw a shadow weird, or her brain filled in details. I didn't want to scare her. Then yesterday, I was cleaning up in my parents' bedroom, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a woman in white. Short black hair. Not my mom. My mom has lighter hair and doesn't even wear anything like that. I turned fast, heart in my throat, and nothing was there. I told myself it was a trick of the light. I needed that to be true so I could sleep. But this morning I saw her twice. My bedroom door was cracked open. My dad checks on us in the mornings before work, and he always leaves doors slightly open when he's done. He'd already left for work hours ago. I'm scrolling on my phone, half awake, and I get this sudden urge to look at the doorway, like something pulled my attention. And she's there, just standing in the crack of the door, staring at me. I didn't think. I bolted up and slammed the door so hard it rattled the frame. Then I stood there shaking, telling myself to breathe, telling myself I was overreacting, telling myself it was nothing. And then it felt like she turned her attention toward me, like she knew I was there, like she was looking at me again even without fully moving. I didn't try to be brave. I didn't investigate. I ran straight to my mom's room and stayed there. My mom has said she's been feeling uneasy lately too, like the house feels off, but she hasn't actually seen anything. And honestly, part of me wishes she would, because then I'd feel less crazy. But the other part of me is grateful she hasn't, because I wouldn't want her to feel what I've been feeling. So yeah, I still don't want to believe in the paranormal. I'm not out here trying to summon spirits or claim I have some sixth sense. But I also don't know how to explain a lock appearing out of nowhere, a door refusing to close, nightmares that stop the second I unblock the bathroom, and a woman in white showing up in my home when no one else is there. And I'm tired, and I'm scared, and I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with any of it. Hey, thanks for letting me get this off my chest. I've been carrying it around like a stone in my pocket, and some days it feels like it's getting heavier. The last couple years have been the kind where you almost start waiting for the next hit, you know? Like life's just winding up again. About a year and a half ago, our house, the one we spent nearly 10 years building with our own hands, caught fire. Total loss. And the sick part is, we'd fallen behind, and our insurance had lapsed. So it wasn't just losing a home. It was losing it with no safety net underneath us. After that, it was one struggle stacked on another. Couldn't find a decent place to rent. Couldn't afford to rebuild. So we ended up staying with my father-in-law, Ron. Good man, but it's hard to feel like yourself when your whole life is living out of someone else's space. My wife, Marissa, has been trying to keep things steady for the kids, and I've been trying to act like I'm fine even when I'm not. And then there's my dad. My dad, Caleb, was a hunter and trapper his whole life. The kind of guy who always smelled like smoke and pine and old leather. He passed away a few years back, and it happened fast. Stage 4 lung cancer, and then 2 weeks later he was gone. I loved him, but I'll be honest with you. I used to give him a hard time. He was always watching those alien and cryptid shows. Bigfoot, strange creatures, all of that. I'd roll my eyes and laugh, and he'd just look at me like he knew something I didn't. He used to tell me, "One of these days, you're going to be out there hunting, and you'll see something that isn't supposed to exist." I always brushed it off as old man talk. I'd been in the woods for over 20 years by then, never had anything weird happen. Not once. Until the night it did. I was in a new area, later in the evening, and maybe half a mile in, I got that feeling. Like the woods had turned its head and noticed me. Not just nervous, watched, stalked. The kind of feeling that makes your skin tighten. I kept moving, but slower, listening harder than I ever had. Then I came across something on the trail that stopped me cold. It was scat, but not like anything I'd seen. It looked almost human, except the size was wrong. Way wrong. Like someone had laid down a thick, dark, U-shaped mess that had no business being there. It was packed with deer hair. I'm telling you, every hair on my neck stood straight up. And I swear, this sounds dramatic, but it's the truth. I heard a voice in my head that said, "Leave. Now." So I did. I didn't run. I couldn't. I just started backing out, walking with that slow, careful kind of fear where you're trying not to make yourself prey. I got within maybe 100 yards of my truck, and that's when I saw it. From behind this big old pine, something stepped out. I don't even like saying what it looked like, because it sounds insane, but it was tall, towering, broad shoulders, thick through the chest like it was built for violence. And the shape of it It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was like if you took the idea of a wolf and forced it to stand up like a person and then made it bigger than it should ever be. I froze. My hands went where they always go when I'm scared in the woods. I started to raise my rifle. And then, it smiled at me. Not a cute animal smile. Not even a human smile. It was this sharp, knowing expression. Like it was amused. Like it was saying, if you do that, you're not leaving here. When I looked back to where that thing had been, gone. No footsteps. No snapping branches. Nothing. Just gone. Like it had never existed at all. I made it to my truck and I don't remember my hands working the keys. I just remember getting in and locking the doors like that mattered against something like that. I've been scared before, plenty of times, but that was the first time I felt small out there. Like I didn't belong. For a long time after that, I wouldn't hunt alone. I wouldn't go in before first light or come out after dark. I changed my whole routine, my whole world, just to avoid feeling that helpless again. And yeah, I tried to explain it away. Stress, lack of sleep, my mind filling in gaps. But it didn't sit right, because it wasn't like a dream. It had weight, detail. That look it gave me felt personal. A few weeks after that night, there was another moment, different, but it rattled me all the same. We were outside near the vehicles, and I saw this silhouette move behind them. Tall, wrong, like a big canine outline walking upright. It slipped into a heavy fog and disappeared, just swallowed by the night. After that, I started reading. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop. And I found out people have a name for what I described. They call it Dogman. Here's the part that gets me. Our dog, Diesel, 90-something pounds of pit bull muscle, not afraid of fireworks, not afraid of strangers. He acted like a different animal after that. One night he started whimpering at the door like he wanted to crawl out of his own skin. He actually peed on the mat, right there. He was pawing and begging to be let inside like something outside was the worst thing he'd ever smelled or sensed. And if you've ever seen a fearless dog suddenly terrified, you know it hits you in the gut. I tried to keep living like normal. I really did. But it's like once you've seen something you can't unsee, your brain keeps checking the edges of everything. Then yesterday happened. I woke up at 2 a.m. on the dot. Not around 2. Exactly 2. And it wasn't because of a noise. It was like my body hit an alarm that my mind couldn't explain. Just this instant feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't fall back asleep, so I went out onto the porch to calm down. We've got this small grow tent out there, nothing crazy, and I figured I'd check on the plants while I was up. When I opened it, the bottom was flooded. Inches of water pooled up, soaked into everything, even splashed up near a heater we'd just bought. So now I'm wide awake, cleaning it up, frustrated and exhausted. I went out to the shed to grab the shop vac, and when I came back onto the porch, I heard heavy footsteps inside the house, like someone running. My first thought was our little girl, Tessa, had woken up and got scared when she didn't see me, and took off toward her grandpa's room. So I swung the door open and called out, "Hey, Bug, I'm on the porch, back to bed." No answer. I walked inside, heart thumping, and checked the bedrooms. Marissa and Tessa were both dead asleep, snoring softly. Our baby, Eli, was out cold in his crib, and Ron was passed out in his room like a rock. Nobody was up. Nobody had run anywhere. I went back out to the porch feeling silly, but also uneasy, like my instincts were trying to speak and my logic kept shushing them. I finished cleaning the tent, got it back together, and before I turned the fans and everything back on, I sat down again to try and settle my nerves. And right after I lit up again, I heard it, like something running across the roof. I grabbed my handgun and a flashlight and stepped out, sweeping the beam across the roof line, holding my breath like I was trying not to be noticed. Nothing. Just darkness, cold air, and that awful quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. I didn't fall asleep again until nearly dawn. When I told Marissa the next morning, she looked at me like she didn't know whether to worry about something outside or worry about me. She asked if I was losing it. And then this morning, at 5 a.m. exactly, she shook me awake in a panic and whispered that someone was pounding on the front door. The thing is, I'm a light sleeper. The kind of person who hears a cup hit the floor from across the house. If someone was pounding on the door, I should have heard it. But I didn't. I got up, checked the door, checked outside. Nothing. Motion light wasn't even on. No footprints. No sign of anyone. A couple hours later, around 9, my brother-in-law, Nate, called Marissa and said, "You're not going to believe this. Someone was pounding on my bedroom wall early this morning." And Marissa just went quiet and told him what happened at our place. Same morning, same kind of pounding. Here's another detail that makes it feel like some weird loop. Nate lived with us briefly after the fire, during his separation, so it's not like he's never been tangled up in our mess before. It's like, when our life got knocked off its foundation, whatever came with it never really left. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all of this. I don't know if it's a creature, or coincidence, or grief playing tricks, or stress carving patterns into the dark. I just know what I felt in those woods, and I know what I heard in that house, and I know my dog's fear wasn't pretend. And some nights, when the world goes quiet, I can still see that smile in my mind, like the woods itself grinned at me and said, "Now you know." So, I was scrolling late one night, looking up the spiritual side of ear ringing, like, does it mean something? Frequency, signs, all of that. And I landed on this post that made my whole body go cold. My jaw literally dropped. The way the writer described the weirdness of it all, I'm not even exaggerating when I say I got chills just sitting there reading. And it hit me because I'd just come out of surgery not long before that. After my procedure, the doctor told me I had to stay mostly on my stomach for weeks. It wasn't comfortable, nothing about it was, but I made it work. I set myself up on my bed with pillows, tried to keep still, tried to heal. But then, the bed started doing something I can't explain in any normal way. The first time it happened, I was lying there and suddenly it felt like hands, so many hands, beneath me. Like fingers moving fast, hundreds of them, fluttering and sliding in waves under my body. Not on top of the blanket, under me. Inside the mattress, like the mattress had turned into something living. I remember whispering, "No, absolutely not." And I got up and looked under the bed because there had to be something down there. A pet? A loose spring? Something vibrating? Anything that would make it make sense. There was nothing. And listen, I've had strange experiences my whole life. I'm not new to paranormal or unexplainable. But this was different. This felt personal. It felt invasive. When the finger feeling would stop, the next thing would start. The bed would vibrate. Not violently like in movies, but enough that you couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. A steady, small shaking, subtle but unmistakable. I even tested it because I needed proof for myself. I set a cup of water on the mattress beside me and just stared at it. And sure enough, I watched the water tremble, ripple, shift, like something was pulsing through the bed. This went on for about 5 weeks, almost every day. And I'll be honest with you, I was terrified. Not just scared in a "this is weird" way, but that deep, sick feeling in your stomach where you don't want to be in your own home anymore. I prayed constantly, like constantly. I kept calling on the Lord Jesus, out loud sometimes, asking him to remove whatever this was from my bed, from my room, from my home. And every time it happened, it felt disgusting. That's the word. Like something trespassing, like something trying to wear me down. I started thinking about spiritual warfare in a way I hadn't before. I used to believe in it, sure, but living through something that relentless, it made it feel very, very real. It got so intense that I actually searched online. Are there any aftershocks or minor earthquakes in this area? Because my brain kept trying to bargain. Please let it be something normal. Please let it be the earth. Please let it be anything but what it feels like. Some nights I couldn't take it, and I slept on the bedroom floor, just to get away from the bed. Imagine that, your own bed feeling like the last place you want to be. And I didn't tell anyone. I didn't. Because how do you even say it out loud without hearing yourself and thinking, I sound insane? But the reason I'm sharing it now is because reading that post, seeing someone else describe something eerily similar, did something to me. It made me feel less alone. It made me feel like I wasn't losing my mind. Like maybe there are things people experience in silence because they're afraid they'll be laughed at. And that wasn't even the only thing that happened during that same stretch of time. There was another moment in my home that still makes me shiver. I had been given a prescription after surgery, strong pain medication. I'd never taken anything like it before. In my head, I thought, okay, it'll just take the edge off like regular pain relievers. It did not. One day I took one pill and later went to shower. I remember stepping into the tub, putting soap on a washcloth, and feeling a little dizzy, just a light swirl, like maybe I stood up too fast. And then, everything went black. Total blackout. I don't know how long I was out, but even in that darkness I heard this heavy, ugly thump, like part of a body hitting the tub hard. When I finally came back to myself and opened my eyes, I was lying in the tub in the most unsettling position. Flat on my back, perfectly straight, arms crossed over my chest like someone had placed me there, like a coffin pose. That's the only way I can describe it. The shower water was still running, but here's what's strange. I couldn't even hear it until I started moving, like my senses were delayed or muted. The moment I realized I was in the tub like that, panic hit me and I scrambled up and basically fled, half slipping, half stumbling, just trying to get out of there. And I couldn't tell if the water was hot or cold. My body felt disconnected, like it didn't trust reality yet. The first thing I did was check myself for injuries. I was sure I had to have hit my head. Sure I had to be bruised. I kept touching my scalp, my shoulders, my arms, my hips, searching for pain, blood, something. There was nothing. Not a mark, no bruises, no tenderness, no scratches. Even the shower curtain was still in place like nothing had happened. And I didn't just check once. I checked again and again, even days later, waiting for soreness to show up. It never did. And I know what I believe. I believe the Lord protected me. I believe His angels were watching over me, because there is no reason I should have come out of that with absolutely no injury. I threw those pills away, straight in the trash. After that, I stuck to simple pain relief, nothing strong, and I just kept thanking Jesus, over and over. Because whatever was happening in my home during those weeks, I truly believe I wasn't facing it alone. Glory to the Lord. So, I want to tell you about something that happened downtown that still makes my stomach tighten when I replay it. I was out in the city center with a small group, 5 of us total. 3 of my friends were women, 2 were guys. and we were just doing that slow, aimless walk people do when they don't have anywhere urgent to be. Talking, laughing, drifting from one block to the next. And then this man steps toward us like he's been invited into the conversation. He was charming, like professionally charming. He had this easy smile, this confident way of speaking, and within seconds he had all of us listening. He started telling us his story, how he'd been married, how the marriage ended, how life turns you inside out, all of that. But the weird part was what he was doing with his hands while he talked. He had wire, thin metal wire, like something you'd use for crafts. And as he talked about his heartbreak and his fresh start energy, he was twisting it and bending it like it was nothing, like he'd done it 1,000 times. And he made little things for us. He fashioned 2 tiny wire daggers for the guys, like miniature props from a fantasy movie. For the women, he made flowers. Not the exact ones from my memory, but close. A tulip, a lily, and this bright little daisy shape that somehow looked cheerful, even though it was just wire. It felt oddly intimate, like he was gifting us something while he narrated his life. We're standing there, half entertained, half unsure, and then, out of nowhere, a woman suddenly appears, grabs him by the face, and kisses him, like she'd stepped out of the air just to do it. We all froze for a second, blinking at each other like, "Did you see that? Is this a performance? Does she know him?" But the man just smirked and kept talking like nothing happened, like random kiss interruptions were part of his normal day. Eventually he wraps up, hands over the little wire creations like a final flourish, and then he leaves. Just strolls away and blends into the crowd. 2 of my friends decide they're done with the night and head home. The rest of us keep walking, but the energy has shifted, like the air has picked up a static charge. And then one of my friends looks at me with this strange seriousness and says, "If we don't see each other again, happy birthday." Which sounds sweet, right? Except my birthday wasn't that day. It was still 2 days away. I laughed at first, like, okay, dramatic, but something in her tone wasn't playful. It was the kind of thing you say when you're unsettled and you don't know how to name it. As we kept walking, we realized there had been another man nearby for a while. He wasn't part of the interaction, but he'd been watching. Staring, really, especially at the wire guy, like he was tracking him. We came to a crosswalk. My friends went ahead and crossed, but I was a half step behind. And right as I moved to follow, that staring man stepped in. He stopped me. Not aggressively exactly, but firm. He put his hand on my shoulder, like he had the right to, like we knew each other. And I remember how heavy that touch felt, how it made my body go rigid. He asked, completely calmly, "Do you prefer to learn things all at once, or gradually?" I just stared at him, trying to process the question. It didn't match anything happening. It felt like a line from a script. Before I could even answer properly, he asked my name. And I don't know why, maybe shock, maybe that weird instinct to keep things smooth, I told him. A part of me was already regretting it as the word left my mouth. He pointed at me and my friend and started talking about opposites, how they attract, how they repel, how every pairing has an energy. It wasn't flirting. It was more like he was testing out a theory out loud, using us as examples. My friend stepped closer to me, and the guy finally moved his hand away and let us go. We walked on, but we all had that same feeling, the one you get when something doesn't fit reality, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong picture. A minute later, one of my friends admitted, quietly, something about the wire man wasn't right. I didn't feel good intentions from him. And then we remembered another detail that made our skin crawl. One of my friends has a small pentagram pendant. Nothing dramatic, just something she wears. At some point earlier, the wire man had noticed it and said, almost happily, "What a beautiful star." It wasn't the compliment itself. It was the way he said it. Like he recognized it. Like it meant something specific to him. And the more we talked, the more our minds started building connections. Too many connections. Like, is this just weird street theater? Is it a scam? Is it something darker? Then another friend said something that made everything worse. She glanced at the wire creations we were holding and said, "Those kinds of things, you can't just throw them away. They have a way of coming back to you." I know how that sounds, I do. But in that moment, with our nerves already buzzing, her words landed like a weight. My friend with the pendant started spiraling. She got visibly shaken, then suddenly she was crying. Real crying, not dramatic crying. She kept saying she didn't want symbols, didn't want attention, didn't want any of that energy attached to her. And right there, in the middle of the street, she threw the wire pieces down like they were burning her. We walked faster after that, trying to get away from the whole scene. And then I looked down. There was a thin wire loop on the ground, right by my feet, like the tail end of a little star shape, like it had followed us. And I don't care how rational you are, when you're already scared and you see something you just got rid of show up again where it shouldn't be, your body reacts before your brain can explain. I panicked. I actually ran to catch up with my friends. But the moment that really got to me happened a little later. We went down a set of stairs, just a normal staircase leading to a lower street. And at the bottom, there was a homeless man sitting close by. And in his hands, less than a meter from us, he was holding something shaped like a star. I remember us all stopping at the exact same time, like our feet hit an invisible wall. It was one of those moments where nobody speaks because speaking would make it real. We didn't stay there long. We ended up going straight to one of my friends' homes. We prayed, simple, sincere prayers, the kind you say when you don't know what else to do but ask for protection anyway. Later, a pastor prayed over me too, and he said something that has stayed in my mind ever since, that he felt the two men, the wire man and the one who stopped me, weren't separate, that they were connected, that they had done something intentional. And now I'm stuck in this strange in-between place, because part of me wants to say, okay, coincidences. People are weird. Cities are full of random encounters. It felt aligned, like too many things clicked into place in a way that didn't feel accidental. So I don't know what to make of it. Was it a ritual? Was it some kind of street manipulation? Was it just our fear stitching unrelated moments into one story? All I know is, praying helped. It grounded me. It made me feel like I wasn't alone in it. But even now, when I think about that wire in the street, right at my feet, I still get chills. Welcome back, friends, to the Paranormal M channel. Been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry, we've got you. We hope these spooky stories help you relax and drift off a little easier. Thanks so much for sending in all your paranormal experiences, and please, keep them coming. Oh, and drop a comment below and tell us what you do for a living. I'm honestly really curious what our everyday listeners are up to. Now, switch on your bedside lamp, put on your headphones, and let's dive into today's paranormal experiences. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Thanks. Okay, so I've lived in this house long enough that I almost forget how weird it sounds when I say it out loud. But I'm telling you, this place has history. And not the cute, old wallpaper and creaky stairs kind either. Our house was built in 1948. And the first couple who owned it stayed there for decades, until somewhere around the late 80s, early 90s, when my granddad, Ray, bought it. The story we got handed along with the deed was not comforting. Apparently, the original owner, his name was Mr. Hollis, I think, died in the bathroom. Heart attack, just like that, while he was getting a bath going. His wife only realized something was wrong when she saw water slipping out from under the door. And when she opened it, she found him. I've heard different versions, like whether he fell beside the tub or collapsed right near it. But either way, that bathroom has never felt like just a bathroom since. And ever since then, it's been like the house kept a piece of him. Now, most of what happens is small, subtle, the kind of stuff you can shrug off if you want to sleep at night. Like you'll be home alone, actually alone, and still get that heavy feeling, like someone's standing just out of view, listening. We've seen quick shadows cut across doorways, little wisps that look like smoke in the corner of your eye. And every so often, this one always makes my skin tighten. We'll catch a whiff of cigar or pipe tobacco, just floating through the air for no reason. None of us smoke, but Mr. Hollis apparently did. And then there's the whispering. Not like a full voice, not like a movie. More like your name being breathed so softly you almost convince yourself you imagined it. Almost. At night, I'd hear movement in the kitchen. The tiniest clinks, like silverware shifting, or an empty can rolling a little on the counter. And the locks, oh my God, the locks. Doors will just lock themselves. And one time, I swear on everything, every exterior lock on the house just stopped cooperating. Keys that worked yesterday suddenly wouldn't turn. It felt like the house was saying, no, not right now. But the part that really messed with us was when things started moving right in front of us. We're a hunting family, so sometimes you'll find random little things around, like an empty shotgun shell sitting on a shelf in the living room, just because someone emptied their pockets and set it down. More than once, those shells didn't just fall. They jumped. Like they launched from the back of the shelf, hopped over other taller stuff, and hit the floor like they were swatted. And my mom, Dana, has this vintage comedy doll in a little glass display case. Not a toy anyone plays with. It's more like a don't touch it display piece. We came back from a day trip once, some candy place. I think it was one of those factory tours, and that doll had rotated inside the case. Like a clean 90-degree turn, facing a totally different direction. Nobody had been home. And even if they had, who goes out of their way to twist a doll inside a glass cabinet? So yeah, weird. But still, manageable. Until the scary stuff happened. That story alone messed me up for a long time. But the worst thing, the one that still gives me a cold rush when I remember it, happened to me when I was about 12. So let me explain the layout, because you have to picture it for this to hit the way it hit me. My bedroom door opened right into this short hallway. My sister Kira's room was across from mine. Halfway down the hall on the left was that bathroom, the one where Mr. Hollis died. And just before you hit the bathroom, on the right, there's an opening into the living room. If you step into the living room and go straight across, you're basically lined up with the dining area, and then you cut left into the kitchen. And the floors. The floors are original hardwood, old enough that they talk back. We've got a crawl space too, so footsteps don't just sound like footsteps. They feel like them. Every creak travels. So it's late, like midnight, maybe later. I should have been asleep, but my door was open, just cracked enough that I could see a sliver of the living room opening down the hall. The house was dark, but not totally black. Just that dim, nighttime gloom where your brain keeps trying to invent shapes. And suddenly I got that feeling. You know the one. The someone is moving toward you feeling. Like your nerves notice before your eyes do. And then I heard it. Footsteps starting from the kitchen, moving across the living room, coming straight toward the hallway. And it happened fast, like within 2 or 3 seconds, and my whole body just went rigid. The sound changed as it got closer too. It stopped sounding like normal steps and started sounding like someone in slippers. This slow, dry shuffle, the way an older person might drag their feet without picking them up all the way. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. It entered the hallway, and then it stopped. Right at my door frame. Not in the hall somewhere, not near the bathroom, not drifting off in the living room. Right there. And I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear breathing. I couldn't hear a voice. Just the presence. Like something standing there, angled toward my room, aware that I was awake. I felt like my heart was trying to crawl out through my ribs. And then, after a second, maybe two, it started moving again. Shuffle. 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 Backing away the way it came. Out of the hall, back across the living room, and toward the kitchen. And the second it was gone, I swear to you, I didn't breathe until it left. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just laid there thinking, if I move, it'll come back. And I'm not proud of this, but I'll be honest, I almost peed myself. That's the kind of fear it was. The kind that doesn't feel like scared. It feels like your body has decided you're prey. Okay, so I need to start with a little context, because the house is basically a character in this story. When I was about 10, my family moved into this older place. Mid-century kind of old, like 50s-ish, maybe early 60s. It had this weird little cluster near the front. The entryway, the door into the garage, a small living room, a tiny kitchenette, and the laundry area, all kind of packed together. The important part is, sound traveled really easily. If someone opened the front door, you could hear it from the garage. If someone spoke in the entryway, you'd hear it in the laundry room. Nothing was insulated from anything. Fast forward a few years. I was 14, taking the bus home after school. Most weekdays, I'd have the house to myself for a bit, about an hour, hour and a half, before my mom got off work and my sister Maya got home from campus. I had a routine. Let the dogs out, do whatever little chores I'd been assigned, snack, start homework. Same thing every day. And then there was the garage. I hated the garage. Not for any logical reason, really. It just had this heavy, unpleasant feeling. Like you were walking into a room that didn't want you there. So whenever I had to go in, I'd do it fast. In and out. No lingering. That afternoon, one of my chores was taking recycling out. So, of course, garage time. I'm in there, dumping bottles and paper into the bin, trying not to look around too much, when I hear it, clear as day. The door opens. It shuts. And then this loud, bright voice goes, "Hi, Riley." And it's Maya's voice. Like, unmistakably her. Same tone, same cadence, like she'd just walked in and was announcing herself. I didn't even think. I just answered automatically, still facing the recycling bin. I went, "Oh, hey Maya." No reply. I finish up and I walk into the entryway like normal, expecting to see her dropping her bag or kicking off her shoes. And there's nobody. So I say again, louder this time, "How was class?" Nothing. And now I'm confused, and my stomach is starting to do that slow sinking thing, so I call out one more time, "Maya? Hello?" Silence. I check the front door. It's still locked. I check the back door. Locked. I even stand there staring at the lock like it's going to tell me the truth if I glare hard enough. Then I look at the time, and my brain goes, "Wait, she can't be home yet. because Maya was painfully punctual. Like the kind of punctual where you could set your watch by her schedule. And she wasn't due back for at least another half hour, maybe 40 minutes. So now I'm standing in the middle of the house with the dogs looking at me like, "Why are you vibrating?" And I realize, very calmly and very desperately, that whatever just greeted me was not my sister. I didn't scream. I didn't do anything dramatic. I just said out loud, like I was speaking to a person who could hear me, "Okay, I'm going outside now." And I grabbed the dogs and went straight into the backyard. And I stayed there. Like, I stayed out there the whole time, just pacing and petting them and trying to act normal, while also listening for any sound coming from the house. I waited until my mom's car pulled in. Then I waited until Maya actually walked through the door for real. Only then did my body finally unclench. Just like that. Casual. Like he was saying the microwave ran hot. He told me he felt watched constantly, like almost all the time, and that certain areas of the house made his skin crawl for no reason. And hearing him say that was such a weird relief, because I realized I wasn't the only one who'd felt that strange heaviness, but nobody really talked about it while we lived there. I always remember how much I hated being upstairs alone. At night it was worse, but even during the day it felt wrong. Like you were waiting for something you couldn't see to step out. I finally told my mom the whole Maya's voice story not that long ago, honestly way later than you'd think, and she just stared at me, completely stunned. Then she told my stepdad, and he had the same reaction. Even Maya got quiet when I explained it to her, because it's such a specific thing to hear your own voice used like that. And the creepiest part is, we loved that house. Like we genuinely did. Great memories there. It wasn't some horror movie dump. It just had moments. Okay, second story. Different place, different vibe, but still the same feeling of, wait, did that just happen? A few years ago, I went on a trip to the city I live in now. It's one of those places with old buildings, history everywhere, and the kind of reputation where if you stay long enough, someone eventually tells you a ghost story like it's local weather. My mom and Maya surprised me with a ghost walk, night tour, storytelling, the whole thing. I was so excited. I've always been into paranormal stuff, and honestly, I loved the atmosphere of those tours. It was late, shops closed, streets quiet, that slightly echoey nighttime sound. At one point, our group stops in this little loading area behind a store. The guide is mid-story, and she transitions from one haunting to another, like she's setting up the next part. And right as she starts, there's this sudden, sharp impact on the door beside us. Not a creak, not a tap, a slam. It sounded like an open hand smacking the inside of the door, flat palm, full force. Everybody jumped, like full body flinch. Then people did that nervous laugh thing, you know? The, okay, that was weird, laugh. And the guide, she looked genuinely thrown, like she wasn't doing a bit. She went quiet for a second, like she'd lost her place, and I remember thinking, oh, she didn't expect that. My mom claims she didn't hear anything, which still makes me laugh a little because the group reaction was so immediate and so collective that it's hard to believe it was nothing. Could it have been someone messing with us? Totally possible. It was near a building entrance, and people do mess around. But the timing, the sound, the guide's face, there was this tiny moment where it felt like the city itself answered the story. So yeah, those are my two big ones. I'm older now, and I'm still fascinated by all of it. I'm not someone who wants to believe every little thing is a ghost. Like, I try to be rational. I try to debunk stuff. But those two moments have stuck to me in a way that normal, weird noises just don't. And honestly, even if there's a simple explanation, the feeling of being 14 in that garage, hearing Maya say my name like she was right there, I don't think I'll ever forget that. Okay, so I'm telling you this mostly because I need to hear myself say it out loud, you know? Like, I know what I saw. I've known it for years, but I still find myself wanting someone else to weigh in and tell me I'm not crazy, or maybe to fill in a gap I can't fill on my own. So, this happened when I was about 10, late spring, back in 2001. My dad Ronnie and I took a day trip to go trout fishing near this little stretch of mountain country outside Cass, West Virginia. It was one of those simple days that felt big when you're a kid. Just the two of us, the rods, the cooler, the quiet. We fished most of the day, moving along the water, and by the time the sun started dropping, we were tired in that good way. We headed out around dusk, maybe 7-ish, give or take. And this was before everyone had a phone with a map in their pocket, right? No GPS telling you, recalculating. It was just my dad following his memory and whatever road signs happened to still be standing. Well, he took a wrong turn. At first, neither of us really noticed. It just turned into one of those roads that gets narrower and rougher the farther you go, like it's quietly daring you to keep driving. Gravel, potholes, tree branches leaning in. The kind of road where you start thinking, we probably shouldn't be here. After maybe 40 minutes, or close to an hour, my dad finally admitted what we both already knew. We were lost. The gas gauge wasn't exactly comforting either. He found a wide-ish spot in the road and did this careful, multi-point turn, the truck crunching and groaning over the gravel. Now here's the part that matters. On the way down, I didn't see much. I was in the passenger seat, and all I could make out was the slope of the mountain beside us. Once it got properly dark, maybe 20 minutes into that wrong road drive, everything outside the headlights disappeared into this thick black. But on the way back up, I saw something. And I need you to understand what I mean when I say I saw it. Not like a shadow, not like a trick of the eyes. I mean, in that instant when the headlights sweep across something and your brain goes, that is a person. About halfway back up the mountain, off to the right side, maybe 30 yards, maybe a little more, I saw what looked like a young girl sitting on a stump. She was facing away from the road, like she was turned slightly from us, and she was wearing a white nightgown. Her hair was long and dark, straight down her back to about the middle, and she was holding something against her chest. It looked like a teddy bear, or maybe one of those soft stuffed dolls. Something a kid would cling to. The weirdest part, what sticks with me the most, is that she seemed to stand out against the darkness. Like the white of the gown wasn't just catching the light, it was present. Almost luminous. Not glowing like a flashlight or anything dramatic. Just unnaturally clear. Like she didn't belong to the same darkness as everything else around her. And even after the truck passed and the headlights moved on, I swear I could still see her for a second. Like my eyes held onto the image. I remember blurting out, "Dad, did you see that?" He was tense already, focused on the road, and he just went, "See what?" I told him, "A girl, sitting out there, alone, in the middle of nowhere." Not long after we got off that mountain road, like not even a huge stretch of time later, we hit a little gas station. The kind where you fill up first, then walk inside to pay after. Dad got out, started pumping gas, and before he went inside, he asked if I wanted anything. Obviously I did. I told him what snack I wanted, and I reminded him, again, about the girl. He nodded and said he'd tell the clerk. He came back with my drink and my snack and slid into the driver's seat like it was just another stop on the way home. And I asked him, right away, "Did you tell them? About the girl?" He said yes, but I stayed in the truck. I didn't hear the conversation. I didn't see anyone react. I have no proof he actually said anything at all. And then we drove home. Late. Quiet. Here's what messes with me. I still don't know what I saw. I've gone through phases where I tried to label it. Ghost, missing kid, some kind of local legend I just didn't know about. For a while I even wondered if it was one of those creepy folklore things people talk about online, but the more I read, the less it fit. I've looked up records. I've tried searching the area, as best as I can remember it, and there's just nothing. No clear reports that match. No obvious tragedy that lines up. And over time, the exact location has gotten fuzzy, like the mountains themselves swallowed the details. There weren't houses out there. No streetlights, no mailbox, no sign of a nearby homestead. At least, not that I remember. Just forest. An old mountain road that felt like it used to belong to logging trucks and nothing else. And the other thing, this part really gets under my skin. My dad denies it ever happened. Completely. Like he genuinely doesn't remember, or like he refuses to remember. I can't tell which is worse. So that's why I'm saying it like this, straight to you. I'm not claiming I solved anything. I'm not even claiming it was paranormal. I just know that one night on a mountain road in West Virginia, I saw a little girl in a white nightgown sitting on a stump, holding a stuffed toy, waiting in the dark like she'd been there forever. And I've never been able to explain. Okay, so I should probably start with a little context, because otherwise this is going to sound completely unhinged. My partner, Lena, and I got engaged in late 2015, and right around that same time, I'd just started a new job that had me driving all over the place. We moved into our first apartment together that winter, one of those older complexes built in the late 70s, not super run down, just dated. Brown doors, weird carpet, that kind of vibe. The whole place was built along a hillside, with a handful of buildings stacked up the slope like steps. That first night, we had basically nothing. An air mattress, 2 pillows, and our little dog Mochi, a tiny spaniel mix, maybe 12 or 13 pounds soaking wet. And I remember lying there thinking, why does this feel like someone else is in here with us? Not like a boo moment, more like the air was wrong. But we brushed it off. New place, new sounds, new nerves. Then the little stuff started. At first, it was lights. We'd leave the living room light on for Mochi when we ran out, and come back to find it off, and the hallway light on instead. Or we'd swear we turned something off, and later it'd be glowing like we never touched it. For a while, we blamed each other. Like, no, you left it on. No, I didn't. You know how it goes. But then Mochi started acting weird. She'd sit up like she heard something, then suddenly bark and sprint down the hallway like she was chasing an invisible intruder, right up to the front door. We assumed it was neighbors on the stairs, but that didn't fit. We'd hear actual footsteps outside, and she wouldn't react at all. But those moments when there was nothing, that's when she'd lose it. One day, Lena worked late, and I was out of town for my job. Mochi was in her crate longer than usual, and when Lena got home, our dog had a nail broken almost down to the quick. Not a snagged nail. This looked like something had twisted it. The emergency vet patched her up and said she looked fine otherwise, but after that, we barely used the crate. It just felt wrong. And then we had the first, okay, what the hell was that moment. Lena's brother, Dylan, came over one afternoon. She was telling him all the weird little things, and he's laughing, waving it off like we're being dramatic. And I swear to you, the moment he says, "You guys are overthinking it," a metal baking sheet we had wedged in the entry closet suddenly launches out and slams into the inside of the front door. Not falls, not slides. It came out like someone grabbed it and threw it. And the stupid part is, We stood there in this heavy silence, all three of us, just staring at the closet like it might do it again. Dylan didn't laugh after that. Closet stuff became a theme. We'd hear the latch click, then the door would slowly open by itself. Not swinging wildly like a draft, just creeping open like someone was easing it from the inside. There was also this locked utility door in our second bedroom, the HVAC closet. No knob, deadbolt. Only maintenance had the key. One day, Lena's sitting at her computer and she hears a click, like a lock turning. The door opens. Just opens, like someone unlocked it from the other side. We called maintenance. They acted annoyed and insisted it must have been loose. Sure. Another time, we'd hung a full-length mirror on the outside of that bedroom door so Lena could check her outfit before leaving. We were goofing around one evening, kind of play-chasing each other, and she closed that door gently. Not slammed. Barely even a thud. The mirror exploded. That was the point where we stopped joking about it. And then the seeing things started. One morning, Lena took Mochi outside, just down the hill near a patch of trees. She came back in, pale and quiet, and told me she saw a figure, humanoid but wrong somehow, like it had a kind of tall headpiece or crown shape. No clear face, no clear gender. It stepped behind one tree, and when she stared at that tree trying to make sense of it, it leaned out from behind another tree farther away, like it had moved without walking. We started digging online, trying to find anything, and we found this story about construction in a nearby area years ago, workers accidentally disturbing what was believed to be a burial site. The remains were later reburied in a cemetery, on the same hill. I'm not saying that's definitely connected. I'm just saying we read that and sat there like, oh, great. But the worst stuff didn't feel old or sad. It felt predatory. Later on, after I switched to a night shift job, Lena was home alone one evening. She'd just cleaned the kitchen and was in bed winding down when she heard what sounded like absolute chaos. Pots and pans clanging, things crashing, like someone was wrecking the kitchen. And then she heard a voice. Not loud, not screaming, just clear as day in her head. Lock the bedroom door. So she did. And right after she locked it, she saw shadows under the door, like someone standing right outside. She said the air felt thick, like the room had filled with something heavy and hateful. She stayed frozen in bed until sunrise. In the morning, the kitchen was spotless, not a single thing out of place. Another night, she woke up and saw something kneeling beside her side of the bed. It looked like it was dressed in black, but the face was pale, too pale, like bone under skin. And it had something on its back, like spines or feathers, she could never decide which, and it smiled at her. Then it dipped down and disappeared under the bed. She didn't scream. She couldn't. She said it felt like her body forgot how. And I didn't have a lot of experiences like that, until I did. One night I woke up to Mochi trying to climb into bed, which she almost never did. I lifted her up, and the moment I did, it was like the temperature dropped and the whole apartment filled with this pressure, like a storm cloud inside the walls. I turned toward the ceiling and saw a dark mass coming down through it, like the ceiling wasn't even there. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, but it was huge, easily 6 feet tall if it stood upright. And it had this spread out shape, like a cape or wings extending several feet on either side. My brain went fully primitive. I pulled the covers over Lena, over the dog, over myself, like a blanket could fix this. And I just laid there, shaking, trying to pretend sleep was a force field. Eventually the heaviness faded, like it left. Another time, I got up to use the bathroom, and for some reason I went to the hall bathroom instead of the one in our bedroom. I flicked on the hallway light, and it started dimming, like someone was slowly turning a dial down. Then the bathroom light did the same thing. I stood there, and this icy panic hit so fast I swear my body just shut down the need to pee out of self-preservation. I ran back to the bedroom and blurted out, half asleep and terrified, "They're coming." Lena barely registered it at the time, but the next morning I told her what happened. And of course, the lights worked perfectly fine, like nothing ever occurred. We also had a neighbor, sweet woman, young kid. One time Mochi was still alive and we brought her over. Our dog started pacing the apartment like she was guarding it, moving room to room like she was tracking something. And the neighbor's toddler kept smiling and waving at empty space in the corner like someone was playing peekaboo. That same neighbor told us her lamp once turned on even though it was unplugged, and the bulb had burned out days before. She looked genuinely freaked out when she told us, like she hated even saying it out loud. Eventually, we had a small group of paranormal investigators come by. They didn't burst in with holy water or anything dramatic. They mostly walked around, asked questions, listened, ran some devices. The only real takeaway was, they agreed something felt off. Not boo ghost off. More like the apartment was a place where boundaries didn't behave normally. We moved. Same property owners, different city, newer apartment. And it really was better, but not totally normal. There, things would vanish and reappear days later in ridiculous places. Keys in a kitchen drawer we never used, a missing shirt folded in a basket that had already been emptied. And outside at night, we'd sometimes see these small shapes, about the size of a cat or raccoon, moving along the fence line way too fast, like they weren't exactly physical. Both of us also saw something that looked like a child running along the fences between the neighboring houses, except it moved wrong, too smooth, too quick, like it was skipping frames. Inside that second place, there was this little corner of your eye presence too, childlike energy, like it was playing hide and seek. You'd catch it darting behind a doorway, and when you turned your head, gone. We eventually bought a house and moved again. And look, life's normal now in a lot of ways. But even here, we still get the occasional disappearing and reappearing object thing. Manageable, annoying, weird. Lena and I half joke that one or both of us is followed, because it's like whatever that first apartment was, it didn't fully stay behind. And the biggest twist is, before all this, I didn't believe in any of it. I was the guy trying to rationalize everything. Electrical issues, drafts, dogs being dogs, stress. But after you've seen enough, your brain runs out of excuses. So yeah, I don't know what we ran into. I've heard people suggest a spirit tied to the land. I've heard people say something darker, something that imitates, feeds on fear, pushes into your life. All I know is that apartment on the hill didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. And whatever was there noticed us. So this happened about 5 years ago, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it still keeps me up sometimes. Let me back up a little. My mom married this guy, I'll call him Darren, and we moved into his house. From the outside, it was just a house, normal. But the second we started living there, everything felt slightly off in this way that's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. It wasn't like constant chaos or obvious horror movie stuff. It was more like the house had moods, like certain rooms carried a weight you couldn't shake. And honestly, the easiest way to describe it is by walking you through the spaces. First, the basement. I hated that basement. Not because it was gross or creepy looking, though it kind of was, but because of the feeling. Every time I went down there, I felt this weird pressure, like something was aware of me. And the worst part was when I'd climb back up the stairs. I'd get this sensation, this heavy, pleading kind of pull, like something wanted me to stay down there longer. Not in a "it's going to grab you" way, more like it didn't want to be alone. Like it was tired of being ignored, tired of being left behind. And the deeper I was in the basement, the stronger that feeling got. It was like being quietly begged by something you couldn't see. Then there was the dining room and living room area. This is the part that makes my stomach knot up, even now. There was this shadowy presence, this shape, that would pace back and forth in a certain stretch of the room. And I swear to you, it moved like it was copying Darren. Not perfectly mimicking him exactly, but following the same pattern, like it had learned his steps. Sometimes I'd sit outside on the front porch. There was this big window that gave you a clear view into the living room, and if I looked in from out there, I'd see it. That shadow would move in slow loops, almost like it was waiting. Like it knew I was out there and it was just circling until I finally came back inside. I started doing this thing where I'd pretend I didn't see it, because somehow acknowledging it felt like the wrong move. And the dreams, oh my God, the dreams. Living in that house gave me the most vivid, ugly dreams I've ever had. Not symbolic dreams, not weird random stuff. I mean dreams that felt like full, detailed memories. One night, I dreamed someone broke into the house through the basement. In the dream, they were furious, demanding Darren come out and show himself. That's the phrase that stuck with me. Make yourself seen. Like he was hiding, like he'd done something, like he owed them something. A few days after that, I came home late and saw a car in the driveway that I didn't recognize. And there were people getting out, strangers, talking like they were confident. I distinctly heard someone say, "This is the right place." It hit me like ice water because I was home alone. I didn't confront them. I didn't ask anything. I just rushed inside, locked the door, and stood there listening, waiting for the knock that never came. They didn't approach. They didn't even circle the house. And later, this is what messes with me. I couldn't stop wondering if the car was ever really there at all. Like, did that actually happen? Or was it the house bleeding into my head? Then there was my mom's bedroom. My mom started covering it at night, just so she could sleep. And she had her own dreams too, vivid ones. One morning she told me she dreamed of her grandmother, Nana Ruth, who had passed away years before, standing there, dead serious, saying, "You need to remove the item in the basement." The item. We couldn't figure out what she meant. We searched down there, looking through storage, old boxes, corners, everything. Nothing made sense, but there was this one area, way in the back, where the basement seemed to end. Except it didn't. There was a section that felt sealed off, like a room behind a wall. The air back there felt wrong, dense, quiet in a way that wasn't peaceful. And at night? At night, it sounded like someone was in the hallway. Not like footsteps you can brush off as the house settling. I mean pacing, back and forth, and sometimes a dragging sound, like something being pulled. And scratching, soft at first, then sharper, against doors. It happened whether I was alone or whether the whole house was full of people. I used to sleep with my door locked, every night. I'd tell myself it was just a habit, just being cautious, but deep down I think I was trying to create one small boundary the house couldn't cross. Eventually, my mom and Darren separated, and we moved out. And once we were gone, I did what you do when you've been holding your breath for years. I started digging. I searched for anything, history, incidents, old owners, anything that could explain why that place felt so hidden. But here's the part that makes everything feel even stranger. I couldn't find anything. Not just no news articles or nothing dramatic happened. I mean, I could barely find records. No clear history, no normal trail. Even information about Darren buying the house felt like it wasn't there, like it had been wiped or sealed or tucked away where regular people can't reach. It was like the house didn't want to be known. And sometimes I wonder if whatever was there wasn't trying to hurt us at all. Maybe it was warning us. Maybe it was trying to get us out, the only way it could. Or maybe it was lonely. Or angry. Or something in between. There's more. There's always more with a place like that. But even telling you this much, I can feel that old tension in my shoulders, like I'm back in that hallway again, listening to something pace outside my door, pretending sleep is possible. Okay, so until 2 nights ago, I would have told you pretty confidently that I don't do ghosts. Spirits? Sure, maybe. Weird energy, eerie vibes, whatever. But an actual, in-your-face, something is here with you kind of presence? No, not me, not my reality. And then I finally take this long overdue vacation. My family covered the travel and let me stay at their place overseas, which sounds amazing, right? Like, perfect setup. Free stay, different country, break from work. I genuinely thought I was about to breathe again. Except, this house is haunted. Like, actively, unapologetically haunted. And the worst of it hits between midnight and about 4 in the morning. I'm not even talking about big dramatic movie stuff where you see a floating woman in a hallway. It's subtler than that, which somehow makes it creepier. You'll hear footsteps when everyone's in bed. You'll catch a shadow moving where it absolutely shouldn't be. There are these little bell-like sounds sometimes, like tiny chimes, but not in a cute wind chime on a porch way. More like a warning. And then there's the sound of things shifting, like someone's pushing a chair leg against the floor, or dragging something just an inch and stopping. And the voice thing? That one gets under my skin the most, because you'll hear someone call your name in a voice that sounds almost right. Like your brain recognizes it, but your gut says, nope, not that. The first time it happened, I actually sat up thinking someone needed me. But the hallway was empty. Totally empty. And the doors. I hate the doors. I hate them so much. Not slamming, just the little clicks, like a lock turning. Then the soft, slow creak of a door opening. Then closing again. Like whatever it is has all the time in the world and wants you to know it. I keep trying to convince myself it's the house settling or weird airflow or old hinges. I've tried every logical explanation I can grab onto, but it's happening too consistently, and it always ramps up after midnight like it's on a schedule. Here's the thing. I needed this vacation. I'm not being dramatic. My job has been grinding me down for months. I've been walking around permanently tired, like my body forgot what rested feels like. And sometimes, when it gets really bad, I get this tight ache in my chest, like stress has claws in there. I hate it. So imagine, I show up here already drained, and the haunted house decides I don't get to sleep. I've slept maybe 10 hours total in the last 3 days. That's not an exaggeration. I'm running on fumes and dread. And now my chest is doing that same stressed out ache it does when I'm overloaded at work, which is so unfair because I came here to escape that. My family kind of treats the haunting like bad plumbing. Like, yeah, it's annoying, but you get used to it. Which is insane to me, but they've lived with it for a while, so I guess they've built this mental callus. They told me, very casually, that a priest came once. A Catholic priest. And separately, a medium too. And both of them, independently, were like, Yeah, this isn't just a quirky ghost situation. They used the word demonic. Like, what do you even do with that? And then there's the basement. Everyone avoids the basement. Not in a, meh, it's creepy down there way. In a, we do not go down there unless it's daylight and absolutely necessary way. They call it the hot spot. Like it's a bad signal area, but for your soul. The first time I asked what was down there, my cousin Eli just looked at me and went, "No, seriously, don't." So I didn't. But even without going down there, I'm still waking up, both nights like clockwork, somewhere around 2 or 3 a.m. It's like my body gets yanked out of sleep, fully alert, heart thudding, eyes wide open. And once I'm up, that's it. I'm stuck listening to the house do its weird little routine. The steps, the shifting sounds, the faint ringing, the door clicks, the almost voices. And I'll lie there staring at the ceiling, trying to bargain with myself. Just ignore it. Just breathe. You're safe. But it's hard to feel safe when it feels like something is moving around just outside your room, like it owns the place. And no one's been hurt, technically. That's what everyone keeps saying. Nothing bad has happened. As if the only thing that counts as bad is getting dragged across the floor or something. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here barely functioning, exhausted, chest aching, nerves shredded, wondering why I ever thought this was going to be restful. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm in this beautiful place I should be enjoying, and instead I'm counting hours of sleep like they're gold coins, listening to doors unlock in the middle of the night, and trying not to spiral. And I genuinely need someone to tell me, like I'm a real person sitting across from you, how am I supposed to get any sleep in a house like this? So, this all went down in late August, and I've been sitting with it ever since. I figured I'd finally tell the story the way it felt in the moment, because I still don't totally know what to make of it. For a little background, I'm a Michigan student filmmaker, freshly graduated, and over the summer I shot my thesis project. It was a short western, and we had this incredible location lined up, an old Wild West-themed resort out in the Irish Hills. It had that vintage, half-faded charm, like the place had been pretending to be a town for decades and forgot how to be anything else. Earlier that summer, I'd done a tech scout with a buddy and the property manager. She was this practical, no-nonsense type, but even she casually mentioned that the place had its moments. Unexplained noises, little weird incidents, stuff moving where it shouldn't. She laughed it off, like, it happens, and me and my friend, being the kind of people who love spooky nonsense, got all excited and joked about doing a ghost hunt. That was it. We didn't really linger on it. Fast forward to the shoot. A day early, I arrived with 2 crew members, Miles and Tessa, to get everything prepped. Nothing dramatic happened at first, but around 1 a.m., we wandered over from the motel area to the Old West town set to grab some B-roll. And I'm not saying I saw anything. I'm just saying I felt wrong the whole time. Like my body had decided we weren't supposed to be there. We also caught this strange little speck on camera, almost like a tiny point of light, that sort of looped and tracked perfectly along the edge of a roofline in frame. Could have been a bug or dust, sure, but it moved like it was following something. The first day of shooting went smoothly overall. Busy, hot, exhausting, normal filmmaking chaos. But at one point, one of our crew, Raya, told me she heard whispering as she walked past one of the rooms. Clear enough that she actually stopped and listened. She opened the door, expecting to catch someone messing around, and there was nobody inside. What freaked her out was the layout. That room had a connecting door that led into our room. So we deadbolted it from our side and shoved the key for the other room somewhere out of reach. Just in case, you know? You do that little, let's not invite trouble thing, even if you don't admit out loud that you're doing it. That night, most of the crew went down the road to our campsite to drink and blow off steam. My friend Jordan crashed early in the motel room. I stayed up in the motel's common room, talking to my girlfriend on the phone and building the next day's schedule. It started raining hard, real steady, heavy rain. But here's the thing, there wasn't wind. None. The trees weren't thrashing, nothing like that. And then I heard this massive crash against the outside wall behind me. Not a little bump, not a branch scraping. It sounded like something big got slammed into the building. I remember going quiet mid-sentence, just listening, waiting for a follow-up sound, anything. My girlfriend tried to calm me down, like, probably a tree. But the next morning I checked. The closest tree was nowhere near the wall, like, not even close. And with no wind, it just didn't add up. And then I heard voices outside. Two distinct voices, different tones, like two people having a conversation, just out of view. Not yelling, not whispering, just talking. And it didn't sound like my crew. It sounded like strangers. That's when I decided I was done being brave. I shut everything down, hurried back to our room, and went to bed like I could outrun the vibe. Later, around 2 a.m. or so, Jordan woke up and wandered out. Around the same time, Miles, Tessa, and Rhea came back from the campsite and decided to go night swimming in the pool. As they walked outside, they noticed that a bunch of patio chairs and one of those umbrella tables had been knocked over. They didn't remember it being like that. And then this cat just appeared, like it had been waiting. None of us had seen a cat there at all the previous day, and suddenly, here's this cat acting like it belonged to the place. A little while after that, Jordan went back into the common room and later told me they experienced the same thing I did. That edgy feeling, the peripheral movement, the sense the room was crowded somehow. Out by the pool, it got worse. Miles told me he heard something coming down from the hill, from the direction of the Old West town. At first, he thought it was one of us messing around, but then he noticed the footsteps didn't have a normal rhythm. It wasn't like step, step, step. It was like step, rustle. 2 steps, rustle, step. A stilted, uneven approach, like whatever it was didn't move the way an animal or a person usually moves. They turned off their music to listen, and all 3 of them heard it. As it got closer, Miles and Tessa both said the air felt different, like the pressure dropped, like the space around them thickened. At the same time, Jordan, still in the common room, got hit with this wave of dread so strong it made them move without thinking. They said it felt like their body already knew something was happening outside. They bolted toward the pool. When Jordan got there, the other 3 were standing with their phone flashlights trained into this bushy area between the pool and the hill. The cat was there too, and it didn't seem friendly anymore. It was agitated, circling, then slipping through the fence line and sitting down directly in front of the group like it was bracing itself. They couldn't see anything in the bushes, nothing reflective, nothing moving. But the second their lights dipped off for a moment, Miles swore he saw eyes. A pair of eyes staring back from inside the brush. That was it. No debate. No, maybe it's nothing. They all sprinted back into the common room and basically barricaded themselves in. And this is the part that still sticks to me. The cat followed them, but it would not come inside. It stayed right outside the door, sitting like a guard. If anyone went near the exit, like they were thinking about stepping out, the cat would get up and physically position itself in the way, like, no, don't. And if the door stayed open for more than a few seconds, the light fixture near the doorway would flicker. Hard. Not a gentle little flutter, like a stressed out pulse. They spent the rest of the night feeling watched. Not in a vague, spooky story way, in a very specific, very bodily way, like your skin knows before your brain does. And then toward the end of the shoot, we kept finding our camera batteries knocked loose from the chargers. Like you'd set them in, they'd be fine, you'd turn your back, and they'd be disconnected. Over and over. It became a running frustration until it stopped being funny. I'm still not sure what happened. If you want the skeptical angle, sure, maybe it was a coyote. Maybe it was some animal moving weird through brush. Maybe the voices were people farther down the road, and the rain carried sound strangely. But none of that explains the timing, or the pressure drop feeling, or the dread that hit multiple people at once, or the cat acting like a tiny bouncer with a job to do. I don't know. I just know it was a strange couple of days, and that one night especially felt like the location stopped being a set and started being something else entirely. Hey, thanks for letting me share this. I'm not the kind of person who goes looking for ghosts. Honestly, I've always been pretty skeptical about anything paranormal. But a couple of moments I've had out in rural eastern Finland, they left me with this quiet, lingering unease that I still can't fully explain. So the first thing happened one summer, a few years back. A friend of mine, Sadi, told me about this gorgeous little spot by a lake, one of those places locals mention like it's a secret you have to earn. I went there with my boyfriend at the time, Mika. It was one of those bright days where the air smells like pine needles and warm stone, and everything feels simple. When we got there, it really was beautiful. Calm water, tall pines, birds calling from somewhere you can't quite see. But almost immediately, something felt off. Not dramatic, not like a horror movie, more like my body knew something my brain didn't. And then I noticed something that didn't fit. There was this open patch, almost like a small clearing or meadow, soft grass, a few wildflowers, the kind of space you don't usually stumble upon in the middle of thick pine forest. It looked kept, even though no one was keeping it. And I remember thinking, this doesn't just happen by accident. In places like that, a clearing often means there used to be a house. People lived there once. A life existed there. I tried to brush it off. I told myself, you're just tired, you're overthinking. We walked around, took photos, even sat by the shore for a while. But the feeling wouldn't lift. It was like a weight in my chest, like someone was standing behind me even when I turned around and there was nothing there. Later, months after that trip, I heard a story about the area. Someone at a cafe in a nearby village mentioned that there had been a small homestead there long ago, and the rumor was dark. The owner, they said, was a woman people avoided. Folks whispered that she practiced some kind of folk magic, maybe just old beliefs, maybe superstition, maybe something people didn't understand and turned into fear. But the part that made my stomach drop was this. They claimed her child died in the lake. Not an accident, something intentional. And after that, the woman supposedly vanished from the village life entirely, and later was found dead as well. Now, I'm not saying I believe all of that. Small communities carry stories like that the way wind carries smoke. Bits of truth mixed with exaggeration, passed from mouth to mouth until it becomes legend. But the way I felt there, that sudden certainty that something was wrong, it made the rumor cling to me in a way it normally wouldn't. And then there's the second thing. This one hits closer because it happened at my own home. I live out near Kumo, further east. Quiet roads, lots of forest, the kind of place where history feels closer because the land remembers. That area saw fighting during the war, and you grow up hearing little pieces of it. but it's easy to keep it at arm's length until something makes it feel real. One evening, I remember it was early winter, already dark by late afternoon. I was home alone. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the refrigerator click. My cat, Nellie, was curled up asleep on my lap. I was just sitting there, half watching the snow drift past the window. And then, all at once, Nellie snapped awake. Not slowly, instantly. Head up, ears forward, like a switch flipped. She stared at the hallway door the way she does when someone comes inside. And I mean the exact way. Alert, focused, almost expectant. I actually spoke out loud without thinking. I said, "Did someone come in?" Of course, no one answered. Not the cat. Not anything. I told myself it was nothing. Cats are cats, right? Maybe she heard a mouse in the wall. Maybe a pipe clicked. But I'll be honest, my skin felt prickly, like I'd walked into a room mid-conversation. Over the years, there have been other little things too. A soft thud from another room, like something falling off a shelf. Only I'd go look and nothing had moved. Or I'd hear a faint scrape, like a chair leg shifting, when no one was there. Nothing huge. Nothing I could point to and say, "That's proof." Just a collection of small moments that leave you standing still, listening. And then recently, I visited a local museum exhibit about the Winter War. I expected maps, uniforms, old photos. But while reading one of the displays, I learned something I'd never been told. Something that made my throat tighten. There had been a field hospital very close to my home, practically next to it. And there was still an old outbuilding, what I always thought of as just a storage shed, where they used to keep the bodies before they could be transported. When I read that, I felt this slow, cold realization. Like the ground under my everyday life had another layer to it, another story. And suddenly, all those small sounds, Nellie staring into empty space, it didn't feel so random anymore. A couple friends have joked for years that that area has spirits. I used to laugh it off. But lately, I don't know. I'm still not out here claiming I've seen a ghost. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just saying, some places hold on to something. Memory, grief, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes, when you're quiet enough, or alone enough, you feel it noticing you back. So every summer, I go to this camp for about 2 weeks, always right at the very end of the season, like the last little stretch of summer before everything shifts back into normal life. And honestly, every single year it's been completely fine. Fun, loud, exhausting in the best way. Nothing spooky, nothing dramatic. But this past summer, I don't know how else to say it, something felt off. Like I kept getting these weird waves of déjà vu over and over. Little moments where my brain would go, "Wait, haven't I already done this? Haven't I already lived this exact thing?" And it didn't stop when camp ended. If anything, it felt like it followed me home. The first night I got back, my bedroom was being painted, so I couldn't sleep in there. I set myself up in the living room instead. And yeah, my living room is kind of creepy at night. Like shadows sit heavier in there. But it's never been a huge issue. I figured I'd just put something on and pass out. I'm watching some random movie. Could have been on Netflix or Hulu. I don't even remember. When I hear footsteps. At first, I'm not bothered. The sound is familiar. Heavy steps like someone walking from the hallway toward the living room. I automatically assume it's my brother, because that's exactly what it sounds like he got up and wandered out. But then, a few seconds pass and it hits me. He isn't even home. He was staying at my dad's that night. And the second I remember that, my stomach just drops. like my whole body went cold all at once. I pause what I'm watching and just sit there, completely still, trying to listen. I'm not even breathing right. I tell myself maybe it's the house settling. Maybe the TV made me imagine it. Maybe I'm tired. And then I hear it again. Footsteps. Not a creak, not a pop of the floor. Actual steps, like someone walking with purpose. I don't jump up. I don't scream. I just quietly change what I'm watching to something safer, like some cozy comfort movie, like my brain thinks that'll protect me. And I'm sitting there trying to act normal, like if I act normal, nothing can touch me. After a while, I decide to call my best friend. Her name's Talia, because we hadn't talked in a couple weeks, and I missed her. I'm in the middle of telling her about camp, laughing a little, finally relaxing, and then I glance up for literally half a second, and I see something. This shadow, sliding back behind the wall in front of me, like it realized I noticed it and tried to hide. And I'm telling you, it wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a car passing outside. It moved in a way that was too smooth, too intentional, like liquid, like it had shape and it chose to pull away. My entire body reacted before my mind did. I just froze, and my voice got shaky, and I remember whispering, "Oh my God." I grew up Catholic, and when I get scared like that, it's like instinct takes over. I started praying out loud without even thinking, like full-on desperate prayer. And I actually yelled, something like, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ," which is not me. I'm not usually dramatic. I'm not usually the type to panic like that. But it felt like the air around me had changed, like something was in the room with me and I wasn't imagining it. The next day I called my dad, because he's the kind of person who's into paranormal stuff. He listens seriously when people talk about things like that. And he told me this whole explanation, like maybe I can see into other realities or something, and that what I saw could be what he called a shadow person. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I trust that as an explanation. It felt a little too convenient, like slapping a label on something you can't prove. But still, hearing a name for it didn't make me feel better. If anything, it made it feel more real. Then, not that long after, something else happened. I'm in the bathroom, and I hear someone softly singing right outside the door. It's a woman's voice, light, quiet, almost like she's humming but actually forming the words. And the song is Summertime Sadness, except in my head, I remember it being a different Lana song at first, like video games or something, because I remember thinking, of course it would be Lana, of course. And that's what freaked me out even more, because Lana is one of my favorite artists. Like, I know those melodies in my bones. I freeze immediately, just standing there, phone in my hand, not moving. And the first thing I do is hit record. I don't even step out yet. I just record, hoping the sound picks up so I can prove to myself I'm not losing it. Then I open the door and step out slowly, and the singing stops. The hallway is empty. No one is there. My mom wasn't home. No TV was on. No neighbors above me, below me, nothing. Just quiet. So I go back and listen to the audio, expecting at least something. Nothing. Absolute silence. Like the recording never captured a single sound in the first place. Later that night, Talia comes over, and I tell her everything. Like I'm trying to make it sound casual, but I can hear how nervous I am. She's like, "Show me the video." So I open my camera roll, and it's gone. The video I know I recorded isn't there. And that part wasn't as terrifying as it was just wrong. Like reality was glitching, like something didn't want proof. Then the most recent thing. That's the one that still messes with me, because it felt so direct. It was late, like around 2 in the morning, and I went into the kitchen to get food because I couldn't sleep. Ever since that first night, the kitchen at night has felt hostile. I don't know how else to describe it, like it's waiting for me to walk in there. But I was hungry, and I told myself I was done letting fear control me. So I put on a YouTube video, shoved my AirPods in, and tried to act like it was nothing. I'm grabbing something to eat when I hear it. Through the AirPods. Heavy footsteps again. That same weight. That same rhythm. Like someone walking nearby, close enough that my whole nervous system could feel it. My heart starts pounding so hard I can hear my pulse. I start praying immediately, quietly at first, then faster, because I'm trying to keep myself from spiraling. I snatch my food, grab my phone, and I'm basically speed walking out of the kitchen like, don't look around, just go. And as I'm going back toward my room, I swear to God, something says my name. Not a whisper I could dismiss, not a sound that could have been the video. It was clear, clean, like it was spoken right into the air behind me. I ran, actually ran into my room and slammed the door behind me, shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. And I told my friend, she's really religious, really. And without even pausing, she goes, "That's the devil." And I just sat there afterward, in the dark, thinking, I don't know what any of this is, but I know what it felt like. And I know I'm not imagining how real it sounded when something called my name. So, this is going to sound strange right from the start, but just stay with me. I had this dream where I knew I was dreaming, like I was inside a dream that was happening inside another dream. And in it, I'm sitting at this oval table, the kind that feels too familiar even when you can't place where it's from. Across from me is a woman, maybe late 40s, early 50s, nothing dramatic about her. Soft brown hair pulled back like she'd done it 1,000 times, thin framed glasses, a calm face. The kind of person you'd pass in the grocery store and never think twice about. And beside me at the table is my partner. Let's call him Jonas. He's quiet, like he's listening but also bracing for something. The woman looks straight at us and says, very clearly, like she's delivering instructions, "We have to find Kemslauser house." Then she pauses, and her voice drops just slightly, like she's being careful with the words. That's where the trauma in Jonas's family is buried. Not metaphorically buried. It felt placed there, stored there, like the building itself was holding it. And then I wake up, but only from the inner layer of the dream. I'm still dreaming, just in a different scene, and somehow that makes total sense. In that half-awake dream logic, the very first thing I do is grab my phone and look it up. Not slowly, not doubting it, just, of course I'm going to search it. And here's the part that made my stomach flip. It comes up immediately, like it's a real thing, like it's been waiting for me. The search result is this unsettling snippet about a priest, someone described as unstable, dangerous, the kind of man whose name gets whispered long after he's gone. The story says he drove people into madness, and then, this is the part that chilled me, he put them to sleep. Not gently, not kindly. The phrase felt wrong, like sleep was being used as a weapon. In the dream, Jonas and I go right away. No debate, just movement. We're suddenly traveling, and I can't tell exactly where we are, but everything outside the car looks flat and gray-green, with that neat, damp countryside feeling. It could be the Netherlands. It could be somewhere along the German border. The sky hangs low, like it's pressing down. Then we reach it. The building looks old, heavy, and somehow unfinished, like it never decided what it wanted to be. And on the outside, there are these little letter tiles, like Scrabble pieces, stuck all over the facade. Dozens of them. maybe hundreds. Different colors, different sizes, scattered without a pattern. And it's not cute. It's not artsy. It's like language broke apart and got pinned there. Like someone tried to spell something and gave up halfway, or like the house rejected meaning. While we're standing there, I call my mom. Let's call her Mara, because in the dream it feels urgent that she needs to know. I tell her, kind of breathless, "I'm here. I found it. This place from my dream. Kemslauser House." And she just goes, flat as anything. "Okay." No questions, no concern, just, "Okay." Like I told her I bought milk. That almost scares me more than the priest story, honestly. How normal she sounds while I'm standing in front of this nightmare house. We pull into the parking lot and everything feels grim. Not spooky in a fun way. Not, ooh, haunted. More like walking into a place where something bad happened and never really stopped happening. And then I remember we have our child with us. In the dream, I suddenly feel this sharp hesitation, like my body knows before my mind does. Do we really go inside with a kid? I wake up for real. For actual real. And the air in my room feels too bright, too normal, like the world is pretending nothing happened. A few minutes later, my mom, Mara, walks in, and I sit up and blurt out, "Do you know a place called Kemslauser House?" And she says, genuinely confused, "No." So now I'm wide awake, heart still racing, and I grab my phone and try to search it again. Nothing. No results. No building, no priest, no folklore. Like it never existed. Like the internet just closed its mouth. And I'm not ready to let it go, so I try asking ChatGPT, because if anyone's going to pull a thread, maybe it's that. At first, it doesn't find anything either. But I keep poking at it, giving it more detail, describing the priest, the legend vibe, the supposed location. And then it suddenly starts responding like it knows. It tells me Kemslauser House is tied to local legends. It describes eerie stories, strange phenomena, madness, visions, a priest who changed people. It even says it's in Germany, somewhere around Saxony-Anhalt. It reads like a confident little summary of something that's been documented for years. But here's the problem. I still can't find any outside sources. No articles, no maps, no photos, nothing. So I tell my sister, let's call her Elise, and she tries asking too. And when she does it, ChatGPT can't find it. It gives her nothing. So now I'm stuck with this unsettling situation where I dreamed a name I'd never heard before. In the dream, I found it instantly online. Awake, it doesn't exist. And the only place it appears is in one weird, inconsistent AI response that won't repeat itself. And I don't know what bothers me more, the possibility that my brain invented the whole thing, or the possibility that it didn't. Because that woman at the table, she wasn't dramatic, she wasn't mystical. She was calm and certain, like she was telling me where the fire started. And I keep thinking about those Scrabble tiles, all those scattered letters, like the house was made out of broken language, like it was trying to say something, and couldn't. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a dream doing what dreams do, mixing fear and family and random syllables into a story that feels important. Or maybe it's one of those moments where your mind stumbles onto a name that shouldn't be there. Either way, I can't shake the feeling that I was pointed somewhere on purpose. And the strangest part is, I still want to know what's inside that house. Okay, so this happened a little over 15 years ago, back when I was about 16, and I still get that tight little shiver in my shoulders when I think about it. I grew up in this small Midwestern town where old houses are just part of the scenery. Big porches, creaky floorboards, those towering maples that make everything feel a bit older than it is. One Saturday, my parents, Mara and Glenn, dragged me along to an open house across town. They were in that let's just look phase, which everyone knows is never just looking. The house was this huge 2-story farmhouse, built sometime in the 1800s, I want to say 1860-ish, and it sat way, way back on the property. Like you drove up a long gravel lane and the house just waited for you at the end of it. The land was a few acres at least, with these mature trees and overgrown shrubs that made it feel like the place was half hidden on purpose. The yard was okay. Someone had tried, but you could tell nobody had really lived there in a while. And honestly, from the outside, it was kind of gorgeous. Not polished, not renovated, but charming in that slightly forgotten way. The kind of house where you can almost picture warm lamps in the windows, except instead, it had that tired old carpeting everywhere. Like that thick, beige, stubborn carpet that looks like it's survived 3 decades of spilled coffee and bad decisions. There were other people touring too, 4 or 5 little groups wandering around, so it wasn't empty. And yet, the second I stepped inside, something felt off. Not like a monster is going to jump out off, more like the house swallowed sound. Everything felt muffled and still, like the air wasn't moving. We started upstairs with the rest of the crowd. The rooms were big, technically, high ceilings, wide doorways. But up there, I felt weirdly cramped anyway, like my chest couldn't quite expand all the way. I remember getting dizzy too, like I'd stood up too fast and it never settled. I kept thinking, I just want to be outside again. My parents were chatting about paint colors and repairs like it was normal, and I was already mentally halfway out the front door. But we kept going, because that's what you do when you're 16 and trapped in family outings. Downstairs felt better. Still quiet, still strange, but at least I wasn't fighting that dizzy, claustrophobic feeling. I started relaxing a little, enough to think maybe I'd just gotten in my own head. Then the real estate agent, bright voice, jangly keys, the whole thing, started directing everyone to the basement. The door was right off the kitchen. And listen, you know those basements in old farmhouses? The ones that feel like they were dug out by hand and then politely ignored for the next 100 years? Yeah, that kind. The basement door opened onto steep stairs, and at the bottom was one lonely light bulb hanging from a cord like it was barely committed to the job. The walls were unfinished, the floor was dirt, and the whole place had that damp, mineral smell that sinks straight into your clothes. The steps looked like the kind where horror movies begin, where something grabs your ankles from the dark and everybody screams and nobody learns anything. We all went down together, like a little field trip into a nightmare. People poked around politely. Oh wow, look at the stonework. Needs new wiring, that kind of thing. I barely looked at anything because my whole body was focused on one thought. Get me back upstairs. I remember exactly where I was. 3rd step from the top. And then, out of nowhere, something yanked my hair. Not like a breeze, not like static. A tug. Like someone reached from behind and grabbed a small fistful right at the crown of my head and pulled, sharp and deliberate. I froze so hard I swear my brain went blank. My first thought was, okay, I caught it on something. So I whipped my head around, looked at the wall, looked at the railing, looked for a nail, a hook, anything. There was this fire extinguisher mounted nearby, but I wasn't close enough to it, not even remotely. And there was nothing else, no protruding wire, no rough wood, nothing. And the second I realized there was no logical reason for that pull, I was done, completely done. I stepped into the kitchen like my life depended on it and basically power walked out of the house. My parents followed, confused, asking what was wrong, and I didn't even answer until we were in the car with the doors shut. Then I told them, something pulled my hair on the basement stairs. They didn't laugh it off, which I appreciated. They got quiet, exchanged that look adults do when they don't want to freak you out, but also don't know what to say. And after that, it just became one of those stories we brought up every once in a while, usually over dinner, in that half-joking, half-serious tone. Like, remember that creepy farmhouse? Remember the hair thing? The kind of story you tell because it's the only one you've got that actually happened to you. Later on, the property got bought by this local guy who opened an Italian restaurant out front. He cleared out a bunch of the trees and the lawn to make room. Kind of sad, honestly, but the old house stayed put way back on the land. It's still there, last I heard, like it refused to budge. And then time passed. I went off to college. Life got busy. The memory faded into the general pile of weird teenage moments. Until one day, about 4 years after the open house, my mom called me with this, "You are not going to believe this," kind of voice. She'd been at an appointment with her hairstylist, and somehow the Italian restaurant came up, the one on that property. And the stylist goes, totally casual, something like, "Oh, that place? Yeah, there's supposedly an older woman spirit out there. People say she messes with folks on the basement steps, especially men. Just little stuff, like she'll tug hair or touch you when you're going up." And here's the part that got me. My mom hadn't told her anything. She hadn't mentioned my story. The stylist just offered that up on her own, like it was common gossip. When my mom repeated that to me on the phone, I swear my entire scalp prickled. That same cold, crawling feeling climbed right up my spine, like my body recognized the moment before my brain could. My mom, of course, told the stylist what happened to me back at that open house. And the stylist was apparently like, "Yep, that's exactly what people say." So, yeah, that's it. The house is still standing. The restaurant is still open. And every so often I think, maybe I should go back, just to see. But if I'm being honest with you, there's a curious part of me. And then there's the much louder part that remembers that third step from the top and wants absolutely nothing to do with it. So, this happened a few years back, late summer of 2021, I think. One of my longtime friends, Marisol, came to stay with me for a couple nights. She was visiting from a small town out in southern Minnesota, and we did what we always do when we're together. Snacks, staying up too late, and watching something we knew we'd regret. That night's choice was a horror movie, Lights Out. If you've seen it, you know the whole thing hinges on this entity that can only move in the dark, and it vanishes the second the lights hit it. The character's name in the movie is Diana, and obviously, fiction. We knew that. We were joking about it, quoting lines, laughing at ourselves for even picking it, and still, about 15 minutes after the credits, Marisol wanted to go outside and smoke, and I was like, "Sure, I'll come with you." Because the air felt cool, and it was one of those nights where the world is quiet in a way that almost feels soft. Where I lived then was this little loop of houses, almost like a cul-de-sac, except it's more of a circle. There's basically one way in and one way out. This short road that goes up a hill and connects to the main street. On one side of the hill, there's an intersection with a couple restaurants and a strip mall. On the other side, there are just a few houses, and behind those, woods. We'd see deer sometimes, and cranes, and little things rustling around that you never fully see. During the day, that hill gets plenty of sun. At night, though, it turns into this weird pocket of darkness. There's a street lamp down near the main road, but the bushes along the hill throw these heavy shadows. So when you first step out of the neighborhood and start walking up, it's like the light just stops. Your eyes adjust, but it never feels bright enough to be normal. It was close to 11 p.m., and we were walking side by side, talking about something completely unimportant. Like we were debating which horror movie is actually the scariest, when Marisol suddenly slowed down. Then she lifted her arm across my chest, like a gentle "stop," and she whispered, "Do you see that?" I remember the exact way my stomach dropped, because she wasn't joking. She wasn't doing that playful, "ooh, spooky" thing. Her voice had that tightness people get when their brain is trying to decide if something is real. So I looked, really looked, straight ahead into that thick part of the hill where the shadows were darkest. And something was moving. At first, my brain tried to label it. Deer, crane, a person, anything, because that's what your mind does. But the more I focused, the more my thoughts just slid right off it. It was darker than the shadows around it. Not like hard to see, but like it was made of a deeper black, the way a silhouette looks when it doesn't belong in the lighting. And it wasn't walking normally. It was moving in this slow, circling pattern, almost like it was turning around itself, like it was pacing, but not forward, just rotating. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle when I say it out loud. It looked like only legs. 2 long legs. Too long, honestly. Not thin like a bird's, not thick like a deer's, just wrong in a way I can't neatly describe. And there was no torso, no shoulders, no head, no arms, nothing above where a body should be. Just legs, moving like they belonged to something that wasn't fully there. But Marisol saw it too. I could feel it in the way she went completely still beside me. Then one of us, maybe me, made a small sound. Not even a scream. Just that sharp inhale people do when they realize they're about to panic. And the thing shifted. It moved toward the side of the hill that led back into the neighborhood, toward my house, and then it was gone. Like it stepped into the darker edge and just erased itself. The whole sighting couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but it was enough. It was more than enough. I remember us both standing there, not speaking, because once you speak, it's real. And once it's real, you have to decide what to do next. Neither of us wanted to walk back toward my house, not after it went that way. So we kept going forward instead, toward the strip mall. We didn't even discuss it. Our bodies just chose the direction that felt safer. We went under the lights, stood near the storefronts, smoked like it was a chore we needed to finish, and tried to pretend we were normal people having a normal night. But we weren't. When we finally headed back, we held hands the entire way up that hill. Like kids. Like we could anchor each other to the ground just by staying connected. And here's what really messed with me afterward. A couple weeks later, I had 2 other friends over, Evan and Kira, and they ended up walking that same road at night without me. They came back pale, and before I could even ask why, one of them said, "Okay, don't freak out, but we saw something on the hill. Same place, same darkness, same impossible movement." After that, I started digging into local stories, urban legends, weird sightings, anything. I even posted about it online, hoping someone would say, "Oh yeah, that's just a heron doing something creepy," or "There's a known optical illusion there," or literally anything that would let my brain exhale. But I didn't get anything that fit. And what's wild is that I'm not someone who wants it to be paranormal. I've tried to talk myself out of it every way imaginable. I've wondered about hallucinations, fear contamination from the movie, misperception, stress, all of it. But the details don't line up neatly, especially because it wasn't just me, and it wasn't just one night. I haven't seen it in a long time, over 2 years now, but the fear didn't leave with it. That hill still feels wrong to me. Even now, if I have to walk alone at night, and I hear the crickets stop or the sound shifts, my whole body reacts like it's bracing for something. And sometimes I catch myself thinking, Maybe I imagined it. But then I remember Marisol's voice, the way she reached her arm out to stop me. Do you see that? And I did. So yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what kind of thing can look like legs without a body. I just know that for a few seconds on that dark hill, something moved in a way that didn't belong to anything I've ever seen in real life. And I've been trying to make it make sense ever since. So, a little while ago, my friend Maya and I took a trip to Belgium to visit our friend Elise. Elise told us we'd be staying at her partner's family place while they were away. Nothing fancy, just somewhere with a pool, she said. You know, one of those don't worry about it situations. Except, it wasn't a house. It was a castle. I'm talking full-on 18th century storybook castle vibes. Stone towers, little turrets, and this faintly ridiculous moat that made me feel like we should have arrived by carriage instead of a rental car. The whole place sat back from the road, surrounded by wide lawns and stretches of trees that just kept going. We pulled into this long, elegant driveway, completely lined with tall trees that arched overhead like a tunnel. And as we rolled forward, the building grew bigger and bigger in the windshield until it started to feel unreal, like we'd accidentally driven onto a film set. Then we got closer to the front entrance and noticed the main door wasn't being used at all. Instead, someone had put up a sturdy gate across the entryway area, like a little fenced-off section right in front of the grand door, apparently so the dogs could be safely outside without roaming the whole property. And the dogs were losing it when we arrived. We could see them bouncing and scrambling behind the gate, all excitement and wagging tails. As the car crept closer, I started to make them out more clearly. There was a border collie stretched out low to the ground, another one springing up and down like it had springs in its legs. And then, between them, there was a third dog. And the second I really saw it, my stomach did this weird little drop. Because it wasn't just a big dog. It was wrong in the way it looked. This thing was tall and black, like truly pitch black, as if it drank the light around it. It had a sleek, short coat, but its limbs were long and oddly angular, like it was all elbows and knees. It reminded me of a lurcher or a greyhound shape, but heavier somehow, bigger through the chest, longer overall. Like it didn't quite fit the proportions my brain expects when it sees a dog. I leaned forward slightly in my seat, then twisted around toward Maya in the back and whispered, without even thinking, "Okay, what is that monster in the middle?" I didn't mean monster, literally. I was trying to be funny, but the word came out because I genuinely didn't know what else to call it. Maya didn't laugh. She just stared past me, eyes narrowed, and quietly went, "I was just about to ask you the same thing." And then, like the universe didn't want us lingering on it, we got distracted. Because the castle was right there. The grounds were enormous. The air smelled like wet stone and grass, and the whole place felt like you should speak softer just out of respect for it. We parked, dragged our bags out, started gawking at everything, and within minutes we were absorbed in the excitement of exploring. We spent the day wandering, through gardens, along little paths, near the edge of the water. And the two border collies trailed us everywhere, like friendly little tour guides. They were constantly underfoot, popping up beside us, reappearing around corners, following us like we belonged there. Hours later, at some completely random moment, it hit me like a tap on the shoulder. Wait, where's the other dog? I stopped and said to Elise as casually as I could, "Hang on, what happened to the third dog?" Elise looked genuinely puzzled. "Third dog?" She actually laughed a little, like she thought I was doing a bit. "What black dog? There are only two." And I remember this exact chill that went through me. Not dramatic, just cold realization. because Maya and I looked at each other at the same time, both of us with that expression of, "Please tell me you're about to say you saw it too." And she did. Maya immediately goes, "No, Elise, there absolutely was a third one. It was massive, black, right between them." Elise's face shifted from amused to uneasy. She told us we must have been mistaken, or seeing things in the shadow, or maybe it was a trick of the gate and the collies moving around. But here's the thing. We described it to her the exact same way, without prompting, and our descriptions matched, too specifically to be coincidence. Elise tried to reason it out. She said maybe it belonged to someone who worked on the property, like a groundskeeper or a caretaker, and it just happened to be there when we arrived. That sounded plausible for about 30 seconds, until later on, when we did meet the caretaker on the grounds, and he didn't have a dog. And also, this is important, the dogs at the entrance had been contained behind the same gate, together, like they were all meant to be there. Elise insisted no one else's dog would have been locked in with hers. So then we're standing there with this incredibly simple problem that somehow had no simple answer. We both saw it. It was right there. And now, according to the person who lives there, it never existed. That night, because of course I did, I started searching online, trying to find literally any breed that matched what we'd seen. I went down the usual rabbit holes first: lurchers, deerhounds, mixes, working dogs. But the more I searched, the more I kept circling back to the same folklore references people always bring up when the description is large black dog. And that's when I stumbled onto stories about these regional black dog spirits, omens, guardians, wandering apparitions, different names depending on where you are. One mention that stuck in my head was a local legend tied to the area we were in. A story about a phantom black dog that shows up on old estates and near water, like it belongs to the land more than it belongs to any person. And look, I'm not saying I know what it was. I'm not pretending I can prove anything. I'm just telling you what happened, and the part that still bothers me. It wasn't like seeing something in the corner of your eye. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a quick glimpse. We watched it. We took it in. We commented on it. And then it was simply gone, like it had never been there at all. So if you've ever had an experience like that, where you and someone else see the exact same impossible thing, and you're left afterward trying to jam it into the shape of a normal explanation, I get it now. Because even thinking back on it, I can still picture that gate, the two collies, and that third shape in the middle. Too tall, too black, too strange. And I still don't have a satisfying answer for it. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. After a long, exhausting day, this is honestly my favorite part. Sitting down with my mic and sharing my paranormal experiences with you. Thank you so much for always supporting our team. And please don't hesitate to send in your own paranormal stories. I love reading them. I always check the comments, so feel free to drop yours down below. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any new videos. Thanks again. Now, let's jump into today's paranormal experiences. So, let me take you back to one of my earliest memories. I was about 4 years old, and my parents had just moved us into our very first real house. Like, our house. Everything still felt new and a little echoey, you know? To celebrate, my family decided to make a whole thing of it. A big sleepover in the living room. Cousins everywhere. My aunties and uncles laughing and talking late. Blankets piled up like a fort. Somebody put on a movie, E.T., which, as a grown-up, I get is supposed to be sweet. But as a tiny kid, absolutely terrifying. I remember trying to act brave while secretly wishing it would just end already. Eventually, the lights went off and everyone settled down. And I swear, That night is still crystal clear in my head. At some point, I woke up because someone was standing near me. It was a girl, but not like a normal girl. She looked like she'd stepped right out of a cartoon. Bright blonde hair, this bubblegum pink dress, and the colors were so vivid that even now, years later, I can still see her like she's right in front of me. And she's holding this paint bucket and this ridiculous paintbrush, like comically huge, the kind you'd see in an old animated short. She leans in, like we're friends, and in this calm, casual way, she asks me to come outside with her because she wanted to paint some things. And for some reason, this is what gets me, I just went. Like it felt normal. I didn't wake my parents. I didn't wake any of my cousins. Nobody stirred. I just followed her right out the front door. The air outside was cool and quiet. We lived out in this semi-rural neighborhood, lots of open land, fields nearby, the kind of place where the nights feel extra dark because there aren't many streetlights. My dad was the type who didn't even bother locking his truck out there. He'd always say, "What's gonna happen? The cows are gonna steal it?" The girl leads me around the side of the house to my dad's pickup. Now, important detail. That truck was huge, lifted. The door handle was basically at my forehead. I was a tiny kid. I couldn't have climbed into it on my own if my life depended on it. And I barely ever rode in it, so it's not like I had some little kid routine for how to get in. But she walks right up to the driver's side like she belongs there. And she opens the door. Then she sets the paint bucket on the ground, like a step, and motions for me to climb up. I remember stepping onto the bucket, grabbing the seat, hauling myself in with this wobbly little kid effort. And then I'm inside the truck. And then my stomach drops. Because I realize I'm alone. I don't even remember hearing the door shut, but suddenly I'm stuck in there, and I can see her outside, just walking away. Like she's finished with me. Like this was the whole plan. And the fear hits me all at once. Pure, full-body panic. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. And my brain immediately goes to the movie we watched, and I'm convinced that any second, something is going to come out of the dark. Not even just something. I'm imagining that creepy alien face from the screen, peeking around the corner of the house. I start screaming, crying, full meltdown. The kind where you don't even breathe right, you're just making sound because you have to. And here's the only reason I'm not telling this as a missing kid story. My dad was still awake. He'd gone out to the garage to tinker with something. He does that sometimes when everyone's asleep, just puttering around with tools. And somehow, through the walls and the quiet, he hears me. He runs inside and sees the front door standing wide open, so my dad bolts outside thinking the worst, like full adrenaline, heart in his stomach, because what kind of parent sees an open front door at midnight and hears their little kids screaming? He finds me in the truck. He yanks the door open, scoops me up, trying to calm me down, asking me what happened, how I got there, who brought me out. And I'm just sobbing and babbling about the girl and the paint bucket and how scared I was. The next day, he checked everything. Walked around the truck, looked for anything I could have climbed on. There was nothing. No stools, no crates, nothing that would make it make sense. And he kept asking me, over and over, how I opened the door. But I couldn't have. I know I couldn't have. And my family still brings it up sometimes, like this weird little mystery that never got solved. "How did you get in there?" they'll say, half laughing, half not. What really messes with me is that was just the beginning. After that, I started having these strange little experiences on and off, things I can't neatly explain. And it honestly feels like whatever was around that night kind of stayed interested, like it noticed me. But I'll admit something. As creepy as it is, it's also kind of a perfect story to tell when I want to freak someone out. Because I mean, come on. A cartoon girl with a paint bucket led me into a locked truck in the middle of the night. And nobody saw a thing. Okay, so I've been quietly reading people's stories for a while, and it hit me that I'm sitting on a few moments from my life that I've never really told all in one place. They're spaced out over years, and none of them feel like campfire spooky when I remember them. They feel personal, like the room got close around me. So, here we go. 3 experiences, and I'm genuinely curious what you make of them. The first one happened when I was a kid, maybe 13 or so. My aunt had this older place up in New England, creaky, drafty, the kind of house that always smells faintly like wood and old books. My cousin Mara and my cousin Jace and I were in the guest bedroom, sprawled across the bed like we owned the world, laughing at ghost stories and basically roasting the whole idea of anything paranormal. We were being obnoxious about it too, like, if something's here, do it right now. That kind of energy. And I swear, it was like the house took that personally. The ceiling fan light blinked, just once, then again, like someone was tapping a switch. And then the closet door. The closet door was one of those sliding ones, and it was fully shut. No gap, no wobble. It didn't slide open gently. It snapped open so hard it banged against the frame, like someone yanked it with both hands. All 3 of us froze for half a second, like our brains couldn't catch up. Then we lost it. We bolted out of that room screaming, tripping over each other, full panic. After that, I would go anywhere in that house except that bedroom, even in daylight, even with people around. That room never felt the same again, and honestly, thinking about it still makes my stomach tighten. The second one was a few years later, after my family moved to a quieter area, more spread out, lots of fields and long roads where everything feels a little too empty. I used to catch the bus early, like painfully early, around 7:10ish. It was October, still dark out, the kind of morning where the streetlights feel like they're doing all the work. We were riding through this newer neighborhood, fresh-looking houses, neat lawns, that just-built vibe. The bus stops, a couple kids climb on, and I'm half awake, staring out the window. And that's when I see her. A little girl, tiny, maybe 5 years old, standing near the sidewalk. She had this pale dress on, and she was holding a stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm like it was her favorite thing in the world. She wasn't crying, she wasn't waving, she was just standing there, still as a cutout. At first my brain goes, oh, she's someone's little sister. But then this cold logic hits me. Why would a kid that small be outside alone right now? It's dark, it's early, no adult anywhere. My heart did that weird drop, like when you miss a step on the stairs. I looked away for a second, just a second, because the bus started moving, and then I snapped my eyes back to the same spot. And she was gone. Not walking away, not running up a driveway, not behind a tree, just gone, like someone erased her. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, that didn't happen. But I also remember exactly what she looked like, and how the whole moment felt too sharp to be a daydream. The third one happened when I was older, right after I started my first real job. I had to travel for work, this time to Philadelphia, not too far from downtown. The hotel was one of those older ones with fancy trim and dim lighting and carpets that swallow your footsteps. I tried to laugh it off at check-in. I made a stupid little joke like, "This place feels haunted." And the person at the desk, her name tag said Renee, didn't smile. She just said, very flat, "We don't talk about that here." Which, okay, weird. Then she tells me they upgraded me and hands me a key for room 1127. She explains it's a corner room, kind of tucked away. And she's not kidding. To get to it, you had to go down one hallway, step through a little side section like a mini corridor, and the room was there by itself, like it didn't belong to the rest of the floor. When I opened the door, the room was huge, like borderline suite, old furniture, lots of space, and it felt wrong. Not messy or gross, just wrong. Like the room had a mood. My phone was nearly dead, so the first thing I did was plug it in. And here's where it starts getting stupid. Every time it would begin charging, the battery would plummet instead. Like it was draining faster because it was plugged in. I tried different outlets, same thing. I remember actually staring at the battery percentage like, this is impossible. I tried calling my cousin Theo because I wanted to laugh about it and calm down. The call connected, but all I could hear was static, like an old radio between stations. My email worked fine, my internet was fine, just the call was a mess. Then Theo's voice cuts through and he goes, "Why are you whispering? And why do I hear other people?" And I swear to you, I wasn't whispering. I wasn't even talking. I was standing there with my phone in my hand, staring at the screen like an idiot. Then I hear a creak behind me. I turn around and the hotel room door is slightly open. Not wide open, just cracked, like someone had gently pulled it an inch or two. I know I shut it when I came in. It was heavy, solid wood, and it took effort to close. I walk over, put my hand on it, and the second my fingers touch the edge, it slams. Not like a soft latch, like a full-body, shake-the-room slam. It was so loud my heart started hammering instantly, adrenaline straight to the throat. And the thing is, I didn't push it. I barely touched it. At that point, I'm doing that mental bargaining thing. You're tired. You're anxious. Stop being ridiculous. So I decide to shower and reset. The bathroom mirror was spotless, like weirdly perfect. No streaks, no smudges, nothing. I take this really hot shower, the kind that fogs everything. Steam rolls across the mirror, and I'm watching it cloud over. And then, right in front of me, letters start appearing through the fog like someone is tracing with a fingertip. Slowly, clearly. 11:27. Not backwards, not messy, like someone wrote it on purpose. I just stood there frozen, water still running, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs. I remember whispering, "Nope," out loud without even thinking. I left for dinner with a coworker almost immediately, like I needed to be around another human being in a different building under bright lights. I tried to act normal through the meal, but I felt like I was buzzing inside. When I came back, I went straight to the front desk and told them I couldn't stay in that room. I didn't even try to sound cool about it. I told them the phone thing, the door, the mirror, everything. And the person at the desk didn't look surprised. They just said, "You're not the first," and moved me to another room. Only problem? I had to go back and get my stuff. Once the lights are on, I start shoving things into my bag as fast as I can. And then it happens. Every hair on the back of my neck rises at once. That unmistakable feeling of being watched. Not imagined, not maybe, like eyes on you. I stopped, took a breath, and I said, out loud, something like, "I'm leaving. I'm taking my things and I'm going. I understand you want me out." And I don't know why, but I tried to say it calmly, like you talk to a nervous animal. I packed the rest of my stuff without looking into any mirrors, without turning my back on corners, and I left. The new room was mostly fine. Mostly. I still heard running in the hallway at around 2 or 3 in the morning, like fast footsteps that didn't sound like a sleepy guest. And once, I woke up to a loud bang on my door. I didn't open it. I didn't even move. I just waited until I couldn't hear anything anymore. But the strangest part was what happened after the trip. For weeks, maybe a month or two, I felt like someone had scooped the energy out of me. I was tired, down, unmotivated. Not normal, work-stress tired, more like I couldn't find the brightness in anything. I didn't have a reason. Nothing in my life had changed. I just felt heavy. And then, slowly, it faded. It's been years now, and nothing like that has happened again. But those 3 moments, especially that hotel room, I carry them like little stones in my pocket. I can live my life, laugh, be normal. And then once in a while, I'll remember the closet door flying open, or the little girl with the stuffed rabbit, or that number forming on a fogged mirror like a message meant only for me. And I still don't know what any of it was, but I know what it felt like. Hey, so I should probably start by saying I've never been the kind of person who automatically believes in ghosts. I love horror movies. I love a good creepy story, and I've always had that curiosity that pulls you toward places you're not supposed to go, like abandoned buildings at night. I've wandered through empty hospitals and all those so-called haunted spots, and honestly, for years, nothing ever happened. Lots of eerie vibes, sure, but nothing that made me go, okay, that was real. Except, there are 2 moments I keep coming back to. One from when I was a kid, and one that happened not that long ago. And together, they've kind of messed with my confidence in my own skepticism. So, when I was little, my grandpa passed away. We were close, and his house had this really specific smell. Not like food or candles, more like aftershave mixed with that clean, powdery scent some lotions have. It was his smell. The kind of thing you don't notice until it's gone, and then it hits you like a memory you can't control. A few days after the funeral, I was home alone. Quiet house, middle of the afternoon, normal light through the windows, nothing spooky. I was just walking down the hallway, and suddenly I smelled it. That exact scent. Strong enough that it stopped me in my tracks. And without thinking, I followed it, like it had a direction. It led me toward the living room, and I remember feeling weirdly calm, almost. Like my brain went, oh, there you are. But the second I stepped into the room, it just vanished. Not faded, vanished. Like someone flipped a switch and the air went blank. I stood there for a long time, kind of frozen, staring at nothing, trying to make sense of what I'd just felt. And for years I told myself, maybe that was him. Maybe he came by one last time to check on me. Then I got older, and the practical part of my brain kicked in. Maybe it was grief. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe I'd picked up the scent from something, clothes, a pillow, whatever. And I'm aware childhood memories can be slippery. But the thing is, I still remember it so clearly. That's what creeps me out. Not in a horror movie way, more like a soft, unsettling question that never fully leaves. Okay, so that was the first thing. The second one is the reason I can't just laugh this off anymore. This happened last summer. My friend Mara and I were out late, walking near this old psychiatric hospital on the edge of town. One of those places that looks wrong even in daylight. Broken windows, weeds up to your knees, that heavy silence like the building is holding its breath. It was a warm night, totally clear. No fog, no mist, nothing like that. We weren't even inside, just outside, looping around the grounds like idiots who think they're fearless. I had a flashlight, but I kept it on the low setting to save battery. We're walking, talking quietly, and I sweep the beam ahead of us, and suddenly there's this white shape in the light. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't like, oh, that's a plastic bag. It had presence. It was upright, moving, crossing the beam like something stepping right in front of us. I panicked so hard my stomach dropped. Instinctively, I clicked the flashlight to full brightness, like more light would make it make sense. Just gone. For that brief moment on low, it looked like a woman in an old-fashioned dress, like something from a different century. And this is the part that makes my skin prickle even now. I swear I saw the motion of legs underneath, like a walking stride. Not floating, not drifting, walking. Mara was looking the other way, and I remember babbling, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" And she went really still and said something like, "I didn't see it straight on, but I saw something white out of the corner of my eye." We stood there arguing with reality for a minute. Then we tried to recreate it, pointing the flashlight at different angles, stepping around, trying to force it to be logical. Maybe a weird glare, maybe dust, maybe something on the lens. But there was nothing. No fog, no reflective sign, no fabric caught on a branch. Nothing that could have made a human-shaped white figure appear for 1 second and then vanish like it never existed. After that, we left. Not dramatically running, just walking faster than we meant to, both pretending we were fine. I ended up staying at Mara's cottage that night, and I'm not ashamed to admit I was jumpy. Even doing something as basic as stepping outside to use the bathroom felt like walking into a spotlight. I kept the flashlight on the whole time, scanning the yard, turning my head constantly like something might be waiting in the dark just beyond where the beam could reach. And the weirdest part? It wasn't even that I thought something would attack me. It was more like I couldn't stand the idea of seeing something again, something that didn't fit into the rules I rely on. So yeah, if you asked me now whether I believe in ghosts, I'd honestly say I'm split right down the middle. Half of me thinks there's probably a logical explanation for both things: grief memory for the scent, some trick of light for the figure. And then the other half of me remembers that white dress stepping across my flashlight beam on a perfectly clear night, and I just don't know. I'm not even telling you this to convince you. I just want to talk it through with someone who'll take it seriously. So tell me, what would you think if you were there? So, my partner Eli and I have been through plenty of weird life stuff, right? Moving stress, sleepless nights, kid chaos, normal. But this felt different. A couple weeks ago, we moved our little girl Maya into her big kid bedroom. We were so excited. New bedding, her favorite stuffed bunny, the whole sweet little setup. And ever since that first night, it's like the room has been fighting her. She won't stay asleep in there. And when she wakes up, it's not the usual "I had a bad dream" whimper. It's full-on, panicked, can't catch her breath screaming. Sometimes she's shaking so hard her little teeth chatter. And then there are these random marks, like tiny bruises, little scratches. Not enough to rush to the ER, but enough to make your stomach drop because you're like, how? When? From what? Earlier today, during her nap, she popped awake crying and reached out her hand like she was offering me something. I thought it was her blanket at first. No. She's holding this straight pin, like a sewing pin, just sitting in her fist like it had been placed there. I took it from her so fast and I'm standing there thinking, we don't even keep these where she can reach them. Where would that come from? Then tonight, well, technically it was early morning, at 11:47 p.m., she starts screaming so loud it jolts me out of sleep like someone set off an alarm inside my chest. I nudged Eli and I'm like, go, check her. I think she got hurt. But the more I listened, the more I realized it wasn't a pain cry. It was fear. Pure fear. Eli goes into her room and I hear him pause, like he stopped moving. When he came back out, his face looked wrong. Tight, pale, serious in a way I'm not used to seeing on him. He said when he opened the door, Maya wasn't facing him. She had her back turned, pressed toward the corner. One foot was on the bed, one foot off, like she was halfway climbing and didn't know where to go. Her shoulders were hunched up, and her hands were beside her head, like she was trying to block something out, just screaming and screaming at the corner, like the corner had done something to her. And then I walked into that room and I don't know how to explain it without sounding dramatic. The air felt sharp, like a prickly, buzzing pressure on your skin. Not cold, not hot, just wrong. It made my chest tighten immediately, like the room was too small even though it's not. I felt claustrophobic the second I crossed the doorway. Instant anxiety, the kind that doesn't feel like your own. Eli told me something else too. He said standing with his back toward that corner made him feel like there was something right behind him. And even when he turned around and looked, nothing there, he still felt it. Like when you know someone is in the room with you, except you can't prove it. We didn't even debate it. We scooped her up and brought her into our bedroom. I sat on the bed with her wrapped against my chest, rocking her, trying to get her breathing to slow down. You know how toddlers are. You can't exactly interview them like little witnesses. So I just asked gentle stuff. Are you okay, baby? Did you bump yourself? Did something scare you? And she sniffled and nodded this tiny nod. So I asked, did you see something scary? And she looks at me with those wet little eyes and goes, very softly, yeah, scary. Now here's where it gets worse. Years ago, before this house, we lived in a cramped old place, and Eli had this one night where he swore he saw something. Not a person, not a shadow from headlights. Something. He hates talking about it because it genuinely messes him up in a way I can't even tease him about. It makes him emotional, like his eyes water on their own, which is so not him. After tonight, he quietly grabbed a piece of paper and drew what he'd seen back then, just from memory. And he didn't show me first. He showed Maya. She was still snuggled against me, calmer now. He held up the drawing and she stared at it for 1 second. One. And then she pointed and gasped like she recognized it, like it matched something she'd already seen. The drawing was simple, but horrifying. A tall, dark shape, big, round eyes, too bright, too wide, and this stretched smile full of teeth, like the kind of grin that doesn't belong on anything living. Around it, he scribbled these dark swirls, like movement or static. Maya pointed right at it, and I felt my stomach drop so hard it was like missing a step on the stairs. Because what are the odds? A 2-year-old doesn't fake that kind of reaction. She doesn't know how to. And then, as if we needed more, we've had other things in this house. Little glimpses at the edge of your vision, tiny shapes darting down the hallway or slipping past a doorway. At first, earlier on, it felt bigger, like adult-sized movement. But lately it's been smaller, quick, almost like skittering. And sometimes, late at night, we hear what sounds like a child's voice. Not screaming, not crying, just talking. Even laughing, like it's playing somewhere it shouldn't be. So sitting there with Maya in my arms, staring at Eli's drawing, I couldn't help it. The question just pushed its way out of me. Is something focused on her? Because she's little. Because she's new to that room. Because she's the most vulnerable one in this house. And I know how that sounds. I do. But when your child wakes up shaking and your home suddenly doesn't feel like your home, you start thinking less about how you sound and more about what you're willing to do to make it stop. That's where we are. Right now, she's asleep in our room, and I'm watching her chest rise and fall like it's the only thing keeping me tethered. And I keep thinking about that corner, about that pin in her hand, about the way she pointed at that drawing like she knew it. And I can't shake this feeling that whatever it is, it's not just passing through. It's been here, and it noticed her. So, I'm not saying I know what this is, but if I had to put a label on it, the closest thing I can think of is a mimic. And yeah, maybe that sounds dramatic, but it's been happening for so long and in so many different places that I can't really shrug it off as a one-time weird moment. I've lived in the same house for most of my life, an old, familiar place where everything has its spot and every creak has a meaning. And for years, like years, I've heard voices call my name. Not just random sounds, clear voices. Sometimes it's my mom, sometimes my brother Jame. Once in a while it even sounds like me. And the weird part is, it'll happen when no one's home. At this point, I'm almost embarrassed to admit it, but I've gotten used to it. It's like living next to a train track. You stop noticing the rumble unless you really focus on it. Most of the time, I ignore it. But every now and then, it catches me off guard, and I respond without thinking. Like, yeah? Or, what? And of course, nothing. No answer. No footsteps. Just empty air and that strange little pause afterward, where you feel like your body is waiting for reality to make sense again. It doesn't even stay confined to my house either. That's what gets me. I'll hear it at work too. Especially there, actually. I've heard coworkers call my name, like right behind me. And when I turn around, they're just staring at a shelf or stalking something, totally in their own world. I'll ask, "Hey, did you need me?" And they'll blink and go, "No, I didn't say anything." Like I'm the one being weird, which, fair. But the scariest moment? The one that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. I was at work late one evening, cleaning up with a coworker named Tessa. We were side by side, wiping down a counter. Totally normal, mindless, end-of-shift stuff. And then this voice, this woman's voice I didn't recognize, leans in so close it felt physical and whispers my name right into my ear. Not shouted, not from across the room, not muffled like it came from a hallway. Right there, like lips almost touching my skin. And I swear to you, I felt it. The tiniest warmth at the side of my neck, like breath. I froze so hard my whole body went tight. My skin got that buzzing, tingling feeling, like every hair had decided to stand up at once. I didn't even want to turn around, because my brain was already filling in the shape of what might be standing behind me. Tessa didn't react at all, not even a flinch, which somehow made it worse. Then there was another moment, older, but it stuck with me because of how convincing it was. I've always been a restless sleeper, not the kind of person who falls asleep in 5 minutes and stays that way. More like, I'm always half floating. Eventually, it turned into full-on insomnia for a while. One night, years ago, I was in that thin, miserable state between sleep and wakefulness, when you don't know how long you've been staring at the dark. And suddenly I hear my dad's voice, Ed, shouting my name the way he does when he's furious. Not casual, not playful, that sharp, get down here right now kind of voice. I reacted automatically. I stumbled out of bed, heart pounding, and started heading downstairs without even thinking. And it wasn't until I reached the bottom step that I realized the house was pitch black. All the lights were off. No TV noise, no kitchen sounds, nothing. Still, I went looking. Kitchen first. Living room. Empty. Then I cracked open the basement door where his room was, and I called out, "Dad? Did you call me?" And he answers, groggy and confused, like I'd just woken him from a dead sleep. No, what are you talking about? What makes it even stranger is how it comes and goes. Sometimes it'll stop for a month or two, and I'll almost convince myself I imagined the whole thing. And then, one random day, bam, my name again. Like it's checking in, like it's reminding me it's still around. And the thing is, it doesn't feel malicious. Not usually. That's why when I say scary, I almost feel like I have to put it in quotes. It's more persistent, odd, personal. Like something has learned the quickest way to get my attention, and it keeps using it, but never follows through. I've had other weird experiences too, not just the voices. Things moving when they shouldn't. Once, a decorative ceramic dish that had been sitting on a high shelf forever, seriously, like close to 2 decades, just tipped and slid off like something nudged it. It shattered on the floor and barely missed my grandpa's head. That one shook me up because it felt less like spooky and more like someone could have gotten hurt. And then there's something else I almost hesitate to even bring up because it sounds so out there. A few years ago, maybe 5, I was being reckless and curious and had this stupid idea. Before going to sleep, I spoke out loud into the room, basically inviting something, anything, to come close and interact with me. And that night, I slept better than I had in a long time. Not in a drugged way, in a calm way, like the air in the room had settled. I woke up a few times, but each time it felt like gentle comfort, like soft fingertips brushing my cheek, like someone carefully smoothing my hair back, tucking it behind my ear. I didn't open my eyes. I'd promised I wouldn't. But I remember feeling safe, taken care of. Months later, I tried again, because of course I did. And again, it felt gentle, but this time there was something else in it, like a warning. Not threatening, more like urgent, like whatever it was wanted me to understand. Don't do this again. Not because it would hurt me, but because something else might notice. So I stopped. I haven't tried since. But here's the part that really messes with my head. The voices were happening long before that. The name-calling, the mimicry, whatever you want to call it, was already part of my life. It didn't start because I invited something in. It was already there, or already with me. So I keep turning it over in my mind. Do mimics stick around permanently? Can something like that follow a person for years, across different places, and still never escalate? Why would it keep calling my name like it wants me to answer, and then do nothing when I do? I'm honestly open to other explanations. I'm not married to the idea that it's a mimic. I just don't understand the pattern, how personal it is, how long it's lasted, and how it somehow manages to feel both familiar and wrong at the exact same time. And I guess, if I'm being really honest, I'm not just asking what it is. I'm asking why it's been saying my name for most of my life, like it's trying to remind me I'm not alone, even when I am. Okay, so I've always been the kind of person who can feel when something's off. Not like hearing voices or seeing full-on ghosts in the hallway. More like the atmosphere changes, and your body notices before your brain can talk you out of it. The first time I really, truly knew something wasn't right, I was about 16. My family moved into this run-down old place, creaky, dusty, the kind of house that always felt a little colder than it should have. And from the second I stepped into one particular section, 2 bedrooms and this narrow hallway, I just hated it. Like my skin didn't want to be there. Of course, guess which room became mine? I can't even explain it properly without sounding dramatic, but it felt like there was a presence in that house that was heavy and loud and only not loud like a noise, loud like pressure, like something taking up space in the air. It wasn't a shadow in the corner. It was more like a thing that moved around, and I always knew exactly where it was, like I could sense it the way you sense someone staring at you. At night, it was the worst. I'd lie there trying to sleep, and I could feel it coming closer and deliberate, until it was like it settled right on top of me. Crushing, dense. My body would freeze. Night after night, I'd get sleep paralysis, and I'd just be stuck there, panicking, trying to move a finger, trying to breathe like a normal person. Even during the day, I'd be in the living room, just sitting there, and suddenly, I'd feel it approach. That creeping dread, like being hunted. I started sleeping over at my grandparents' place any chance I got, and the weird part was, it only happened in that house, nowhere else. A few years later, different house, also kind of shabby, also old. And this time, it wasn't me. It was my twins. They were about 3, still little enough that they said things bluntly without any sense of how terrifying they sounded. They started talking about the man, just casually, like, "Oh yeah, the man sits in the sunroom," or "The man lives in the wall." And they'd point to this exact spot along the hallway, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. They said he was nice, and that he protected them from the girl. And the girl freaked them out. They'd be halfway down the hall and then suddenly sprint back into the lounge like their shoes were on fire, yelling that they couldn't go that way because the girl was there. They described her the same way every time. About 5 years old, pale white skin, black hair, black eyes, little cuts on her, barely dressed, and she'd hiss at them if they looked at her, like an angry animal. They insisted she lived in my sister Jade's cupboard. And the creepy detail, the back of that cupboard lined up with the same wall the kids swore the man lived in. They didn't understand the layout, obviously, but they kept saying very matter-of-factly, "Lots of people live in there." We tried to look up the house history. Nothing useful. No stories, no records that made it make sense. Just that. Then fast forward again. Another house. Older, but honestly, we'd been fine there for a while. No weird vibes. No drama. And then one day, it's like a switch flipped. One of the twins, Mia, suddenly refused to go to bed. Not the normal kid stuff. Not, "I want water," or "I had a bad dream." She was terrified in a way I can still picture in my head. She also started hating this specific toy in her room, an old doll pram we'd been given secondhand. She told me there was a black man with a tall hat who pushed the pram back and forth at night. Back and forth. And the wheels squeaked so loudly she had to cover her ears. She said he wanted her to look, like he was trying to make her watch him, but she'd hide under her blanket and refuse. But around the same time, I started having these awful, vivid nightmares, always about trying to protect my kids from being taken. Like, we'd be in crowded places, and I'd be grabbing them and pulling them back, and I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, already stressed before the day even started. I started dreading sleep. And then, one night, this is the moment I can't rationalize away. I woke up from one of those nightmares and went to the bathroom. On the way back, I looked down the hallway, and I swear there was something at the end of it. Not a person exactly, more like a shape where a person shouldn't be. So, half asleep and annoyed and scared, I whispered, "If there's something there, leave us alone." And the hallway light snapped on. I just stood there, frozen, because it wasn't like a faulty switch. It was instant, clean, like a response. Still, somehow, I didn't fully connect it until the other twin, Lila, brought it up. I asked her to brush her teeth one evening, and she walked into the bathroom, then bolted back and jumped onto my bed like she'd been chased. She looked at me and goes, "Mom, I know you're not going to believe me because it's not real, but it is." And she described the exact same tall hat man. Said he'd been around the house for weeks, following her, watching her when she was in her room or when she was in the bathroom. I asked if she'd told her sister. She said no. So I called Mia in. And listening to them talk to each other, honestly, it was horrifying. They kept finishing each other's sentences, agreeing on little details, reacting like, "Yes, that." It was like they'd been carrying it separately and finally realized they weren't alone in it. That night, we dragged that doll pram out and basically threw it out the front door like we were in a movie. And yeah, we did the whole cleanse the house thing. Salt, incense, windows open, the whole crunchy ritual. And after that, nothing. It stopped. Completely. After that, we moved again, because apparently my life is just a tour of haunted real estate, and this next place had two totally different vibes. I kept seeing this soft, pale presence. Not a face, not a figure, more like a white mist at the edge of my vision, drifting past a doorway. It didn't feel threatening, so I'd just keep washing dishes or folding laundry like, okay, weird, anyway. But in that same house, Mia refused to sleep in the bedroom she was meant to have, because of what she called the big lady. The first couple nights, she came charging out of that room screaming, saying the big lady stuck her head out of the wall above her and screamed right in her face. After the first week or two, she stopped talking about it, but she never went back into that room willingly. Like her body just made the decision. Nope. Then, later, right before I had my fourth baby, something changed again, but this time it was good. Like this bright, gentle energy in the house. Light and airy, almost like you could see it in the way the air felt. I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to sound nuts. I just kind of quietly noticed it, like, okay, someone's here. One day, Lila came into my room to chat. While we were talking, I could feel that presence hovering in the hallway near the doorway. She finished talking and started to walk out, then paused in the doorway like she was about to say something. And I don't know why, but I stopped her. I told her, "Wait, don't say it yet." I grabbed a pen and quickly wrote down what I'd been sensing. White, shadowy, light feeling, right at the door. Then I said, "Okay, go." And she goes, "Mom, have you noticed the white shadowy thing that's been hanging around?" That one actually felt comforting, and for whatever reason, I always believed it was my partner's grandmother, someone I'd never met. It just felt like family, you know? Like someone checking in. And now, this last one is the reason I've been digging all these memories back up. My granddad, Ron, passed away in April this year. A few days after the funeral, my son's toys started turning on by themselves when I walked past his room. Just little sounds, music, lights, random beeps. I tried to brush it off, but it happened enough that I messaged my sister about it like, "Okay, this is weird," just so someone else knew I wasn't imagining it. And ever since then, my son, he's 5, has been talking about something he calls the magic in his room. He'll come out and tell me, totally casual, that the magic moved my toys, or the magic took my book out, or the magic wants to push my cars. And I'll say, maybe one of us bumped it, and he'll shake his head like I'm missing the obvious. He keeps trying to explain it in kid logic, like, it's like a person, but it's not because that's not real. And then he'll add, it's like fairies and stuff. The strangest part is, he doesn't seem scared. He thinks it's weird but not dangerous, like it's just something sharing space with him. And honestly, after everything I've lived through, the dark heaviness, the hissing girl, the tall hat man, the light in the hallway, this is the first time it feels like whatever it is might not be trying to hurt anyone. It might just be here, So, I don't talk about this a lot, because it still makes my skin prickle if I sit with it too long. But back in the mid-2000s, my family, there were 6 of us then, lived in what used to be military housing up in Northern California. It had that weird, leftover feeling some places get, like the walls remember things you don't. Most of what happened there involved these figures. That's the only word that fits. They were shaped like people, but they weren't people. Imagine a human outline filled in with dull gray or oily black, like a smear that learned how to stand up. No real features, just lighter patches where a mouth and eyes should be. That's it. Flat and blank and somehow still watching. And they didn't rush at me or do anything dramatic. That almost made it worse. I'd catch them leaning halfway out from behind a doorway or peeking around a corner, like they were testing whether I'd notice. Just hovering there, head tilted, eyes locked on me. The second I'd fully look, they'd slide back out of sight. Quiet, patient, like they had all the time in the world. A couple times it wasn't even a full figure. I remember seeing one that was just a torso, low to the ground like it had been cut off or sunk into the floor. No legs, no arms, just that same gray mass with the pale, unfinished face. My brain kept trying to label it as a trick of light, but my stomach didn't buy it for a second. There was only one that looked different, and I can still picture it more clearly than I want to. This tall man, and I'm using that word loosely, had something like a deep red stole or scarf draped over his shoulders, hanging down the front of his chest. He reminded me of a priest or someone ceremonial, but still smooth and featureless like the others. The red was the only real color any of them ever had, and it made him stand out in a way that felt intentional, like he wanted to be remembered. Then there were the things that didn't involve seeing anything at all. My sister, Marisol, told us she woke up one morning and felt this warm dip on her mattress, like someone had sat down right next to her. Not just an impression, like a body's weight pressing the bed. And the spot was warm too, like a person had been there long enough to heat the sheets. She froze, of course. Then she ran to get our brother Eli, because she didn't want to be alone with it. And he came in, all brave for about 3 seconds, until he saw it too. The mattress was pressed down, like someone invisible was perched there, and when he touched the spot, he jerked his hand back and went pale because it was warm. Warm like skin. Another thing everyone in the house heard, multiple times, was the swords. My dad had these decorative blades stored upright in the living room, kind of fanned out in a stand. Nothing fancy, just something he liked, something he'd collected. And late at night, when all of us were in our rooms and the house had gone still, we'd hear this sharp, metallic ting. Then another. Like someone flicking the blades with a fingernail. Not a crash, not like they fell. More like a deliberate little tap, one after another, as if whoever was doing it wanted us to know they were in there with them. And we didn't have pets then. No cat, no dog, nothing that could bump a stand or wander around at night. Just us, in our rooms, listening to metal sing out in the dark. We'd been in that place for years, and the tension had kind of become normal, which is a scary thing to admit. Like you can get used to being on edge. When the lease ended, we were so relieved we didn't even move far. We just relocated to the house next door in the same row, like we were sidestepping away from something we didn't want to name. On moving day, my stepdad Ronan and I carried boxes of pantry stuff, canned food, jars, all that heavy, clunky kitchen weight, from the old place to the new one. Before we left the old house that last time, we were careful. We shut every drawer, closed every cabinet. We double-checked the windows, locked the doors. I even remember the click of the deadbolt because it felt like finally putting a lid on something. We walked next door, unloaded, chatted with the rest of the family for a few minutes, and then realized we'd left behind a couple things. Small stuff, nothing important. So Ronan and I went back, and when we opened the door, every cabinet in the kitchen was standing wide open. Drawers pulled out like someone had yanked them all at once. It looked like the whole room had thrown up its hands. I remember just standing there with my mouth open, trying to come up with a normal explanation. But nothing fit. The windows were still locked. The doors were still locked. We'd been gone such a short time, and we'd been right next door. No sign anyone had been inside, except the kitchen itself, sitting there like it was showing off. Like, see? You can leave, but you don't get to pretend you're in control. The family that moved in after us apparently had strange experiences too. We heard that through neighbors. But whenever we tried to ask, they got tight-lipped and changed the subject, like they didn't want to invite the conversation to follow them home. And the creepiest part is how divided my parents were about what it all meant. Ronan thought it might have been his dad. His father had died years earlier, back on the other side of the country. He'd say it like a comfort, like maybe it was someone familiar trying to get attention in the only way he could. But my mom? She didn't buy that for a second. She said it didn't feel like family. It didn't feel protective. It felt like something that enjoyed being noticed, something that liked pushing just far enough to keep us uneasy. All I know is this: every one of us remembers the same kinds of things. We can disagree about what it was, but we don't disagree that it happened. And once we left that house, really left it, everything stopped. No shadow figures, no warm dents in beds, no swords singing in the living room at night. Just quiet. And sometimes that's what scares me most. How quickly it all went silent. Like whatever was there simply watched us go and decided it didn't need to follow. Hey, so I'm kind of nervous even saying this out loud, but I really could use some outside perspective. I live in Brooklyn with my partner Eli, and he's originally from upstate New York. Whenever we get a little stretch of time off, we drive up to see his parents. They still live in the house where he grew up. Quiet road, lots of trees, the whole vibe. Here's the thing. For the first few years I was going up there, I felt totally fine in that house. Like, normal. Cozy even. Nothing weird, nothing unsettling. But earlier this year we went up for a long weekend while his parents were out of town, and the first night we got there, something happened. We pulled in after dark, and we both saw something outside. Hard to explain, just this movement near the edge of the yard where there shouldn't have been anyone. We kind of laughed it off at first, like, okay, deer? A neighbor? But then later, when we were in bed, lights off, the room totally dark, I heard a voice, clear as day, right near the doorway, like someone was standing just inside the room. It said, "Hi." Not shouting, not a whisper either, just a calm, casual, "Hi," like it was normal for a stranger to greet me in the dark. I froze. My whole body went tight. I remember staring into the blackness, trying to convince myself it was Eli messing with me. Except he was right next to me, and I could tell by his breathing he hadn't moved. I didn't want to feed it by reacting, so I just laid there pretending I didn't hear it, even though my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking the bed. Since that night, the house feels different to me, but not everywhere. It's specific. The basement, and the driveway area right outside the basement door. And what's strange is, there's no obvious reason for the basement to feel bad. Eli used it for years as his little workshop, creative zone. He painted down there, recorded music, built stuff, stayed up late having these big personal growth moments, you know? He loves it. To him, it's like his comfort cave. His parents built the place, and as far as I know, They're the only people who've ever lived there. No tragic backstory, no creepy history anyone's mentioned. It should feel neutral. But now, if I'm down there with him while he's working, I start to feel awful, and it comes on fast. At first it was subtle, like I just get quiet and tired. Then it got stronger. I'll be sitting there, trying to scroll on my phone or watch him mess with something, and suddenly I'm zoning out in this really intense way, like my brain is slipping sideways. And with it comes this heavy, sick feeling, like grief mixed with panic, hopelessness, anguish, like the emotional version of walking into a room where someone's been sobbing. And the weirdest part is, it doesn't feel like it's mine. I know how my own sadness feels. I know what anxiety feels like in my body. This feels like I've walked into somebody else's mood and it's crawling into me. It's intrusive and mean. And it took me a while to notice the pattern, but once I did, I couldn't unsee it. It happens in the basement, and it happens in the driveway right outside that basement door. Almost like there's a line, and if I cross it, I get hit with the same wave. Eli doesn't really feel anything like that. He'll admit the house can feel spooky at night sometimes, but it's a big, creaky place, and it's dark and rural. So honestly, that part feels normal. He has noticed I get weird down there, though. Like he'll ask, "Are you okay?" Because I get distant and flat and kind of not myself. That's the part that really freaks me out. The second I leave the basement area, it's like the feeling drops off a cliff. I'll walk upstairs and suddenly I can breathe again. My thoughts clear. My face feels like it belongs to me. I should probably add, years ago, like closer to 8 or 9 years back, I went through a short stretch where I had some really intense, creepy experiences. Enough that it changed how I think about this stuff. I don't even know what I believe, honestly. I'm not someone who's like, "Oh yeah, definitely spirits." I'm also not someone who can completely laugh it off anymore. I haven't had anything like that happen in a long time, and I genuinely thought that chapter of my life was closed. This isn't as extreme as back then, but it still messes me up, because I don't like feeling hijacked in my own mind. So, I guess I'm asking, what do you think could be going on? If you've ever felt something like this in a specific place, like a certain room carries a feeling that doesn't belong to you, what did you do? Is there anything I can do that's practical, or grounding, or even just symbolic, so I feel more protected when we're down there? Because right now, it's like I can handle the house, except for that one spot. And I hate how quickly it can turn me into someone I don't recognize. So, I'm not even sure how to package this in a neat little box for you, but I'm going to try, because I've been carrying it around for a long time. Back in 2013, I was living in a coastal pocket of the Mid-Atlantic, working for a state environmental office. Nothing glamorous, mostly compliance work. My job was basically, here's a permit, here's a blueprint, go to the property and make sure what they built matches what they promised. Docks, bulkheads, little piers that cut through marshland into the bay. A lot of measuring. A lot of awkward, "Hi, I swear I'm not trespassing," conversations. One afternoon, I had a short list of site visits, and one of them was a dock allegedly built behind a house that backed up to a salt marsh. The neighborhood was the kind of place where every driveway looked like it cost more than my entire yearly salary. Big homes, manicured hedges, boat lifts, the whole quiet wealth thing. And then I pulled up to this address. Right away, it looked wrong. Not just needs repairs, but like it had been dropped there from a totally different reality. On the corner were 2 gorgeous, modern homes, fresh siding, perfect landscaping, bright windows. But the house I was supposed to inspect looked like it was halfway to collapse. Warped, rotting wood, shingles curling off the roof, weeds swallowing the yard. It had that defeated, abandoned look, like it had been losing a slow fight with the sea for decades. Except for one detail. The white picket fence. That fence was immaculate. Bright, clean, straight as a ruler, like someone had painted it that morning and stood back proudly to admire their work. It didn't match anything else about the place. I remember sitting in my car with the paperwork in my lap, checking the address again and again. The blueprint didn't even seem to match the shape of the house I was looking at. But the neighboring houses lined up perfectly with their addresses, so I knew I wasn't on the wrong street. So I did what I always do. I walked up and tried the front door first. The storm door was hanging open. The inner screen door was shut, but it was torn in a couple places like an animal had clawed through it. I knocked, rang the bell, knocked again, louder. Nothing. And that was weird because who leaves their front door open in a neighborhood like this? I waited, listening. No footsteps, no TV, no voices. Just that coastal quiet, distant gulls, faint wind. My next thought was, okay, they're probably in the backyard. That happens all the time. So I went to head around the side of the house and realized I couldn't. The fence ran seamlessly along the property line and connected into the neighbors' fences like one continuous wall. And there was no gate, not on either side. No latch, no break in the line. Just a clean, tall, pristine barrier. That's when I started feeling, not scared exactly, but unsettled. Like my brain was trying to fit puzzle pieces together and they refused to connect. Still, I figured I could at least peek into the backyard, see if the dock existed, take a couple notes, and call it a day. I tried to look through the fence slats, but the angle was all wrong. So I grabbed the top rail and pulled myself up enough to look over. And what I saw made my stomach drop in the strangest way, because it was so blank. A perfectly square yard, completely level. Grass trimmed so close and evenly it looked like turf on a putting green. Not a toy, not a chair, not a tree. No flower beds, no shed, no little path worn into the lawn. Nothing. Just this unnaturally flawless green rectangle, like somebody had drawn backyard from memory without ever actually standing in one. And I remember thinking, how? How is this grass so perfect if there's no way to get equipment back here? Which made absolutely no sense, because the whole point of this permit was a dock. Why build a dock you can't reach? Why buy waterfront property and then wall yourself off from the view? I stood there, staring, trying to make it make sense. And at that point I decided, all right, this is a wash. I'll report I couldn't access the backyard. Annoying, but not unheard of. As I walked back toward my car, I glanced at the front door again, still open, and that little voice in my head went, someone has to be inside. This can't be nothing. So instead of leaving, I drifted toward the front windows. The glass was grimy, and the curtains were this faded, dusty lavender. I found a small gap in the fabric and leaned in just enough to see inside. And it was worse. The interior looked like the house had been drowned and then forgotten. The walls were blotched and peeling. The carpet was shredded and bunched up in heaps like someone had ripped it apart and left it there. There was no furniture, no lamps, no photos. Nothing that said, a person lives here. Just emptiness and decay. Then the smell hit me. At first it was faint, just a whiff when I leaned close. But the more I stood there, the more it crawled into my lungs. Sour, salty, rotten. Like stagnant seawater trapped in a basement. Like low tide baking in the sun, but sealed inside a house. I backed up, heart thumping, and told myself, okay, one more try at the door, then I'm leaving. I stepped onto the porch, called out, hello? Anyone home? No answer. I tried again, louder, and introduced myself. Name, office, why I was there, the whole professional script. Still nothing. And I don't know why, Honestly, I still don't. But my mind went to the worst-case scenario. What if someone is hurt? What if this place was broken into? What if the open door isn't carelessness, but something else? So I opened the torn screen door and stepped inside. Just one step. Then life got busy. A big coastal storm hit that fall, and suddenly we were drowning in repair permits and inspections. The weird corner house got pushed to the back of my mind. Until the next year, when that old permit resurfaced in my stack. I stared at it for a long time before I finally drove back out there. Camera in my bag this time, determined to at least document whatever I could. I turned onto the street, slowed as I approached the corner, and the house was gone. And I don't mean demolished. I don't mean replaced. I mean, it was like it had never existed. The two expensive neighboring houses were still there, looking perfectly normal, but now they seemed closer together, each occupying one side of the corner like they had always been arranged that way. Where that derelict house had sat, there was just space, a clean, empty corner. Nothing to suggest a foundation, no construction debris, no fresh soil, no sign that anything had been removed. I checked the addresses again. Both neighbors matched. I checked my permit paperwork. Same as before. But the house I had stepped into, smelled, heard, felt, was simply not there. I took photos anyway. I went back to my supervisor, handed them over, and all I could really do was shrug like, I don't know what to tell you. The permit eventually got marked as unresolved and dropped. I moved on to other assignments, other sites, other normal corners of the world. But every so often, for no obvious reason, I'll think of that perfect fence and that empty green square of lawn, and that smell like trapped low tide. And I still get that same cold little twist in my stomach. Because I know what I saw. And I know what I felt. And I don't know where that house went, or if it was ever there at all. So, let me tell you what's been going on, because it's honestly been a lot, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how weirdly all of this lined up. A little while ago, I reconnected with an old friend. His name's Darius, and I started hanging around him and his son's mom, Kiara. At first, I was happy about it, like, okay, cool, we're all grown now. But the thing is, they argue constantly. Like, it's not just little bickering. Every hangout somehow turns into drama, tension, raised voices, the whole thing. And I didn't really realize how much that energy was getting into my space until stuff started happening around me too. The first thing was small, but it still bothered me. I was on my way to Darius's place, and he's texting me like I'm late to something important, rushing me, pressuring me, and I ended up getting into this little fender bender. Nothing crazy, just a stupid bump at a light, but still, it felt like, why am I even in this situation? That wouldn't have happened if I wasn't being pushed and stressed out. Then a few nights later, I go out with one of Darius's friends, Malik. And Malik is one of those people who can't just chill. He has to go out. He's like, come on, let's hit a spot. And I'm tired. I don't even feel like going anywhere. But I didn't want to seem boring or antisocial, so I went along with it. Next thing I know, we're in this club, way out in a part of town I don't even hang out in. It's not my scene, not my area, not my comfort zone, but I'm trying to just ride it out and get through the night. And then, it happens. I get jumped. Like fully jumped, out of nowhere. I'm trying to protect myself. Everything's chaotic, and by the time it's over, I've lost basically all my stuff. Phone, wallet, gone. And I'm standing there after, thinking, how did I even end up here? But here's where it gets even crazier. Right before that night, my mom tells me something my grandma said. My grandma is completely blind, has been for years, and she told my mom she had a dream about me getting beat up badly. And when my mom told me, I remember laughing it off like, that's wild. but I didn't take it seriously. And then it literally happened. Like, what are the odds? And even before all of that, I had already been feeling off. There were nights I'd be in my room and I'd see weird shapes, like figures in the dark. Not like a clear person, but enough to make my stomach drop. Enough to make me sit up and stare, trying to convince myself my eyes were playing tricks on me. After I got jumped, I was like, okay, I'm not brushing this off anymore. I reached out to 2 pastors. I started going to church. It's a Spanish church, and I don't understand everything, so they give me this little earpiece that translates to English. But honestly, even not understanding every word, I still feel something there, like peace, or at least the chance of peace. So last night, this is the part that really got me. I had sleep paralysis, and when it's happening, it feels like you're trapped in your own body. Like you can think, you can feel fear, but you can't move. It's terrifying. It felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me. And when I finally could move again, I sat up and I said out loud, like from my chest, something like, I'm good. Nothing negative has authority over me. In the name of Jesus Christ. I tried to calm down, tried to go back to sleep, and I swear I hear a voice in my room say, clear as day, Hola. Just that. Hola. Like somebody leaned in and said it. And the fact that the church I've been going to is Spanish speaking, that made it hit even harder. My whole body went cold, and I remember checking the time when I left my room. It was 3:13 a.m. So I walk into my mom's room, and she has talk radio on. She always does. And the second I step in, I hear these experts talking. And I'm not exaggerating. They were literally saying stuff like, don't let negativity get to you. There will always be dark things around, but don't be afraid. Fear feeds it. Fear isn't real. And I'm standing there in the doorway thinking, are you serious right now? Out of every moment in the night, I walk in exactly when they're saying that? It felt like a message. Like something was trying to get through to me. Or like God was reminding me, you're not alone, but you also don't have to live scared. Even still, I couldn't fully relax. I laid down in my mom's room and I kept praying in my head. I kept repeating over and over, something like, in the name of Jesus Christ, whatever is messing with me is not welcome. You have to go. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm not even saying I understand everything that's happening. But I know this. Once I re-entered that chaotic, drama-filled circle, my life started getting chaotic too. And once I started turning back toward faith, I started noticing things more clearly. Like I could finally admit I wasn't okay, and I needed protection and peace. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Shaken up, but also waking up. And I'm going back to church again tomorrow. So, I'm still getting that cold, prickly feeling just thinking about this. It started on a Sunday night, right after I put my little one, Mila, she's just over 2, down for bed. I'm talking the usual routine. She's sleepy but awake. I tuck her in. We do our little phrases, the whole thing. Then I head downstairs, and as I'm walking into the kitchen, I turn up the volume on the baby monitor app on my phone. It's one of those Wi-Fi ones, and the second I crank it up, I hear a voice. Not a recorded jingle, not static, an actual voice coming through the monitor. And then I hear Mila respond like she's having a conversation, like this is totally normal. The creepy part is, I only caught the very end of whatever the other voice said, because I'd literally just turned the volume up. But Mila's response made my stomach drop, because she said something about turning off the lights, using this very specific little phrase that I always say to her. Like, word for word, the same weird little way I say it. And it felt like she was replying to someone who had just said that phrase to her first. For a second, I thought maybe it was me, like my own voice echoing somehow. But no, this sounded like someone else. I think it sounded like a woman, and for one horrifying heartbeat, it even sort of reminded me of my own voice. But I was so shocked, I don't trust my memory on that detail. My partner, Rowan, was right there. Just the two of us at home. We both heard it. We didn't even speak at first. We just looked at each other with that same, "Please tell me you heard that too" face. I got full body chills, like a pit opened up in my stomach. Because logically, it didn't make sense. Only Rowan and I have accounts for the monitor, and we've got two-factor authentication turned on. If someone tried to log in, we should have gotten alerts. We're logged in on our phones, and we also have a tablet that stays in the living room, right near me at the time, totally untouched. In Mila's room, there's basically nothing that could talk, just the camera and a sound machine. No smart speaker, no voice assistant, nothing. So I did the practical thing. I called the monitor company's support line. They pulled up the device details and told me the only logged-in devices were ours. Then they checked the camera's microphone feature, the two-way talk function, and they said it hadn't been used at all that day. Like, not once. So according to them, nobody had spoken through the monitor to her. And that honestly made me feel worse, because at least someone used the microphone is an explanation, even if it's a scary one. This was nothing. No trail, no cause. Then the next evening, Monday, early evening, around dinner time, I'm in my home office. And my office shares a wall with Mila's room. And I hear two knocks. Not little settling house noises. Two sharp, distinct knocks on the wall, so loud I jumped in my chair. Then maybe 20 or 30 seconds later, two more knocks. Then about a minute later, the same pattern again. Two knocks. Two knocks. I remember sitting there frozen, listening like my body had decided it didn't want to move unless it absolutely had to. And then there's this other thing, and I don't even know how to talk about it without sounding ridiculous. And she just casually walks over to her little kid-sized chair, points like she's showing me something obvious, and goes, "He's right here. He's waiting. He's standing on the chair." Like it's the most normal thing in the world. I know toddlers imagine things. I know they invent friends and stories and whole invisible worlds. I know that. But the timing of it, piled on top of the monitor voice and the knocking, it's like my brain can't separate any of it. It all feels connected, even though I can't prove that it is. Since then, nothing dramatic has happened. No more voices, no more obvious knocking. But I'm not okay. I'm completely on edge, especially because Mila's the one in that room at night, and I hate that feeling of not being able to protect her from something I can't even explain. I even did the thing I never thought I'd do. I walked through the house with Sage. Once everywhere, then again just in Mila's room. And what's wild is the knocking happened after I saged the whole house, which, if you believe in any of that, feels like the opposite of what's supposed to happen. And now I'm stuck in this awful place where nighttime makes my chest feel tight. I dread putting her to bed because I'm afraid something else is going to happen, and I won't know what to do in the moment. So that's where I'm at, trying to be rational, trying to believe there's a normal explanation, but also feeling this deep, instinctive fear that I can't shake. And honestly, if you were me, would you think paranormal? Or would you think sleep-deprived parent spiraling? Over and over. And I still don't have an answer. Okay, so I never know where to file this one in my brain. Paranormal feels too dramatic, but glitch in the Matrix is honestly closer. I'm 32 now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. I also don't tell it much because it sounds ridiculous on paper, like it's about a stupid cupcake. But it's one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me. This was when I was about 16 or 17. My friend, let's call her Maya, and I had just left this house party. Nothing wild, just a typical teen thing. On the way out, I grabbed a cupcake from the kitchen because I wanted a snack for later. Not right away, later. I was saving it like it was treasure. Maya and I decided we were going to be little rebels and sneak into the public pool after hours. You know the vibe. Warm summer night, quiet streets, that buzzing feeling like the world belongs to you because you're young and it's late. We figured we'd hop the fence, sit by the diving board, dangle our feet in the water, and smoke a little. And then I'd finally eat my cupcake like some kind of victory prize. And honestly, at first it was perfect. We made it in, we sat there with our feet in the pool, whisper laughing, passing a joint back and forth. The water was cool, the air was warm, and I'm holding this cupcake in my hand the whole time, waiting for the exact right moment. I remember thinking, this is going to be so good. Then, headlights. A cop car rolls up. Not speeding, not dramatic, just that slow, deliberate pull-in that makes your stomach drop instantly. Maya and I both panic in the exact same way. We bolt. We scramble off the board and sprint toward the fence, hearts pounding, trying not to slip. And right as we get there, I have this absurd, crystal-clear thought. I'm holding a cupcake. I cannot climb a fence with a cupcake. It's so dumb, but I remember being genuinely devastated for a second. Like, this cupcake had been my plan. I'd been guarding it the whole walk over there. And now I'm standing at a chain-link fence with flashing adrenaline in my veins, and I'm basically like, no, not like this. Maya is already halfway up the fence, and I'm whisper yelling, what do I do with the cupcake? I can't climb with one hand. And we have this whole frantic mini conversation about it, like a full-on strategy session, probably 10 seconds long, but it felt longer. I tried to pass it through the fence, but it was too big. I tried to wedge it between the links. No chance. Maya reaches down. I lift it up. She tries to take it, and it's just messy and ridiculous and taking way too long. Finally, we make the decision. Tragic, heartbreaking, completely stupid in the moment, but necessary. We're going to sacrifice it. So I turn and I throw the cupcake into the pool. And I mean, I really threw it. Not dropped it, not pretended. I launched it. We both watched it leave my hand. We both watched it hit the water. I heard it splash. I even remember, weirdly, how satisfying the splash sounded in the middle of all that panic. Then I climbed the fence with both hands, because now I can. And Maya and I take off down the street, laughing and breathless, like we got away with something huge. We're half terrified, half thrilled, finishing the last of the joint as we power walk into the night, convinced we're absolute legends. A little while later, maybe 10 minutes, give or take, I'm walking and I feel something in my hand. I look down, and my stomach drops in this slow, sick way. Because the cupcake is in my hand. Not smashed, not soaking wet, not gone. Just there. Like it never left. And then I freak out too. It was this bizarre mix of laughter and fear, like our brains couldn't decide if it was hilarious or deeply wrong. Because we both remembered sacrificing it. We both saw it hit the water. We both heard the splash. And yet here it was, sitting in my palm like it had been waiting patiently for me to notice. And yeah, before anyone asks, were we high? A little. But we weren't wasted. We weren't drinking at that party. And this wasn't the kind of high where you hallucinate a whole cupcake flying into a pool. Plus, there were too many steps. The whole fence situation, the passing it up, the "it won't fit," the final decision to throw it. Those details were burned into both of our memories. I physically couldn't have climbed that fence with one hand. That was the whole problem. And the craziest part is, it wasn't like we forgot and found another cupcake. It was the cupcake. The one I'd been hoarding like a gremlin for the perfect moment. The one we mourned for like a full 10 seconds. Years later, I ran into Maya, randomly, at this bar. We hadn't really talked in ages, but somehow the story came up, and the second I mentioned the cupcake, she got this look on her face like, "Oh my God, that happened." We sat there like actual adults, sober, talking it through seriously. And she remembered it the same way I did. The fence, the cop, the splash, the laughter as we ran. And then the moment I stopped and looked down, and there it was. No explanation, no satisfying ending. Just one of those moments that makes you feel like the universe blinked for half a second and then carried on like nothing happened. And honestly, every time I think about it, I still get that same feeling. Like, I'm not saying cupcakes are haunted, but I am saying that cupcake refused to be abandoned. So picture this. I'm telling you about the little house we moved into back in June. It was built in 1963, and we're only the second people to ever really live here. The first owners were this older couple, the kind you can just tell took pride in the place. Neighbors told us the wife passed away in her late 80s, and the husband, he was in his 90s, eventually moved in with family because he needed more help. Honestly, it just made me feel kind of tender about the home, you know? Like it held a whole lifetime of ordinary, loving routines. And the funny thing is, I never felt anything off here. If anything, it felt calmer than my last apartment. Back there, I'd wake up in the middle of the night with that gross feeling of being watched. Here, nothing like that. The only almost thing was our dog. His name's Biscuit. He's a sweet little nervous guy. The first couple weeks, he'd wake up and bark in the middle of the night, but we blamed it on moving stress. He still sometimes barks at the sliding glass door in the kitchen like it personally offended him. I swear it's just his reflection freaking him out. He's dramatic. Okay, so fast forward to the beginning of October 2nd actually, when we got home from our wedding. We'd gotten married in Maui, and someone there told us to hang up our flower leis for good luck. So we did. We hung them near the entryway, right by the front door, like a little reminder. We're home. We did it. We're married. I work from home, so during the day it's usually just me and Biscuit. And that afternoon, I don't know, it was one of those, days. The power flickered out 4 times in a row, like off, on, off, on. On the last flicker, something in the living room made this horrible, high-pitched noise. Not the TV. TV wasn't even on. But this little sound bar under it started shrieking like it was dying. I actually jumped. I yanked the plug out of the wall and the house went quiet again. At the time, I was like, okay, power surge. Electronics are weird. Whatever. I even checked online to see if the power company had maintenance scheduled. Didn't see anything. But I told myself maybe it just wasn't listed. I didn't spiral. Yet. The weirder part didn't happen until later that night. I'm in the kitchen, and I hear this loud rustling sound, like someone aggressively handling a bunch of dried flowers or crinkly leaves. It came from the entryway. And I walk over, and there are the leis, on the floor, just sitting there. And I'm staring at them like, no, that doesn't make sense. Because they weren't balanced on a hook or draped over something flimsy. They were hung up with a nail, a solid nail. And we don't even have central air. No vents blasting, no big gusts. Nothing that should have knocked them down. Biscuit absolutely loses it. He's barking like somebody's in the house. Like full body hackles up, I'm about to protect this family with my entire soul mode. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt my stomach drop a little. Not full panic, just that cold little ripple of, wait, what? When Evan, my husband, got home, I told him right away. He went over, checked the nail, checked the lays, did that whole calm, logical person routine. He agreed it was strange, but we rehung them anyway. We made sure they were really secure. Then we kind of moved on. Made dinner, watched something dumb, tried not to give it too much power. And then a few mornings later, this is the part that got me. I'm home again, alone again, just working. And I hear it. That same loud rustling. Not subtle, like it wanted to be noticed. And poor Biscuit, he was shaking, not just barking, shaking. I ended up scooping him up and just holding him for the longest time, like a baby, walking around, whispering, "You're okay. You're okay." Even though I'm pretty sure I was also saying it for myself. So here's where I'm at. I don't know if I'm overreacting. Part of me is like, it's physics. It's the nail. It's the weight. It's humidity. It's literally anything normal. But then there's that other part of me that's standing in the hallway, remembering how loud that rustling was, how it happened twice, how my dog reacted, how weird the timing felt with the power surges. And I've already done all the little just-in-case things, you know? I cleaned the energy when we first moved in. I've lit incense after having people over. I've tried to make the house feel peaceful and intentional and safe. So when I ask, am I overreacting? I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm genuinely asking because I don't want to turn this into a scary story. I just want it to be a house we love, with a weird little mystery by the front door. Hello to all the amazing viewers of the Paranormal M channel. You have no idea how much I love what I do. Reading your comments, hearing your paranormal stories from around the world, and helping you sleep a little better. It honestly means everything to me. Thank you for sharing so many experiences with us, and please, keep them coming. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss our latest videos. Now, let's dive into today's paranormal stories. So, hey, thanks for listening. I've been sitting with this for a while, and I honestly don't know what to make of it. I manage this really old community hall in my town, the kind of place with scuffed wooden floors, dusty trophy cases, and that faint smell of old curtains that never truly goes away. My boss is my aunt, Mara, and she's worked with the building forever. She swears up and down there's never been anything creepy going on there. No stories, no haunted hall reputation, nothing. And for a while, I believed her. But a little over a year after I started, small things began happening upstairs in the lounge area. The biggest one, the one that keeps repeating like it's got a routine, is the TV turning on by itself. And this isn't some sleek little flat screen. It's one of those massive, ancient Panasonic projection TVs with a chunky speaker base built into the bottom. Heavy, loud, stubborn. It sits right near the entrance to the upstairs lounge, like it's stationed there. At first, it would flip on when I was leaving, and I wouldn't notice until later. Then I'd get a text like, "Did you seriously leave the TV on again?" And I'd have to apologize, even though I truly didn't remember touching it. After a while, it started feeling intentional. Like it would wait. Then it would turn on the second I stepped into the lounge, or right as I crossed the threshold to leave, the exact moment I'd be forced to see it. Not when other staff were around, not during busy events, just me. And the weird part? It never happens to anyone else. I asked around. I asked maintenance. I asked the weekend crew. Nothing. Mara's been involved with that hall for decades and says she's never had the TV do anything like that. I tried to convince myself it was a wiring glitch or a dying power button, and maybe it was. I really wanted it to be. But then something happened earlier this year that kind of cracked that explanation clean in half. Upstairs, my office sits beside a short little hallway that leads to the bathrooms. It's not even long, just a few steps, but it's always darker than it should be, like the light doesn't fully reach it. That hallway is the only place in the whole building that makes my stomach tighten for no logical reason. I've had weird experiences before in my life, enough that I learned a rule I've tried to live by. If you don't feed it attention, it usually doesn't push. So I keep my head down. I don't talk into the dark. I don't challenge anything. I do my job, lock up, go home. Most nights, that works. But one evening, I was locking my office door and I felt it. That awful sensation that someone is staring at you. Not a casual glance, not imagined. Like an intense, fixed stare from the bathroom hallway. It was so strong, I actually froze with my keys in my hand. Now, I have this EVP-style app on my phone, one of those ghost communication things. I'll be honest, I don't take it seriously. I mostly downloaded it out of curiosity, and sometimes I used it in the hall just to map out where the wiring hotspots are, because the building's old and the electricity does strange things. I wanted to know what a normal reading looked like in different spots. My office entry area usually reads low, almost nothing. That night, I opened the app anyway, more out of nervous habit than belief. The meter jumped immediately into the middle range, and then it generated 2 words, "Come closer." My skin went cold, my chest tightened. Every instinct I have said, no, get out, now. So I ran. Not a calm, let's leave run. I bolted. I flew out of the upstairs doors and down the stairs, still doing that frantic thing where you're trying to be responsible while you're terrified. Locking side rooms as you pass them, slapping switches, moving too fast and dropping your keys once, catching them, almost tripping. I set the alarm, locked the main doors, and drove home like the rear-view mirror was going to show something sitting in my back seat. And then, when I got home, my phone rang. It was Mara. She sounded tense, annoyed, confused, all at once. She asked, "Did you lock up properly? Because the alarm just tripped." I told her yes, absolutely yes. I was sure. I'd checked everything like 3 times because I was already rattled. She said the sensors were triggered in a path, starting at the front entrance, then up the stairs, then into the upstairs lounge. Like something had come in after I left, and walked right back up to where I'd been. She insisted I go back and check. I didn't want to. I felt sick even thinking about it. But I did. And when I got there, everything was exactly how I'd left it. Every lock, every door, secure. So the only explanation that made sense to my brain in that moment, as much as I hated it, was this. Whatever I felt upstairs followed me as I ran out. It waited until I was gone, and then it moved back through the building and triggered the alarms on its way upstairs. That's the part I can't shake, because usually the weird stuff is subtle, annoying, like the old TV turning on. But after that night, after I'd opened the door to communicating, even in the smallest way, it felt like the presence got stronger, like it realized I could notice it. Since then, I've gone back to ignoring it. I don't use the app anymore. I don't react to the TV. I don't talk about it in the building. But I still get the sense sometimes that it's trying to pull my attention back, like it's waiting for me to slip and acknowledge it again. And I don't know why. People always say, maybe it wants to tell you something. But what I felt wasn't curious or sad. It wasn't gentle. It felt wrong. It felt like something that wanted me closer for a reason that wasn't good for me. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Have you ever had something like this happen? Something that only seems to happen to one person? And if you have, what did you do? Because I'm not trying to be brave here. I'm just trying to do my job and not invite something dangerous into my life. Hey, so this is one of those things I still struggle to talk about, because the second you say paranormal, people either get quiet or they get that look like you're making it up. And I'm not trying to convince anybody or win an argument. I'm just telling you what happened to me, the way I remember it. And honestly, I'm hoping someone out there will hear it and go, yeah, me too. The first time anything like this happened, I was really little, preschool little. We were in this cramped apartment, and my older brother, Tyler, and I shared a room. He had the top bunk, and we were doing what kids do, wrestling, shoving, laughing too loud. At some point, he swung a foot, and I went right off the bed. And I should have hit the floor hard, but I didn't. It's hard to put into words without sounding ridiculous, but it felt like I got caught, like the air itself held me for a second, like something grabbed me mid-fall and paused me just long enough that I didn't get hurt. I remember this weird, weightless feeling, like I floated for a beat before landing softer than I should have. I was probably 5. Maybe it was 94 or 95. I just know I was tiny, and I remember looking up after, confused, like, what was that? The second incident is the one that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. We'd moved into a house with my grandparents. More space, but somehow heavier, if that makes sense. My parents had added this extra room off the back. It used to be an old patio, and they built over it. There was a futon back there, a box fan, a little TV. So of course Tyler and I claimed it as our hangout room. We dragged in blankets, pillows, toys, made a whole messy kid nest out of it. One afternoon, Tyler suddenly froze and got that scared, tight look on his face. He whispered, "There's something in the blankets." And I remember rolling my eyes because he could be dramatic. I was like, stop lying. He wouldn't move. He just pointed. And where he pointed, the blankets looked wrong. Like the fabric dipped way deeper than it should. Like a pocket that didn't belong there. Almost like a dark little hollow formed inside the pile. I can still picture it. Not a normal shadow. More like the blankets swallowed the light. And because I was a stubborn little brat, I scooted closer, lifted my foot, and stomped right into it. Hard. Like, see? Nothing. The moment my foot hit, something wrapped around my ankle. Instantly. Not like fabric catching, not like a loose cord. It felt like a grip, firm, deliberate, like something alive closing around me. I yanked back and couldn't. Tyler screamed. I screamed. It was chaos. My mom came storming in, exhausted and furious, like, "What is wrong with you two?" She shoved the futon, tore through the blankets, flung pillows everywhere. Nothing. No animal, no object, no explanation. After that, we didn't play in that room again. Not because we were told not to. We just couldn't. I was maybe 8, Tyler maybe 9. Late 90s, give or take. Then there was the bathroom incident. This was still that same house. My mom was working long hospital shifts at the time, and my grandma traveled for work a lot. So some nights it was just my grandpa, my brother, my dad, and me. Their rooms were all down the hall, and mine was near the bathroom. One night I got up to pee. The house was quiet in that way houses get when everyone is asleep, like the walls are holding their breath. I'm in there, half asleep, and right as I'm about to flush, I hear a knock on the bathroom door. I go, hello? I'm in here. And right away, a woman's voice answers, clear as day. It sounded like my mom, with that impatient but not angry tone. And I remember laughing because it sounded so normal. Like, "Really, Mom? I can't have 2 minutes?" I washed my hands, still smirking, and then it hit me like ice water. My mom wasn't home. My grandma wasn't home either. And the house, suddenly, felt too big, too dark, too silent. I didn't want to open the door. My heart was pounding. I stood there for what felt like forever, and finally, I cracked it open. Pitch black hallway. No lights, no movement, nobody awake, no one at the end of the hall, nothing. I bolted back to my room and slammed my door like something was chasing me. I didn't have a lock, so I turned on the light and sat with my back against the door, knees pulled up, shaking. I was about 11, early 2000s, and even now, decades later, I still have nightmares where I'm leaving a bathroom into a dark hallway, and I swear my body remembers the fear before my brain can even catch up. A few years after that, things got weird in a different way. My grandpa woke up one night convinced he saw someone moving through the hall, like a person walking past the doorway. He told my grandma, "Didn't you just see them?" And she was like, "See who? There's nobody." And he just shrugged, dead serious, and goes, "Must have been a ghost." My grandma didn't sleep after that. She stayed up, scared and wide awake, like she didn't trust the house anymore. Then about a week later, my best friend, Jules, was over. We were teenagers by then. She walked down the hall and did that double-take thing toward my grandparents' room. Not screaming, not dramatic, just a quiet, confused look. Later, I walked down the hall too, and as I was walking back, I glanced into my grandpa's TV room, and I saw what looked like someone standing there. A tall, dark shape. Not detailed, just a presence. I stopped. My skin prickled, and Jules immediately goes, softly, "You saw it too, didn't you?" I said, "Saw what?" She said, "That black figure in your grandpa's room." And I swear my blood went cold, because I hadn't told her what I'd seen yet. We both tried to laugh it off. Teenagers do that, you know. But the truth is, neither of us forgot it. Fast forward to adulthood. I went through a breakup, messy, painful, and around that same time my mom had a serious accident. She survived, thank God, but it shook everything up. We ended up moving to a different town and into a rental house that had apparently been empty for a couple of years. I moved in first because I lived nearby. The first nights alone, I kept hearing little things, like the house settling, except it didn't feel like settling. It felt like someone else was there. I'd get up, check rooms, nothing. Then I'd climb back into bed. One night, I woke up because I felt something tug my foot. I snapped awake, yanked my leg under the covers, heart racing, telling myself it was a dream. Then later, maybe minutes, maybe longer, something grabbed my leg and yanked me. Not a gentle pull, a hard, violent yank. It dragged me out of bed by my ankle and pulled me toward the doorway. I'm not exaggerating. I hit the floor and slid. I screamed and kicked and finally broke free, scrambled back, turned on every light in the room, and stayed awake until morning. That was the first night I felt truly unsafe in my own bed. After that, the house changed my sleep. I started having night terrors, deep, brutal ones. I'd wake up hearing screaming, but no one else heard it. I'd see dark shapes moving through rooms. Once, my mom admitted she'd seen something too, which almost made it worse, because I couldn't tell myself it was only me anymore. But even he started having moments. Misplaced items he swore he'd just set down, footsteps that didn't match anyone's. That feeling like you're being watched when you're alone in a room. He'd always end it with, "It's just stress." Like saying it out loud could pin it down and make it harmless. The last big incident in that house was around 2020. He was playing video games and I was on the bed beside him. In my mind, I was awake. I could hear the game, see the screen, hear him breathing. Everything felt real. And then I noticed something at the window. A shape. A man-like silhouette. Wrong in that way shadows are wrong when they want to be seen. And it started trying to get in. I know how that sounds. I do. But in that moment, it wasn't a thought. It was a fact. Like my body understood danger before my brain could argue. I started screaming, swinging, kicking, trying to get away. My husband whipped around shouting, "What? What is it?" And I was yelling, "He's at the window. He's coming in. He's getting in." My husband ran to the window, flipping out, because to him it sounded like there was an actual man outside. He didn't see anything. He swears I was asleep. I swear I wasn't. But after that night, something got worse. The nightmares came harder. The air in that house felt heavy, mean, like living inside a bad mood you couldn't shake. I sank into the darkest depression I've ever had. I felt drained, like I was carrying dread in my bones. And then, this part matters. We moved. End of 2022, we bought our own place. We left a ton behind on purpose. Old stuff, junk, anything tied to ugly memories. Anything that felt contaminated with bad years. And my brother, Tyler, was no longer part of our day-to-day life. He'd become a really negative person, and eventually he ended up locked up. I'm not saying that to be cruel. I'm saying it because it ties into what he told us later. From the very first night in the new house, the night terrors stopped. Like someone flipped a switch. No more screaming in my sleep. No more dark figures. No more feeling watched. The air felt clean, peaceful, safe. I had one strange dream where someone was searching for me, and in the dream I was back in my childhood house, like my mind still had a string tied to it. But even that felt distant compared to what I used to live with. And then I found out my grandma was finally selling that old house. And I felt relief. Not sadness, relief. Because that place didn't hold warmth for me. It held tension. It held fear. It held too many nights where something felt off. Here's the part that still makes me uncomfortable. Before my brother disappeared from our lives, he admitted he'd done ritual-type stuff in his room when we were younger. Like he invited things in. I don't even know what to believe about that. Part of me wants to roll my eyes. Part of me remembers everything that happened and can't fully dismiss it. And when he got arrested years later, people said they found disturbing occult stuff in his apartment. Symbols, candles, things laid out like some kind of intention. I don't know if it was real, satanic anything, or if it was him being edgy and sick and trying to scare people. Either way, it makes my skin crawl. So, that's it. That's the story. I'm not asking anyone to worship the paranormal or agree with me. I'm honestly open to logical explanations. Sleep disorders, trauma responses, stress, the way a bad environment can poison your nervous system. Maybe my husband is right and it was stress the whole time. And if you've ever had anything like this, anything you can't easily explain, I'd genuinely like to hear it. Or if you have a grounded explanation that isn't cruel, I'm open to that too. I'm not looking for people to mock me. I'm just looking for perspective. And maybe proof that I'm not the only one who's walked out of a bathroom into a dark hallway and felt the world tilt the wrong way. So this happened about 6 years ago, back when I was still in school, and my bedroom was set up in what used to be our garage. My older cousin, let's call her Maris, was staying with my family for a couple of weeks. And the whole time she was there, we kept having these little ghost moments that were easy to brush off. Like, you'd hear a sharp knock on the wall, and we'd be like, yeah, okay, the house is settling, even if it didn't sound like that at all. Or we'd hear a weird scrape in the hallway and decide it was probably the cat, even when the cat was literally asleep on the bed. Once, I could have sworn I saw a woman's face in the bathroom mirror, just for a split second, but I convinced myself it was just a shadow and bad lighting and me being dramatic. Nothing ever felt serious. Until the last night Maris was there. We had school in the morning, so we went to bed earlier than usual. I remember being extra tired, that heavy kind of tired where you fall asleep before your head even sinks into the pillow. And then, somewhere in the middle of the night, I got shaken awake. Not gently either, like urgent. I rolled over, irritated and half asleep, ready to snap at Maris for messing with me. But she was still lying beside me, stiff as a board. And I remember reaching out and grabbing her arm like, "Are you kidding me right now?" No words. None. Just that awful silence. But then she looked past me, past my shoulder, and her face changed so fast it made my stomach drop. Like all the color drained out of her. Her eyes were wide, frozen, and I could see she was trying to breathe quietly, like making noise would make it worse. And before I even turned, I started tearing up, like my body already knew what I was about to see. The room was almost completely dark, except for a thin stripe of moonlight coming through the window. And because the room used to be a garage, the ceiling felt higher than a normal bedroom. Everything in there felt a little too open, a little too empty at night. I turned toward the corner of the room, and there were eyes. Not a face, not a shape I could really make out, just eyes. Way too high up, like impossibly high, 7 or 8 feet from the floor, higher than where a person's head should ever be. They weren't glowing like in movies. It was worse than that. I just remember the pale whites catching that tiny bit of moonlight, like they were watching without blinking. I started crying instantly, quiet crying, the kind where you're trying not to make a sound because you're scared it'll notice. And Maris finally whispered, barely audible, "What is that?" That's the only thing I clearly remember her saying. And this is the part that still makes me feel weird about myself, because instead of running or screaming or doing anything that makes sense, I laid back down. Still crying, still terrified. I just turned away and pulled the blanket up and, like my body hit an off switch, I fell asleep. Like I shut down. The next morning, we got up for school and it was heavy. We looked at each other and I knew she remembered. She knew I remembered. But we didn't talk about it right away. We just moved around the house like normal people pretending nothing happened. Then, in the kitchen, right as we were about to leave, I said, trying to make it sound casual, like I wasn't about to lose it, "I had a really weird dream last night." That's when we finally talked about it. We compared what we saw, what we felt, what we remembered, and everything matched, except for one thing. To this day, Maris swears I woke her up. She insists she never shook me awake at all. But I swear it was her. We kind of laughed it off, because what else do you do with something like that? You don't want to sound crazy. You don't want to be the person who's dead serious about eyes in the corner at breakfast before algebra. But even now, years later, I still get anxious about that corner before I go to sleep. And lately, this is why I've been thinking about it again. My dog has started whining at night. Not every night, but often enough that it sticks with me. He'll stand there, tense, staring at that same corner, letting out these soft, upset little cries, like he wants to leave the room, but doesn't want to turn his back on whatever he thinks is there. And I always tell people I don't believe in ghosts. I still say that. But I also say, I've got a few stories I can't explain. And this is the one that never really left me, because it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like something was there, just out of reach of the light. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you the way it happened, because even now, I'm not totally sure what to make of it. A few nights ago, 3, I think, I was riding with my Aunt Marisol on this quiet back road that cuts through a ton of trees. We weren't even going anywhere exciting, just heading home after visiting family. It was already getting late, like a little after sunset, and the sky had that deep blue look where everything feels slightly unreal. Then the car started acting weird. First a warning light, then this sharp beep, and suddenly the temperature gauge shot up like it was panicking. Marisol pulled into this small church parking lot that looked like it hadn't been busy in years. No other cars, no streetlights, just this wide stretch of cracked pavement and one side of it completely hugged by dense woods. Pines and underbrush packed together so tight it looked like a wall. We turned the car off because it smelled hot, like overheated metal. A minute later, she tried to start it again, and it wouldn't even cough. Nothing. So she called my Uncle Dwayne to come meet us, and while we were waiting, I got out just to breathe and stretch. And that's when I really noticed the woods. You know how sometimes trees don't just look like trees? Sometimes they look like a place you shouldn't stare into for too long? That's what it felt like. It was quiet in this heavy, pressing way, like the sound got swallowed the closer you looked. I took my phone out and snapped a picture to send my friend Tessa, mostly to be like, hey, this is creepy, right? And when I looked at the photo, my stomach did this slow drop. Because on the screen, only on the screen, there was this pale, milky glow tucked between the trees. Not a flashlight beam, not eye shine, not anything I could explain. Just this soft, white shape, like fog lit from inside. And it wasn't there when I looked with my actual eyes. So, of course, I did the thing everyone would do. I aimed my phone at different parts of the woods to see if it was some weird lens flare. But nothing else lit up. Only that one spot. And there weren't any lamps or headlights or reflective signs around us that could have caused it. Just trees. Just dark. My uncle got there, and after a lot of messing around under the hood, we ended up getting the car towed. We made it home, and I remember walking into my room and feeling this sudden wrongness. Like the air wasn't hostile exactly, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. I told myself it was just stress, just adrenaline, and I went to bed. The next morning is when things started lining up in my head in a way I didn't like. I woke up to knocking on my window. Not scratching, not tapping, knocking. 3 steady knocks like someone trying to get your attention politely. Then it sped up, rat-a-tat, fast and impatient. Then it stopped for a beat and started again from the beginning. 3 knocks, rapid knocks, repeat. And the creepiest part? It didn't stay in one place. It moved, like it was traveling along the window frame, then up higher, then to the other pane. I sat there in bed, frozen, trying to convince myself it was a bird or a branch. But when I finally worked up the nerve to go outside and look, there was nothing. No trees close enough, no loose shutters, no anything. And my window sits higher than most animals could reach without climbing, and the sound was so clean, so deliberate, like knuckles on glass. That night I tried to act normal. I did homework, I scrolled. I even laughed at a couple dumb videos like I could trick my body into calming down. But then, while I was at my vanity, a small bottle, one that was nowhere near the edge, just tipped and slid like it got flicked. A minute later, something on my desk shifted and dropped, and there was no reason for it. No breeze, no fan pointed that way. Nothing vibrating or shaking the furniture. I tried staying awake because sleeping suddenly felt like leaving the door unlocked. I dozed off a couple times without meaning to, And the last time, it couldn't have been longer than 10 minutes. But in that tiny sliver of sleep, I heard this sound, this horrible, tearing screech. Not like an animal, not like a person either. It was thin and sharp and full of anger, like something trying to force its way into the world. I sat straight up with my heart punching my ribs, and the room was still, silent, like it had never happened. Today was worse in a quieter way. All day I kept feeling these little touches, like a brush along my elbow or a cold press at my upper arm. Each time I'd whip my head around like, "What was that?" and there'd be nothing. At school I blamed it on nerves, on people passing in crowded halls, on my backpack strap, on anything. But it followed me home. And then, just a bit ago, I walked out of the bathroom into the hallway, and I felt a cold hand, cold like it had been outside in winter, rest on my shoulder from behind. It wasn't a graze. It wasn't air. It was a firm touch, like someone trying to stop me. I actually turned around and said, "Hey," because my first thought was that my uncle was behind me messing around, being annoying. Nobody was there. I let out this little yelp, half scream, half gasp, and I turned back toward my room, and I swear to you, I saw a shadow move down the hall toward my mom's room. It wasn't a normal shadow. It had direction, purpose, like it was going somewhere. And the thing is, my uncle's room is right behind that hallway. If he'd walked past me, I would have seen him. I would have heard him. There's no way he could have slipped by without me noticing. So now I'm sitting here telling you this, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to be reasonable, and my brain keeps circling back to that church parking lot, that wall of trees, that glow that only existed through my camera, and this awful feeling that whatever noticed me out there didn't stay out there. So, I want to tell you about the house I grew up in. My family lived there for about 16 years, and for most of that time, weird stuff was just part of the background. Not like every single day, but often enough that you'd stop arguing with yourself about it. When I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, my mom would sometimes leave me and my sister Maya home for a couple hours while she finished work. And more than once, we'd be in the kitchen and the cupboard doors would start opening and closing on their own. Not a gentle creak either, like someone was deliberately doing it. Sometimes one door, then another, like it was moving down the line. One time it got so intense, I actually picked up the phone and called my mom at work because I didn't know what else to do. There's one moment I can still picture so clearly. This heavy marble paper towel stand, like a chunk of stone, the kind that feels cold even in summer, shifted, lifted a little, and then slammed down on the counter. And I need you to understand, that thing was so heavy we couldn't even lift it properly at that age. Not together, not without struggling, but it moved like it had hands. And then there's the missing things thing. Not the normal, "where'd my socks go?" kind of missing. I mean, something will be in your hand, you'll turn for a second, and it's just gone. You tear the room apart, shake out blankets, check under pillows, get frustrated, leave the room to look somewhere else, and when you come back, it's sitting right there, on top of the bed, like it's been placed there to prove a point. Over Christmas holidays, when my cousins would come stay, the house felt even busier, louder, warmer, more crowded. But that's when I saw something that still makes my stomach flip. I was in my room and I saw what I swore was Maya, my little sister, run up the stairs and dart into the closet in the next room over. I called out like, "Maya?" and went to grab her, expecting a giggle or a "what?" And the room was empty. The closet was empty. No one. Nothing. My grandma lived in the basement for a while too, and she had her own stories. She'd wake up thinking one of my little sisters was beside her bed, like trying to get her attention. Little footsteps, a shape, that feeling of someone right there. She'd speak, half asleep, and then realize the room was still and empty. And it wasn't just us. Friends would come over and casually say things like, "Do you feel weird in here?" Like they didn't even want to admit they were asking. Different people, different times. For some, it was my old bedroom. For others, it was the living room at night. And the basement. The basement was almost always the place people mentioned. Like the air down there had weight. But the most vivid, the one that sits in my chest even now, was in the middle of a normal afternoon. Bright outside. Not spooky hours. My sister and I were watching TV in my mom's room while she showered. Everything felt ordinary. And then we heard it. This laugh. It came from the closet. Not a little noise you could explain away. A real laugh. Clear enough that both of us snapped our heads toward the closet at the exact same time. We looked at each other, wide-eyed, like we'd both just been slapped by the same invisible hand, and we ran out of the room so fast I swear my feet barely touched the floor. My mom later told us we were imagining it, that our minds were playing tricks. But here's the thing. I know what it sounds like when you scare yourself. That wasn't it. That was something else. And it wanted us to know it was there. But then, life happened. Real life. Hard life. There were years where the house wasn't just a house. It held alcoholism. It held yelling and fear. It held things breaking, sometimes objects, sometimes people. I went through a long stretch of depression that felt bottomless, and there were times I genuinely didn't know if I'd make it through my own thoughts. And after all of that, the energy changed. It stopped feeling like a weird presence you could shrug at, and started feeling like something sour moved in and settled deep. You could feel it in your body. If you stand in the hallway with the living room lights off, there's this sinking feeling, like the dark is heavier there than it should be. And the basement? The basement feels like a dare. My mom has told me she's seen something in the corner of her room while she's sleeping, like a shape watching. She doesn't say it dramatically either. She says it in that careful, controlled way people talk when they're trying not to sound insane. And I believe her. I believe her so much that even talking to you about it right now has my heart going a little too fast. The reason I'm even telling you all this is because something happened recently that scared me in a different way. I don't live there anymore, but my mom and my two younger sisters, Leah and Sophie, still do. They're teenagers now. And the other day, my mom was home alone, doing laundry in the basement in the middle of the day. Normal, mundane. And then something touched her back. Not a breeze, not a brush of fabric. She said it felt like pressure, like a hand or a palm hot against her skin. And she panicked. She ran upstairs and out of the house, like her body decided before her brain did. And that's what's been sticking with me. Because this feels like escalation. Like it waited until she was alone. Like it knew she'd be distracted. Like it chose a moment where she wouldn't be expecting anything. We've always had this attitude of, don't feed it fear. Like, tell it to leave. Be firm. Don't beg. Don't act small. And honestly, that approach seemed to work most of the time. At least enough that we could live our lives. But this is the first time it feels physical. And it scares me in a way the cupboards and missing objects never did. I told my mom she should get someone experienced to come by. Someone who knows what they're doing, not just someone who wants to play ghost hunter. Someone who can walk through the house and read what's there without stirring it up. Because I don't want my mom down there alone again, wondering if something is going to put a hand on her back when her guard is down. And if I'm being totally honest with you, what scares me most isn't the idea of a ghost. It's the feeling that the house listened to us for years, like it learned our routines. and now it's testing what it can do. So, this is one of those things where, if I hadn't lived it, I'd probably roll my eyes a little. About a month ago, my wife, Mara, and I started having these insanely vivid dreams, like every single night. Mara's always been the dreamer between us. She gets night terrors sometimes, so vivid sleep stuff isn't exactly new for her. But me? I'm usually the guy who wakes up and goes, "I slept," and that's the whole story. Except suddenly I'm remembering everything. Whole scenes, whole feelings. Like my brain is filming movies and forcing me to watch the replays. Most of them were just annoying dream weird. Like one night I'm pedaling a bike down this steep hill chasing somebody, and no matter how hard I push, it's like I'm stuck in slow motion and they're gliding away effortlessly. Another night I'm trying to wipe fingerprints off the windows in our house, and every time I set the spray bottle down, gone. Paper towels, gone. And I keep marching back to the same cabinet under the sink like a fool, getting more and more furious, like I'm being pranked by an invisible toddler. But then a few of the dreams shifted into this darker lane. There was one where I noticed smoke curling out of our bathroom. I ran to grab the fire extinguisher, and by the time I got back, the whole room was just engulfed. Like fire climbing the walls, roaring, heat in my face. And I'm standing there thinking, why isn't the smoke alarm going off? It's the weirdest detail, but it's what stuck with me. This quiet, dead silence while everything burns. The next morning I'm telling Mara about it, half laughing at myself for dream panicking. And right in the middle of me talking, the smoke detector starts chirping. Low battery beep. Just that little, "Hey, you need to replace me" sound. Not supernatural, I know that. But it hit me like someone timed it on purpose. Like my dream was tapping the glass. Then there was another one that messed me up more than I want to admit. I woke up in the dream, and there was this dark shape standing in the corner of our bedroom. Not moving, just there, watching. And the worst part is it didn't feel like a quick nightmare. It felt like it lasted all night. Me lying there pretending to be asleep because in the dream, I was convinced if it knew I was awake, something would happen. When my real alarm finally went off, I woke up sweating, and I couldn't shake that feeling all day. Like every hallway in my house had an extra set of eyes. But the thing that really turned my stomach happened a few mornings after that. I had this dream 3 times in the same night. Same exact sequence. Someone is standing next to the bed, and they press a hand down hard against the side of my face, like a palm pushing into my cheekbone. Every time it happened, it scared me so badly I snapped awake. And here's the part I can't explain. When I woke up, I could still feel the pressure. Not like, oh, I imagined it. Like my skin still remembered it. The 3rd time I jolted awake, the room looked brighter. Morning light. And I realized our son, Eli, he's 3, was in bed with me. Mara's usually up early, so her side was empty like normal. Eli was lying in her spot, wide awake, staring at me with this confused little frown, like he was trying to solve a puzzle. And before I can even say anything, he goes, in this calm little voice, "Whose hand was that?" Instant goosebumps, like my whole body tightened. I laughed, because what else do you do when your kid says something like that? And I went, "What do you mean, buddy?" I swear my stomach dropped. I asked him, "What hand?" And he points right at my face, right where I'd been feeling it in the dream, and he goes, "It was there." I'm panicking on the inside, but I do that parent thing where you force your voice to stay light, like you're narrating a cartoon. I'm like, "Huh? I don't know what you mean. Look." these are my hands. And I whip my hands out from under the blanket and do this goofy face like I'm trying out for a children's show. And that's all it took. He smiles like, "Oh, okay." And he leans in and asks for a hug. I hugged him, obviously. But inside I was thinking, did you just see something I didn't? Or did I bring something into the room with my own stupid dream? I didn't bring it up again after that. Not to him. I didn't want to plant anything in his head. And then last night, because apparently we're just collecting these moments now, Eli decides to casually ruin my evening. We're sitting on the living room floor playing with toys, and out of nowhere he goes, "Who is the black spiky man?" I'm like, "The what?" And he says it again, totally matter of fact. "The black spiky man." I asked him, "What man?" And he points toward the kitchen and goes, "In there." I tried to keep my voice normal, but I could feel my skin prickling. So I do the logical parent thing and go, "Oh, maybe you saw a shadow. Can you show me?" And Eli nods like this is the most reasonable request in the world. He takes my hand and walks me into the kitchen like he's giving a tour. He looks around for a few seconds, slowly, like he's scanning, and then he goes, "He's not here." And I'm like, "Oh, good. Okay. Must have been your imagination." And I just dropped it. Because what else am I supposed to say? Cool. Tell the shadow man I said hi. So now I'm sitting here trying to file all of this into a nice, neat box labeled coincidence. Maybe it's just stress. Work's been heavier lately, and when I'm stressed, my sleep is trash. Maybe that explains the dreams. Maybe the smoke alarm beep was just a smoke alarm doing smoke alarm things. Maybe the hand moment was my brain blending dream stuff with waking up and noticing my kid next to me. Maybe the black spiky man is just a 3-year-old being a 3-year-old because kids say unsettling things like it's a hobby. But here's the detail that started bothering me once I replayed the timeline. Right around when all this began, we went to a family christening, Mara's side of the family. After the service, there was this little get-together, and at the end they handed out party favors, small gift bags with sweets and a little keepsake. In ours, there were these sugared almonds, which, gross, we tossed them the minute we got home, and these tiny prayer beads. Not expensive or anything, just a simple little set. And for some reason, Mara and I both took them out and hung them from the lamps on our bedside tables. Like a little decoration. Like, "Aw, that's nice." I can't swear on my life that the first night of the dreams was exactly the night we hung them up. But it was close. Close enough that my brain keeps circling it like a dog sniffing something strange. And maybe it's nothing. Truly. Maybe it's all just timing and stress and a kid with a spooky imagination. It gets hard to laugh it off. It just does. So, this has had my brain doing somersaults for the past few days, and I've got to tell someone who will actually listen. So, hey, thanks for being here. It started when I was 19, back when I was training like my life depended on it, because I was dead set on enlisting. I lived out in northeast Tennessee, and I had this same running route I did constantly. This long, straight stretch of road with wide open fields on both sides, a couple scattered barns, and barely any houses. It was the kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing and the little gravel crunch under your shoes. Most days I ran early, like 6 or 7 a.m., but one day I'd planned to take a rest, and I don't know how to explain it other than I had this weird, stubborn pull all day long. Not hype, not discipline, more like something was tugging on me. Like, no, you need to go. So finally, later than usual, closer to 4 p.m., I gave in. I lace up, head out, and I'm a couple miles in, zoning out in that runner's tunnel vision. I look down at my phone to switch the song, and I swear to you, it's like a person just appeared in the exact spot my body was headed. I slam right into him. He goes down hard, and I'm instantly panicking, like, oh my God, I just destroyed an old man on the side of a rural road. I drop down, grab his arm, and help him up as fast as I can. I go, "Man, my bad, sir. I didn't even see anybody out here." He brushes dirt off himself and goes, "You're fine." But then he looks at me, and I mean really looks at me. His face, it changes in a way I still can't shake, like he's gone pale, like the air got sucked out of him. His eyes widen, and his mouth just kind of hangs open, and he looks at me the way someone looks at a nightmare they can't wake up from. I've seen people get startled. I've seen people get scared. This was different. This was pure, cold, gut-level fear. Then he sticks his hand out toward me, almost like he's reaching for proof that I'm real. I didn't know what to do with that. I kind of stepped back, awkward, and said something like, take care. Sorry again." And he just stood there staring as I jogged off, confused as hell, checking over my shoulder like maybe he was going to say something. But he didn't. I finished my run and tried to forget it, except I never really did. Now here's where it gets unreal. Fast forward about 9 years. I'm in the army now, been in for a while. I'm stationed closer to home than I used to be. I've put on a lot more muscle, and because of a religious exemption, I've got this full beard I keep groomed. I'm not the skinny kid I was. I'm a sergeant now, older, steadier, the kind of tired you can't fix with sleep. Holiday leave comes around, and I get this strong feeling that I need to go home. Not just, it'd be nice. More like that same tug from years ago. Quiet, persistent, impossible to ignore. So I fly into East Tennessee and stay at a hotel. A couple days pass, and one afternoon the weather is perfect. Early fall, that crisp air that smells like leaves and distant wood smoke. Nostalgia hits me hard. I keep thinking about the old place I lived near as a kid, and this guy my mom used to date, Caleb, still lives out that way with his kids. Around midday, I decide to drive over and say hi. We sit around talking like no time passed, catch up on life, laugh about dumb old memories. We even crack a couple beers just because it feels like one of those rare moments where you can breathe. And then, out of nowhere, I get the urge. I kind of want to go walk my old running route, I tell Caleb, just for the nostalgia. He's like, "Yeah, man, go for it." It's quiet in the exact same way I remembered. Fields stretching wide on both sides. The road just cutting forward like it never ends. A light breeze moves through the grass. No cars, no people, just that big, open silence. And I'm walking, thinking about how that road used to be my whole world. When suddenly, I get hit. Not like bumped, not like I tripped, like I got tackled. My body jerks and I stumble, and my phone flies out of my hand and skitters into the gravel. I'm stunned, heart thudding, brain scrambling for an explanation, because there's nobody around. I don't even have time to fully push myself upright before I hear a voice, right above me. "My bad, sir. I didn't see anyone else around here." I freeze, because I know that voice. I know that exact line. I grab for my phone, my fingers shaking, and I hear myself say, automatically, like it's already scripted, "All good." Then I look up, and the entire world tilts. It's a kid, 19, breathing hard from a run, earbuds in, phone in hand. Same height I used to be, same face I used to have, same posture, same everything. It's me. Not looks like me, not reminds me of me. It is literally me, years younger, standing there with that confused, apologetic expression I remember making. Because I made it. My mouth goes bone dry. My chest tightens like I'm about to have a panic attack. I try to say something, anything, but it's like my body forgets how to speak. All I can do is lift my hand toward him, reaching out without thinking, like if I can touch him, then maybe my brain will have something solid to hold on to. He looks at my hand, gives this small, polite smile, like I'm just some stranger being weird, and says, "Take care, sorry again." Then he puts his earbuds back in, and he runs off. And I'm just standing there. For maybe 3 seconds, maybe 10, time didn't feel right. I'm trying to force my mind to make sense of what just happened. Then I snap out of it and yell the first name that comes to me, like shouting a name could anchor reality. "Eli! Hey, Eli, come back!" And I take off after him, sprinting down that open road. But here's the thing. It's a straight road, wide fields, nowhere to hide, no turns, no cars that picked him up, no trees thick enough to swallow a person. And still, he's gone. Just gone. Like the road ate him. I slowed to a stop, bent over with my hands on my knees, breathing like I'd been dropped into someone else's life. I kept scanning the horizon, waiting to see him crest a little rise or hear his footsteps. Nothing. Just the wind moving through the grass. And now, every time I replay it, it feels like a dream, but it doesn't behave like a dream. The details are too sharp. The fear I felt looking at him was too real. And the part that messes with me the most? I remember that day when I was 19, when I ran into that bearded man who looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. I remember his face, and I swear to you, I was looking at my own. So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still a little shaken up telling this. Yesterday, out of nowhere, I got this sudden urge to check on someone's well-being. And I know how that sounds. But it wasn't a normal, I should text a friend kind of thought. This was sharper. Almost like a flash of certainty that if I opened Instagram, I'd see one of those black and white photos with a caption that's basically a goodbye letter. The only problem was, I had no clue who it was supposed to be. And I spiraled a bit. I actually went so far as to pull up a couple obituary sites for my city, those public death registries that cover the metro area. I didn't find anything, which wasn't surprising. I live in a huge Brazilian city, millions of people. So even if the feeling did mean something, what were the odds the exact person would even show up there? Those sites don't catch every single death, right? But the feeling didn't go away. My brain kind of latched onto this woman named Renata, someone who used to run in the same social circles as me back in the day. Renata had struggled with mental health for years, and a while back, maybe like 8 or 9 months ago, she just disappeared from social media completely. And here's the thing, if you're Brazilian, you get it. Social media isn't just social media here. It's like proof of life. Having zero digital footprint is unusual, especially when you've got a ton of mutual friends. So my mind went there. What if something happened? I checked. Nothing. Not on her profile, not on family members' profiles, not even those indirect little clues people leave without meaning to. It was quiet, but not in a scary way, just quiet. And I remember thinking, okay, she's probably fine. Maybe she's taking a real break. Honestly, good for her. And I want to be clear, I had no concrete reason to believe anything had happened to Renata. It was just my mind trying to hang this weird feeling on someone. Then today, I found out that someone I used to know actually died yesterday. Her name was Marcia. Marcia used to work with me years ago at an English school where I was a coordinator. She was the kind of person you remember, steady, friendly, That exhausted but still showing up energy. And the part that hit me hardest? She was a single mom with 2 teenagers. Just brutal. Really. She didn't even live near me anymore. She'd moved to the other side of the country, and I hadn't spoken to her in a long time. Over a year, maybe more. We weren't close friends. More like former co-workers who shared a real place in each other's daily life for a while. So now I'm sitting there thinking, why did I have that feeling yesterday? A couple details make it stick in my throat. For one, Marcia and Renata, this might sound weird, had a similar vibe. Not identical, but enough that my brain could have been circling Marcia without landing, and just grabbed the closest match it could identify. Similar face shape, similar intensity, even a kind of similar presence. I keep wondering if my mind recognized something and just couldn't name it. Second, today I did the obituary search again, except this time on a registry for the region where Marcia had been living. And listen, I clicked the first link that came up, and there she was. First try. And I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but combined with everything else, it felt eerie. Then I learned she'd been taken to the hospital yesterday morning, around the exact time I'd gotten hit with that wave of dread. I keep trying to be rational about it. Like, yes, I've worried about death before. I'm a human being. If my partner is driving late at night, I get anxious. If someone I love gets on a plane, I'll have that stupid little knot in my stomach even though flying is statistically safe. That's normal fear. And then there's the one small thread that connects me to Marcia, which is so random it almost feels like a movie prop. Back at the school, she kept this fantasy-themed board game. She was a huge nerd about it, in the best way. The students loved it. When she moved away, she left it behind. Later, when the school shut down, I found the game packed away in a closet, and I took it home instead of letting it get tossed. Last weekend, my wife and I rewatched a bunch of movies in that same adventure fantasy vibe, and afterward I remembered the board game. I dug it out, threw it in the trunk, thinking I'd bring it to a couple students I teach privately sometimes. Just a harmless, practical little decision. And I swear, when I held that box in my hands again, it was the first time I'd thought about Marcia in a long, long time. Like my brain pulled her name from the bottom of a drawer. So yeah, that's the whole thing. No dramatic ending, no revelation, just this lingering question that I can't quite swallow. Was it just coincidence? My anxious brain throwing darts into the dark and accidentally hitting something real? Or is there, I don't know, some kind of strange human antenna we don't understand yet? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I just needed to say it out loud to someone who might actually hear me. So, I grew up spending nearly every summer in Croatia. My family had this little house outside a seaside town. Not right in the middle of everything, but close enough that you could smell the pines and the salt in the air at the same time. And every year, like clockwork, I'd show up, sunburned within 2 days, and fall right back into the same friendships like no time had passed. There was this tradition the older kids passed down to the younger ones. You know the kind. Half adventure, half proof you're brave now. We'd hike up into the rocky hills behind the village. It's not one single mountain, more like a long, rugged ridge that keeps climbing and folding over itself. Up there, there's a wide, open pasture. Goats or sheep sometimes wandered through, and an old stone hut that had been abandoned for ages. Shepherds used to sleep there overnight back when people actually watched their flocks the old way. The hike itself wasn't that bad. Honestly, it was the kind of walk you could do while joking around and throwing pebbles at each other. Except for one spot. There's this section where the path narrows and you have to shuffle along the edge of what's basically a deep split in the rock, like a ravine or a crack that drops a few meters straight down. And at the bottom there are these big, ugly boulders, the kind you don't want to imagine landing on. It isn't technically a cliff, but it feels like one when you're a kid and you can't stop looking down. That day it was 4 of us at first, me and 3 friends, and we decided we were finally doing the hike to the hut on our own. On the way up, we passed the house of another friend, Luca. We spotted him out on the terrace, leaned over the fence and shouted up like, "Hey, we're heading up to the old hut, come with us." He grinned and said yes, like it was the easiest decision in the world. He grabbed his shoes, came down, and joined us. Just like that, 5 kids, laughing, sweating, feeling like explorers. Everything felt normal, completely normal. And then we reached that narrow part. I remember it so clearly because the air felt a little different there, quieter somehow, even though nothing changed. We went one by one, kind of sidestepping along the rock. Luca was behind us. And then, out of nowhere, he screamed. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding dramatic, but it wasn't a normal scream. It wasn't "I slipped" or "I'm scared" or "I hit my knee." It was a scream that sounded like someone dying, like the kind of sound your body understands before your brain does. A raw, animal, final kind of terror that went straight through us. We spun around and saw him fall, just drop out of sight into that split in the rock. And the scream kept going until it didn't, until there was this sudden, sickening silence after the impact. We froze, every one of us, like our brains refused to accept what we'd just watched. I remember my heart pounding so hard it made me feel dizzy. Someone kept saying his name, over and over, like saying it enough times would change what we'd seen. We crawled forward and looked down, but it was too deep, and the rocks below were twisted and uneven. No movement, no answer, nothing. We were kids, no phones, no way to call anyone, just those old little brick Nokias, and even then we didn't have them with us on the hike. So we did the only thing we could do. We ran. We ran back down the path like we were being chased, crying, shouting, tripping over stones, calling for help, not even caring if we fell ourselves. We didn't stop until we saw the first rooftops of the village. We sprinted past the gate, and I swear to you, my legs nearly gave out, because there he was, Luca, standing there with his parents, alive, calm, completely fine. I can still feel the way my stomach dropped when I saw him, like my body short-circuited. We just stared at him, gasping for breath, pale as sheets, eyes wide open like we'd seen a ghost. Because we had just seen him fall. We had heard him scream like he was dying. All 4 of us. The exact same scream. The exact same fall. The exact same awful silence afterward. For a split second, my brain tried to grab onto the idea that he'd somehow played a prank. But it didn't fit. You can't fake that kind of scream. You can't fake that kind of fall. And even if you could, how could he possibly be here already, without a scratch, without dirt on him, without even looking out of breath? His parents rushed toward us, alarmed, asking what happened, why we were crying, why we looked like that. And we just spilled it out, talking over each other, pointing back up the mountain, barely able to breathe. The adults didn't laugh. They didn't brush it off. They knew us. They could see our faces. They could hear it in our voices. That we weren't trying to tell some spooky story for attention. We were terrified. So the adults gathered people immediately and went up to that ravine. Their thinking was simple. Maybe it wasn't Luca. Maybe it was someone else. A tourist. Another local kid. Anyone. They searched for a long time. And they found nothing. No body. No injured person. No sign that anyone had fallen at all. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. While we were up there hearing that scream and watching him die, Luca was apparently in town with his parents, running errands, completely elsewhere, like it was an ordinary afternoon. To this day, people from that village still bring it up sometimes. Not in a campfire story way, but in that quiet, uneasy way people talk about something they genuinely can't explain. And the four of us who were on that path, we've never forgotten it. Not the image of him dropping out of sight, not the way the world went silent afterward, but especially not the scream. That scream stays with you. And the strangest thing is, we're not the kind of people who go chasing paranormal explanations. None of us were raised to believe in that stuff. Even now, I don't sit here claiming I know it was something supernatural. But I also can't pretend it didn't happen. If it had only been me, I might have convinced myself over the years that my mind invented it. Some weird childhood panic, a misheard sound, imagination running wild. But it wasn't only me. It was all of us. 4 kids, hearing the same scream, seeing the same fall, carrying the same shock in our faces when we reached the village. Luca's fine. He grew up. He's living his life. But in a way, it still feels like we lost him that day, even though we didn't. Like some version of him died in front of us on that rock, and we're the only ones who remember it. And every time I think back to it, the first thing I hear isn't my own voice or my friends shouting for help. It's that scream. That terrible, impossible scream. So, this is a little hard to talk about, but I'll try. My Lolo, my grandpa, passed away earlier this month. It was natural causes, and he was surrounded by family over in California. I'm here in the Philippines, and growing up, my grandparents were always doing this back and forth life. They'd fly home to see us whenever they could, then return to the States. They were immigrants already back then, but they still somehow kept one foot in both worlds. What's wild is, we're still living on the property they helped establish here. Like the land they secured years ago is the same place where we built our home. So even when he was far away, he still felt present in a way. In the walls, in the routines, in the "this is our family's place" feeling. He hadn't been back since around 2019. He kept saying he wanted to come home for good, like really settle here again. But the pandemic happened, and after that, his health just never bounced back. Plans kept getting postponed, then eventually, there was no more someday. The day he died, I didn't really show much. You know how sometimes you're numb first? Like your body is calm, but inside you're shaking. Everyone in the family was grieving, but I was quiet about it. I remember that night, late, already half asleep, just lying in my room when I heard it. A knock. Not a tiny tap. Not a maybe the house moved kind of sound. It was one solid knock, medium to loud, right on my bedroom door. It jolted me awake because nobody knocks like that at that hour. I sat up immediately, heart racing, and went to open the door. And there was no one. I stepped out into the hallway to check. Empty. Quiet. My younger brother was still awake in the next room, scrolling on his phone, so I asked him, "Did you knock?" He looked at me like I was weird and said, "No?" And I could tell he meant it. He was half asleep and annoyed in that genuine way people get when you wake them up with something random. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the house creaked. Maybe it was just one of those things. But then it happened again. A couple nights later, my dad experienced it in their room. He told us he heard 2 knocks this time, 2 distinct ones, like someone knocking, pausing, then knocking again. The first time, he He got up and checked outside the room, then even went downstairs thinking maybe someone was messing around. Nothing. So he went back up to sleep, and then it happened again. Same pattern. The second set of knocks was softer, but still clear enough that he couldn't ignore it. Then, a day or so after that, my mom heard it too. She was getting ready, like dressing, doing her usual routine, and she heard a knock and assumed someone downstairs was calling her. So she called back, "Yeah?" No answer. She went out to check, thinking someone needed something, but everyone was busy doing their own thing, no one even near her door. And then, it came back to me. Just 3 nights ago, I was in my room with my boyfriend, Miguel, and our dog. We were watching a show, Netflix, lights low, totally relaxed. Our dog was lying there, calm, not even restless. Then we heard it. 2 soft knocks on the door, gentle, but unmistakable, like someone trying not to startle us. I froze. Miguel looked at me immediately like, "Did you hear that?" I didn't even answer right away because my brain was doing that thing where it tries to explain it before it lets you feel anything. I got up, opened the door fast, and again, nobody. Hallway empty, house quiet. Because I've lived in this house basically my whole life. I'm 26 now, and in all those years I've never had anything like this happen. Not once. And now it happens, first on the day he dies, then again to my dad, then my mom, then back to me. I don't know what I believe. I'm not saying it's definitely something paranormal. I'm not claiming it's my grandpa for sure. But the timing feels personal. Like the house is doing something it never used to do. And honestly, I think what scares me isn't just the knocking. It's what it might mean. Like, is it a goodbye? A reminder? A sign that grief is louder than we think, even when we're trying to be quiet about it. I guess I'm sharing this because I don't know what to do with it. Has anyone else experienced something like that? Knocking with no one there, especially after losing someone? And if you have, how did you handle it without spiraling? Because right now, I'm stuck between wanting an explanation and wanting to believe it was him, just letting us know he made it home in some way. So, recently I was talking with a friend about death, about people passing, and it brought me right back to something I don't tell many people. When I was 15, I lost my older sister, Maya. She died from an overdose when she was 29, and even saying that out loud still feels sharp, like it has edges. She was genuinely one of the best people I've ever known. The kind of person you just orbit when you're younger because she makes life feel bigger and cooler and safer all at once. I idolized her. She had this beat-up truck that she treated like a concert venue, upgraded speakers, bass you could feel in your ribs, and she'd let me sit there with her while she played music way too loud, rapping along and laughing like nothing in the world could touch her. To me, she was the definition of fearless. She had gone to rehab. She was trying. She really was. And then she relapsed, hard. And that relapse is what took her from us. There's a lot that happened leading up to it. Details I keep close, because some things just don't belong on the internet. But I'll say this. It was a shock that didn't just knock the wind out of our family. It rearranged us. About a month after she died, I had this dream. And I know people say dreams feel real, but this was different. It wasn't fuzzy or symbolic. It felt like she was there. In the dream, I was holding her, hugging her so tightly I could feel that familiar shape of her shoulders, like my body remembered her before my mind did. We were both crying, ugly crying, the kind where you can't even talk right. It was gut-wrenching, but also strangely calm underneath it. like something sacred was happening. And right before I woke up, I remember her pulling back just a little, just enough to look at me, and she said, really clearly, "I have to go now." I woke up sobbing, like I sat straight up and the tears were already happening, as if I'd been crying in the real world too. I don't even know why, but I got out of bed immediately and walked into the living room. It was still early, quiet house, dim light, that heavy stillness you get before the day fully starts. And my mom, Denise, was already there. She was standing in the living room like she'd been placed there, almost frozen. Her face was puffy, eyes red. She'd been crying too. We just stared at each other for a second, and it was like we both knew before we spoke. And then, at the exact same time, we asked each other, "Did you dream about her?" We both said yes. And here's the part I still get chills thinking about. We described the dream, and it matched. The hug, the crying, how real it felt. And then my mom said, "What did she say at the end?" And I told her. And my mom's face crumpled because she whispered, "She said that to me too. I have to go now." Same words, same ending, same wake up, sobbing, same pull toward the living room, same moment of finding each other there. We didn't even try to explain it. We just fell into each other and cried like we were holding on to the only solid thing in the world. It was one of the most bittersweet moments of my life, because I never wanted to say goodbye, not really. But it felt like she reached for us, like she gave us something we didn't get to have the first time, a goodbye we could share together. And now, I'm older than she ever got to be. That's such a strange sentence to live inside of. There are days it hits me out of nowhere, like I'll be doing something normal, laughing at something stupid, and then it's like my brain remembers, she never made it to this age. She never got to see this part. I miss her. All the time. So yeah, I guess I'm asking you honestly, have you ever experienced anything like that? Something that felt less like a dream and more like a moment you were given? Okay, this has been stuck in my head ever since it happened, and I still don't know what to make of it. I'm not saying it was definitely paranormal. Honestly, half of me is skeptical, and the other half is like, yeah, but what if it wasn't nothing? So this was a couple months back. We'd just had our little boy, Milo, and he was around 5 months old at the time, right in the thick of teething. You know that stage where they look so tiny and sweet, but they're also miserable and nobody sleeps? That was us. That day in particular was brutal. I'd been on baby duty for hours, rocking him, walking around the house, trying different bottles, pacing the hallway like a zombie. By the time night came, I was completely wrung out. And when you're that tired, your brain starts telling you stuff. I kept thinking I was messing everything up, like I was failing him, like I wasn't cut out for being a dad. Eventually, I managed to settle Milo down. The house finally went quiet. My partner, Tessa, was asleep, and I remember lying there thinking, okay, just sleep. Please just let me sleep. And that's when it happened. At first it was this deep humming sensation inside my body. Not like a noise in the room, like something in me, like my chest and ribs were vibrating. Then it got stronger. It spread until it felt like every inch of me was buzzing, like my whole body had turned into a speaker and someone had cranked the bass way too high. Then I realized I could actually hear it too. Not just feel it, hear it, faintly, like a low electric drone. And right after that came this really unsettling feeling, like something was pressing against my mind. Like, I don't know how else to say it, like something was trying to force its way into my head. And I was fighting it. Not physically, mentally. Like I was trying to keep a door shut and something on the other side was pushing harder and harder. For a few seconds, 5, maybe 10, it felt like a struggle. Like I was thinking, no, no, get out, stop. And then suddenly, it was like I lost my grip, like the door gave way. And the moment it did, the vibrations surged. It wasn't just buzzing anymore. It was intense, like wind blasting through me, like my whole body was being shaken from the inside. And then there was sound, this high-pitched, chaotic talking. That's what it felt like a voice, but not in any language I knew. Just this rapid, sharp, almost squealing gibberish whipping around my head, like I was caught in some kind of mental whirlpool and the noise was circling me. I remember thinking, what is happening to me? And then, right at the end, everything cut through into one clear sentence, in calm, perfectly understandable English. You're doing a good job. That's it. Just those words. And the second I heard them, it was like something unclenched inside me. All the fear drained out. It wasn't just relief. It was this wave of calm that washed over everything. Like reassurance so strong it felt physical. Like someone had put a hand on my shoulder and meant it. And then, instantly, everything stopped. The vibration, the sound, the pressure. Gone. Like someone flipped a switch. I was just me again. Lying in bed, quiet room, no humming, no voice. Alone in my own head, fully in control. I've had sleep paralysis before, which is why part of me tries to file it under that. But it wasn't like my usual episodes. Normally, I'm asleep first and then I wake up stuck. This time it happened right as I was drifting off. And I've never had anything like a voice, especially not something that felt separate from my own thoughts. And sleep paralysis has always been negative for me. Creepy, dark, that awful dread. This was the complete opposite. It scared me at first, but the ending was weirdly beautiful. What I do know is this: those words stuck. They actually helped. Even now, on the hard days, I remember that sentence. You're doing a good job. And it still hits the same. And if it was a message, then it showed up at the exact right time. Hey, so I've been going back and forth on whether to tell this out loud, because once I say it, it feels more real. But I'm gonna try to explain it the way it actually felt, not the way it sounds on paper. I'm 22, I'm a Christian, and weird things have followed me for as long as I can remember. I've had dreams that later happen, like exactly happen. Sometimes it's years later and it hits me like a punch because the scene is identical, down to tiny details. I'll catch shadows in mirrors or reflections in storefront windows, even when I know no one's there. And I've heard people in my house, doors opening, footsteps, murmuring. Sometimes even voices that sound like my family. When I'm home, completely alone. And then there are moments that just don't make sense. Like a few months ago, I was in this little local shop and someone whispered my name behind me. My name isn't common either. My boyfriend at the time, Evan, heard it too. We both turned around expecting to see somebody we knew, and there was nobody. No one even looking our way. Nothing. I've got more stories than I'd like to admit, but the worst thing, by far, happened about 2 years ago at Evan's family place. It's out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by this huge stretch of land, fields, woods, the kind of quiet that feels heavy. It was one of those nights where he had a few friends over. I'd been at work, and I was genuinely excited to swing by and hang out. Like, I remember driving out there feeling happy, normal, light. And then the second I pulled in, it was like someone flipped a switch in me. I got irritated, immediately. And not in a normal, long day way. I mean instant, sharp anger. Like it had been sitting there waiting. Which is not me. I'm usually upbeat, calm. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't high, nothing. Completely sober. But within maybe 10, 15 minutes, I felt like I couldn't stand being around anyone. So I went inside and laid down in a back room, thinking, okay, I'll rest for a second. Reset. It was around 9 p.m. I fell asleep, and then woke up feeling like I'd only been asleep a few minutes. My pant leg was pushed up a little, and I felt this pressure, like fingers lightly touching my leg. I jerked, pulled the fabric down, told myself I was half dreaming, and I grabbed a blanket and tried to go back to sleep. Then I woke up again. This time, it wasn't touch. It was that awful feeling of being watched, like the air itself is staring at you. I opened my eyes and expected to see Evan standing there messing with me, but the room was empty. Across from the bed, there was this open closet. No door, just a dark cutout in the wall. And above it, mounted on the wall nearby, was this deer head that his family had up like a trophy. I turned my eyes toward the closet, and I swear my whole body locked. Because the closet wasn't just dark. The darkness looked thick, like it had texture. And then it started to move. This oily, smoky kind of mass, like black fog but heavier, was slowly spilling out of it. Not rushing, just emerging, like it had all the time in the world. And what freaks me out even more is I didn't feel like I could move right. I've never had sleep paralysis before, but that's the closest thing I can compare it to. Like my body was heavy and delayed, and my brain was screaming while my muscles wouldn't cooperate. I forced myself to look away, but that didn't help, because when I turned my head forward, I ended up staring right into the deer head's glassy eyes. And suddenly, I had this overwhelming certainty that it was watching me. Like it wasn't an object anymore. Like it was aware. And I wish that had been the end. But it wasn't even close. I woke up again. Evan was standing there, checking on me. He looked confused, like, "Why aren't you outside with us?" And I don't know how to explain what happened next except to say, it didn't feel like me speaking. I snapped at him. I started yelling, telling him to leave me alone, that I didn't want him around, that I needed to be by myself. It was cruel. It was so out of character that part of me was sitting somewhere behind my own eyes, watching it happen, like, "Why are you doing this? Stop. Stop." It felt like being stuck in the passenger seat of my own body, watching someone else drive. He backed off, clearly hurt and confused, and he left me alone because he thought I'd had a rough day. I fell asleep again. Then I woke up again, and he came back, gentle, still trying to understand. And the moment I saw him, this wave of hatred washed over me so strong it felt physical. It was like someone poured something black and bitter into my chest. Every word that came out of my mouth was disgust. I remember hearing myself talk and thinking, that's not me. That's not how I feel about him. But I couldn't stop it. At some point, I got up and went into the bathroom and laid down in the bathtub, like curled up in it, trying to shrink into somewhere small. I felt wrong. My skin felt wrong. My thoughts didn't feel like they belonged to me. I felt split, like my body was there, but me was hovering just behind my face. And then something happened that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I fell asleep in the tub and woke up abruptly. And I sat up with this big, eerie smile on my face. I wasn't smiling because I was happy. I was crying, but my face was smiling like a mask. Internally, I was panicking because I didn't understand why my mouth was doing that. I felt trapped inside my own expression. And then, clear as day, this thought slid into my head. in a voice that didn't feel like my voice. I could go into the kitchen, grab a knife, and no one would even know until it was too late. I need you to understand. I hadn't had thoughts like that since I was a kid, and even then it wasn't like this. This wasn't an intrusive thought that felt like anxiety. This felt planted, foreign, calm in a way that made it worse. The fear that hit me was primal, like my soul recoiled. I stood up, crying, and stumbled outside. The yard was empty. I couldn't see Evan or his friends. I just knew I needed to get away from that house, off that land, anywhere else. I got in my car and started it. I honked the horn over and over, hoping someone would hear me, but it was like the night swallowed the sound. Later, Evan swore he was back in the woods behind the house and had no idea how he didn't hear the engine or the horn. After a minute, I panicked and started driving down the long gravel driveway. And then, out of nowhere, I slammed on the brakes so hard the car slid, and I started screaming. Not crying screaming, rage screaming. I was yelling, "I hate him. I hate Evan. He did this. I hate him." Over and over, like something was forcing the words through me, because I didn't even know what this was supposed to mean. I didn't know why I was saying it. I didn't feel like I was choosing any of it. Then it stopped. The rage drained out of me like someone pulled a plug, and all that was left was fear, pure, shaking fear. And I knew there was someone in the back seat. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I didn't see him. When I turned around, there was nothing. But it didn't matter. I knew he was there anyway, the same way you know when someone is standing too close behind you. I don't even remember deciding to go back. I just did, like the car turned itself. I drove back up and pulled behind one of the buildings. I got out and stood there crying, but I couldn't speak. It was like my throat had sealed shut. A few seconds later, Evan and his friends came running out of the woods, confused and alarmed. Evan came right up to me and looked at my face, really looked, and he said, quiet but certain, "You saw something in the closet." I didn't answer. "It made you think things that weren't yours," he said. I still couldn't answer. I couldn't even nod. I just stood there shaking. And then he turned to his friends and said, "I'm not answering questions. I'm driving her off the property. Follow me and pick me up at the end of the driveway." He put me in the passenger seat and we drove. And this is the part that messes with me the most, because it was so sharp and instant that I can't explain it away. The moment the gravel ended and the tires hit the paved road, right at the edge of the property line, it was like everything snapped off. The fear, the heaviness, the watched feeling, the anger, the wrongness in my body. Gone. Like somebody rinsed me clean. I looked over at Evan and suddenly I felt like myself again, like the girl who'd been excited to see him, the girl who'd been happy on the drive in. And I remember sitting there thinking, how can it be gone that fast? How can it be that location matters? After that, I didn't go into that house alone again. I still don't. I don't go out on that land by myself. If I'm there, it's only with someone else, and even then I'm tense the whole time. Sometimes we still hear things, little things, enough to keep the memory fresh. For a long time, I told myself I sounded crazy. I didn't tell anyone, not my friends, not my family, because how do you say, I didn't feel in control of my own mind without watching someone's eyes change? But I haven't been the same since. I've leaned harder into my faith. I don't go anywhere without my cross now. And I know how dramatic that sounds, but I also know what I lived through. And the truth is, I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing voices when I'm alone, tired of seeing things in reflections, tired of walking around waiting for the next moment that doesn't make sense. I just want to know I'm not the only person who's been through something like this. Because once you feel like something else has had its hands on your thoughts, It's hard to pretend you're the same afterward. Hello Paranormal M channel friends. Where are you watching from right now? Drop a comment below and let me know. How's everyone doing? Thanks so much for sharing your paranormal experiences with us. We truly appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so we can listen to even more stories together. Now, grab your headphones, switch on your nightlight, and let's get started. Good night. So I was maybe 5 or 6 when this happened. One of those memories that stuck to me like a burr, even though I still can't fully explain it. It was really early in the morning, still that bluish, half-awake kind of light, and my older half-sister, Marisol, and I were already up. We were excited because we were about to leave for a family trip down to Alabama to visit relatives. It was a big deal to me. Those trips felt like an event, like the whole year led up to them. And that year felt extra special because Marisol was coming with us. Usually, she spent most of her summers with her dad, so she didn't always get to be part of the trip. But this time she was going, and we were both buzzing about it, talking too fast, bouncing from one thought to another. Just that kid energy where sleep doesn't matter if something fun is about to happen. At some point, Marisol started talking about her grandmother who had died not long before. She called her Lala, and I remember the way her voice got a little quieter when she mentioned her, like she was thinking hard. She said something like, "Do you think she's still around? Like, watching out for me?" Then Marisol got this idea, almost playful, like it was a game. She looked at the wall over her bed and called out, kind of softly but also kind of daring the universe. She said something like, "If you're here, show me. Make a shadow." And I swear to you, almost right after that, we saw it. On the wall above her bed, a shadow appeared that looked like a head. Not a whole person, just a head shape. Dark and clear enough that it made both of us freeze. My stomach did that weird drop feeling because even though we were curious, we did not expect anything to actually happen. We just stared. I remember my heart thudding so loud it felt like it filled the room. And then, a few seconds later, it got even stranger. On the far left side of the same wall, another shadow showed up. This one shaped like a full person. But it wasn't the same kind of dark. It had this lighter, warm tint to it, like it was mixed with the sunrise coming through the window, almost amber. And it moved. Not like someone walking normally either. The best way I can describe it is like a slow, exaggerated running pose. Arms bent, legs stretched like mid-stride, like a person caught in a dramatic jog, but looping through the motion at a weird, unhurried pace. Marisol and I just watched it, completely silent, like if we spoke too loud it would notice us. And then it was gone. Just gone. Like someone switched it off. That's when I broke. I started crying, full-on, little kid terrified crying. And Marisol immediately got serious, like she regretted the whole idea. She turned toward the wall and said, "Okay, stop. You're scaring her. Please stop." And after she said that, nothing else happened. No more shadows, no movement. Just the wall, the morning light, the two of us breathing too fast. I've told people about this before, and the most common explanation I hear is, maybe it was a dream. And I get why people say that. I really do. But here's the thing. This memory has always felt like a normal memory, like the same category as remembering the smell of a room or the pattern on a blanket. And I had plenty of nightmares as a kid, and I remember those as nightmares. They had that specific, surreal, wrong texture that dreams have. I asked Marisol about it years later, and she said she didn't remember it happening at all. But then she explained she doesn't remember a lot of her childhood because she was going through a really hard time back then and blocked out huge chunks of it. What did make my skin prickle a little was that she also said, "Honestly, that sounds like something I would have done." Like calling out to someone who passed away and asking for a sign. She's always been the type to poke at paranormal stuff just to see what happens. Like it's fascinating to her, like experimenting. And me? I've always been the skeptical one. I want a reasonable explanation. I've tried to pick it apart from every angle. Light from the window, something outside moving, our eyes playing tricks, kid imagination, dream logic bleeding into waking life. But what I keep circling back to is the physical setup. Marisol was sitting right there on the bed, and the first shadow, the head, showed up above her. Then the full body shadow appeared way off to the other side of the wall, and I could see Marisol the entire time. She wasn't doing anything that could have caused that. So I'm left with this one stubborn little moment from childhood that doesn't neatly fit in any box. And I think that's why it still sticks with me. Not because I'm convinced it was a ghost, but because it was the first time I remember feeling like the world might be bigger and stranger than the explanations I like to lean on. So here's where I'm at right now. I'm in this weird in-between season of my life. I'm selling my place, getting ready to move halfway across the country for work, and until everything lines up, I'm staying with my dad, back in my childhood home. And I need you to understand something about this house right away. My dad is basically the only person who has lived here for any real stretch of time and not had something happen. It's almost funny, if it wasn't so unsettling. Like the house just decided, "Nah, you're fine," and saved all its weirdness for everyone else. Because other people who don't know each other, people who've never compared notes, they've described the same thing without being prompted. More than once, different visitors have mentioned seeing a woman standing in the kitchen. Same general look, same presence, same spot. Except, there's no woman. There's never been a woman. My brother Miles, who is aggressively skeptical, like the kind of guy who would argue with a candle about whether it's allowed to flicker, had something come flying out of the kitchen one night. Not a shadow, not a draft, something with weight. It slammed into him hard enough to throw him off balance, and then it just vanished into the dining room like it was late for an appointment. My mom had her own run-ins when she lived here. She swore she saw objects physically moving on their own. And there's this one story she told me that I still can't quite shake. Right after she gave birth to me, she was on medication, and the pills kept disappearing. Just gone. Over and over. No explanation. Then one morning, she woke up and watched it happen in real time. She saw one pill on the bedside table stand up on its side, like someone pinched it and lifted it. And it rolled. Except it didn't roll normally. It rolled off the edge, changed direction like it had a mind of its own, and went underneath the table. So she got down on the floor and looked, and under there, like some sick little stash, was a whole cache of the medication that had been missing, all tucked away like something had been collecting it. And my own experiences. Mine were the kind that don't feel like a campfire story. They felt sinister. Like the house wasn't just haunted, it was hostile. Sure, it had all the usual stuff. Creaks when nothing should shift. Soft murmurs you couldn't make out. That sense of being watched that makes your skin go tight. But the clearest thing, the one that's burned into me, happened when I was 10. I remember it with this awful clarity. I was climbing into bed. One leg was already on the mattress, and the other was still on the floor. And as I was shifting my weight, I felt a hand wrap around the ankle of the leg that was still down. A hand. Not pressure. not fabric snagging. Fingers. I remember the details in a way that makes me nauseous even now. I could feel individual fingers. I could feel the joints, which made me think it was a thin hand, bony almost. I felt the nails, and it was ice cold, like it had been sitting in snow. And then it started pulling, not tugging, pulling with intention. My body began sliding under the bed, and I'm telling you, there is no version of that moment where I did it to myself. The position I was in, one leg up, one leg down, there's no leverage to drag yourself backward like that. But I moved anyway. I felt my thighs stretching into this painful, forced half split, like my muscles were going to tear. I slid at least a couple feet underneath the bed before it suddenly stopped. Just stopped, like someone let go. So when I say this house has something wrong with it, I don't mean it in a maybe it's spooky way. I mean there's something off here that even the most committed non-believer can't easily shrug away. It's not just events either, it's the atmosphere. The second you step inside, it's like the air thickens, like the place has this dampening effect on everything, sound, mood, even light. And that sounds dramatic, but I swear it's real. You can open every shade, every curtain, flood the windows with sunshine, and somehow the house still looks gray. Like the brightness hits the rooms and just gets buffered. The corners never fully brighten. The light feels tired before it reaches the walls, and it drains you. That's the part that feels the most consistent. I can be inside for 10 minutes and feel like I've run out of battery, like my thoughts slow down and my body gets heavy, and all I want is to leave. The strangest part is, I've never even felt like it's a ghost exactly. It doesn't feel human. It doesn't feel like a person lingering. It feels more like a bad pocket of something. Like the house is sitting on a nasty current, or it's acting like some kind of funnel. Like a place where the air and the energy and the mood all get pulled downward. And right now, it's quiet. Dormant, almost. Nothing dramatic is happening, but the pressure is still there, like something holding its breath in the walls. And that's why I'm torn. Because a big part of me wants to do something, anything, to push back against it. To make the place feel lighter while I'm stuck here. But there's this fear in the back of my mind that if I start trying to clear it, I'll just wake it up. Like I'll poke whatever this is and remind it I'm here. So I'm living in this uneasy balance, trying not to provoke it, trying not to think about it too much, while also feeling it sitting over my shoulder the entire time, like a storm that hasn't decided whether to break yet. So, I want to take you back to a night that should have been completely normal. I went to bed like always, nothing on my mind, nothing weird in the air. And then I woke up in the middle of the night. It was 3:07 a.m. exactly. And the thing is, that time didn't just happen once. It started becoming my time. Like my body was being yanked awake on purpose. At first, I only remember opening my eyes a crack and hearing something right next to me. Not across the room. Next to me. Little sounds, like someone was carefully moving things around. And I swear to you, fear hit me so fast I felt sick. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard my face hurt, because in my head I was like, if I look, I'm going to see something I can't unsee. And then, this is the part that still makes my stomach flip. It started knocking things off my nightstand. Not all at once, one by one, like it was trying to show me it had control. I just lay there frozen, listening to the little thuds, listening to a steady tapping, and feeling this heavy, awful presence like something was hovering right over me. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun finally came up, I shot out of bed, turned on every light I could reach, and ran straight to my sibling, my brother, Eli. I told him something happened. I didn't tell him everything, though. I was honestly scared that if I described it too clearly, it would, I don't know, get angrier, like it was listening. And after that, it didn't stop. Every night, there was tapping on the wall. Sometimes it sounded like fingernails. Sometimes like someone drumming slowly just to mess with me. Papers would rustle in my room even when nothing should have been moving. I'd lie there trying to convince myself it was air or the house settling. But it never felt like that. It felt intentional, like a message. I'm still here. One night, I dragged in this old lamp we had sitting around, one of those tall ones that had been shoved into a corner for ages. I didn't even care if it looked weird in my room. I just wanted light. I wanted something comforting. But my dad, Ray, saw it and got irritated in this cold, sharp way that didn't match the moment at all. He muttered something about me being dramatic and acting scared of the dark. And then, no warning, he snapped the lamp. Just used his knee and broke it like it was nothing. I remember standing there stunned, not even knowing what to say. It wasn't just that the lamp was broken. It was the feeling of being trapped. Like the one thing I did to make myself feel safer got taken away in seconds. So I went back to waking up at 3:07. Back to the scratching sounds. Back to the tapping. Back to feeling like something was right behind me even when I refused to turn around. And then it got worse, because it started finding ways to reach me outside my room. I know I was in 6th grade when this happened, because I remember writing about it in this little notebook I carried everywhere. I wrote everything down like I was trying to prove to myself I wasn't imagining it. One day I went to grab that notebook from my backpack at school. It was gone. And I mean gone. Not misplaced, not maybe I left it on my desk. It wasn't there, and I remember my hands shaking while I dug through my bag like a maniac. Later that day, my friend Marisol messaged me. She said, is this yours? And she sent me a picture, a photo of my notebook page, the page I'd written in. I just stared at it, because I didn't understand how it was even possible. I hadn't shown it to anyone. I hadn't sent it. And yet, somehow, she had it on her phone. After that, it started testing me. Like it would drop little details into messages that were too specific to be coincidence. Things I'd thought privately. Things that happened during my day that nobody else would know. It felt like it had eyes on my life, not just my room. And the creepiest part is, I started responding. Not because I wanted to, but because I was desperate to understand what was happening. I'd type in Marisol's chat like I was talking into the dark, and then she'd get replies that didn't sound like her at all. Short, taunting, knowing. I still feel guilty about that sometimes, because she must have thought I'd completely lost it. And then, because apparently it wasn't enough, it followed me into the stupidest place imaginable. A game. I was obsessed with Roblox back then. It was my escape, my little safe world. Until an account showed up that looked almost exactly like mine. Same name, same style. Just one tiny change. An extra letter at the end. Like a copycat shadow. And it messaged me. Just seeing that username pop up made my heart drop, because it felt like it was saying, "You can't get away from me. Not even here." And that wall tapping? That wasn't just sound. There are still marks. I'm not exaggerating. There are faint scratch lines on the wall that never fully disappeared, like something dragged across it over and over. Proof I didn't just dream it. It also loved moving my stuff. I'd leave something on my dresser, like a bracelet or a hair clip, and later it would be somewhere else. Not just slightly shifted, like fully relocated. And it didn't only mess with me. One day my parents were trying to leave the house, and their keys vanished. They tore the place apart. My mom was frustrated. My dad was snapping at everyone. and then suddenly the keys were sitting right on the kitchen table. Not hidden, not tucked behind something, just there. They immediately blamed me. They were like, "Did you do this because you don't want to go?" And I remember standing there with my face burning because I knew it wasn't me. But there was no way to explain without sounding insane. Eventually, little by little, things started fading. Not overnight, more like the volume turning down slowly. The nights weren't as loud. The tapping wasn't constant. And honestly, the first real shift happened when my mom bought me a nightlight. She'd noticed I'd been sleeping with my room light on, and she didn't shame me for it. She didn't get angry. She just tried to help. It was a simple thing, but it made me feel less alone in the dark. And somehow, whether it was coincidence or not, everything started cooling off after that. But even when it got quieter, the fear didn't disappear right away. I was so used to feeling watched that even taking a shower felt like stepping onto a stage. Like I'd glance at the curtain expecting something to be there, even though I knew logically it shouldn't. And the hardest part is, it's not easy to explain this to anyone without them immediately deciding what it was. All I know is how it felt. It felt real. It felt personal. And for a long time, it felt like something had its attention locked on me, and it wanted me to know it. I need to tell you about this place I keep going to when I'm asleep, because it's not just a dream at this point. It's been years, like years. And every time I end up there, it feels like I've been dropped back into a world that already remembers me. So, I've had disturbing dreams for a long time, since I was a teenager. I'm in my mid-20s now, and they still come. They're always intense, like I'm living someone else's life for the night, and they almost always involve drugs showing up somehow, and me getting dragged into these situations where I'm one wrong move away from dying. And there's always this same man. I'll call him Elias, because that's not his real name. Honestly, I don't even know if he has a real name, but he has this familiar face that never changes. He first started showing up when I was about 16, and he's still there now, like he's been waiting at the edge of my life the whole time. He doesn't act like a villain. It's the opposite. He's warning me every time. Sometimes he appears in the basement of this massive hotel, like he's just standing there in the dim light, calm as anything, while my stomach is doing flips. Other times he's sitting on a bench outside some corner store I've been to 100 times in that dream city. And when he talks, it's not dramatic, it's almost tired, like he's said the same line too many times. Don't go that way. Don't take anything from them. Not tonight. And I hate how much I trust him, because I don't even understand why I do. The city itself, it's hard to explain without sounding ridiculous. It feels post-apocalyptic, but not in the movie way. More like the world ended politely. Like people kept going after something broke and never got repaired. The streets are familiar but wrong. The sky always looks kind of bruised, and there's this constant sense that something terrible is happening just out of sight. Sometimes I'm walking on the outer edge of it, like the city thins out into nothing. I'll be barefoot, always barefoot, and I won't know where I'm going, just stumbling along broken pavement, trying to pretend it's normal. And then I end up at this house. It looks ordinary at first, just a house in the middle of nowhere, like it got placed there by accident. But once you're inside, it's impossible. It has more rooms than it should, doors where there weren't doors before, hallways that feel like they rearrange when you're not looking. There are hidden tunnels, little service corridors, and this part makes me sound insane. There's even a restaurant inside it that I keep going to, like it's my comfort spot. But I don't actually feel safe there, because bad things have happened there. In one dream, I was kidnapped from that house, pulled away so fast I didn't even get to scream. In another, I was lying in what I thought was my room, and someone just walked in through a doorway that didn't exist the last time I looked, like the house had made a new entrance for them. And the owners, this elderly couple, I'll call them Marion and Howard, they're always off. Sometimes they're sweet, overly welcoming, like they're proud I came back. Sometimes they vanish completely, like the house is running itself. And for some reason, the place is constantly hosting events, like ghost tours, people with flashlights and pamphlets walking through my nightmare house like it's entertainment. But the scariest place in the whole city isn't the house. It's the waiting room. There are always people there, a lot of them, and nobody looks okay. Some of them look sick in a way that makes you think, you shouldn't be alive. Some look like they've already died and are just still sitting. They're impatient, restless, angry, like they've been waiting for something that never happens, and no one ever gets called back. Ever. There's an upstairs area too, like a balcony hallway that overlooks the first floor. And every time I'm there, I'm terrified of what's on the second level. It's not one specific thing. It's the feeling. Like the air is contaminated. Like if I go up there, I'll be seen. In some dreams, there are vicious dogs, huge, tense, ready to tear into anything that moves. In other dreams, it's people with guns, posted in corners like they're guarding something. It's always different details, but it's the same message. You shouldn't be here. One time, though, I didn't just run through it. I watched something. There was a guy visiting someone who was already in that place, like he'd made it past the waiting room somehow. I couldn't hear their full conversation, like the dream muted it, but I saw them crying, both of them. The kind of crying that's ugly and honest and doesn't stop. And I remember standing there frozen, unable to intervene, and then realizing I was crying too. Like my body was responding to grief I didn't even understand. That's what messes with me. It's not just fear. It's emotion that feels borrowed. And then there's the hotel. The hotel is a whole thing. It's massive, like it goes on forever. I'm always there at midnight, always trying to get somewhere, always feeling like I'm being watched. One of the floors is off limits, and the hallway to it smells like mold and wet carpet and something worse underneath. Like rot, like history. And the strangest part is there's always food there. Trays, carts, staff walking around. But it's impossible to actually get anything. Every time I try, something blocks me. A door locks. A person turns away. A hallway becomes the wrong hallway. It's like the hotel is teasing me with normal life, but won't let me touch it. And in this city, people are constantly offering me drugs. Like it's as casual as offering gum. Someone will press something into my hand and I'll assume it's weed, or mushrooms, or something that makes sense. And then I look down and realize it's these weird black pills. Too dark, too smooth, almost unnatural. And everyone else takes them like it's nothing, like it's just part of being there. But when I take them, it always goes wrong. The sensation in the dream shifts. The fear spikes. Like my body is screaming, "That's not what you thought it was." Like I've been tricked. I've almost been shot in that city. I've been chased. I've been cornered. I've been grabbed by strangers who act like they've known me forever. There are places I recognize, even though I've never seen them awake. There are people who nod at me like I'm a regular, like I belong there. And that's when Elias shows up again, always at the moment things tip too far. Once I was staying in the hotel and there was this person living in a bathtub. I know how that sounds, but in the dream it was just true, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I'll call them Ren. Ren looked half feral, half gentle, like they'd been surviving in the plumbing for years. And that night, when a couple people tried to pull me out of my room, Ren appeared, silent, fast, and helped me escape. Like they'd been listening the whole time, waiting for the exact second I needed help. I don't know if Elias is part of the nightmare or part of the defense. Because here's the thing, the city came first. I started dreaming about it before he ever showed up. And then, years later, suddenly he's there, steady, familiar, always warning me away from the worst choices. And when I try to tell people about any of this, they don't believe me. They say I was too young when it started to even know the things I describe. Like I couldn't possibly have invented certain details. Like my brain wouldn't have had the material yet. But I know what I remember. And I know what it feels like when I step back into that city and it greets me like I never left. Sometimes I wake up shaking, heart racing, like I barely made it out alive. And sometimes, this is the part I don't say out loud. I wake up with this weird, heavy gratitude. Like someone walked me to the edge of something awful, put a hand out, and kept me from going over. Like Elias. Like he's been doing it for years. Okay, so let me start by admitting something up front. I'm a skeptic by default. I don't really do ghosts or curses. If anything paranormal happens, my brain immediately files it under science we just haven't pinned down yet. Also, one detail matters a lot here. I grew up in a French-speaking household in Quebec, and when this happened, English was basically a mystery language to me. I could recognize the vibe of it, maybe, but I didn't know it. So, picture this. It's a warm summer evening. I'm maybe 8 years old, and I'm wandering up the street near my place. At the end of the road, there's this stretch of woods. Nothing dramatic, just a little patch of forest with a small clearing before the trees really thicken. Kids would sometimes meet there, build little forts, dare each other to go farther in, that kind of thing. I'm walking around the clearing, half looking for my friends, half just killing time, when I notice something pale on the ground. At first, I think it's a stick. Then I realize it's not a stick. It's a bone. Like, unmistakably a bone. About the length of my forearm, and it's broken. One end looks jagged like something snapped it, and a chunk is missing. My stomach does this tight little flip, but I still crouch down because kids are weird and curiosity is stronger than fear until it suddenly isn't. And right beside it, on the dirt, there's a single drop of blood. Just one. Not a smear, not a trail. One lonely drop, dark and glossy, like it fell from nowhere. Now, the normal thing would have been, nope, and sprint home like my life depended on it. But I didn't. I kind of froze, like my body forgot the next step. I stared at that drop so hard it felt like the rest of the world went quiet around it. And then the drop started to move. Not like it was dripping or spreading. It shifted, like it had intention. It slowly pulled itself into a shape, almost like it was drawing, until it looked like a tiny cross on the ground. My skin went cold. I stood up, bone still in my hand, and that's when everything in front of me changed. The forest, the entire wall of trees, looked dead, burned, like the life had been vacuumed out of it. The trunks were blackened, the leaves gone, the ground ashy. And just past the first line of trees, there was this massive dome structure, like a rounded tent, the kind you'd see in disaster movies. Bigger than a car, maybe 6 or 7 meters across. And there were 2 people in these bright white protective suits, full hazmat gear, faces hidden behind clear masks, walking around the dome like they were inspecting something. They were holding clipboards or instruments, moving carefully, like the ground itself mattered. And above them, this is the part that still makes my throat tighten. There were warning signs. One had that symbol, the radiation trefoil. That part didn't shock me too much, because my stepdad at the time worked with equipment that used radioactive components, always shielded, always handled properly. I'd seen that symbol on cases before, so my brain already had a file folder for it. But the other sign had words, 2 simple words printed in bold. Keep out, in English, not French. And I remember, so clearly, the feeling of my brain catching on it like a snag in fabric, because I understood what it meant, immediately, without translating, without thinking. It landed in me like a warning I'd always known. I looked down at the dirt again, expecting that cross-shaped blood mark to still be there. And it wasn't. Nothing. Just normal ground. I blinked and looked back up. I was standing there holding a broken bone like an idiot, heart thudding, trying to convince myself I hadn't just watched the world crack open. I ran home. At the house, I showed the bone to my mom, my stepdad, and my older brother Lucas. Everyone did the adult thing where they try not to freak a kid out while also being visibly unsettled. They examined it, washed it, turned it over in their hands. After a bit of back and forth and, honestly, some mild arguing, they concluded it was probably from a dog's leg, or something similar. Animal, not human. That was the main comfort. And then, that was it. No explanation for why it was there, how it got snapped, why there'd been blood nearby. We didn't call anyone. We didn't find a carcass. The story kind of stopped. My brother kept the bone for years in a little box of odd keepsakes, like it was proof the whole thing had happened. But here's what's always tripped me up, even more than the burnt forest vision. Those words. Keep out. I didn't start learning English until later, at least a year after that summer. At that age, I couldn't have read it in real life. I didn't have English books. Nobody in my home was speaking it to me casually. And the phrase wasn't something I'd heard and tucked away. So how did my brain hallucinate a sign with perfectly correct English? 2 words that carry a very specific tone. Simple, direct, threatening, in a moment where I was supposedly inventing the whole thing. Was it subconscious? Like, maybe I'd seen the phrase on TV somewhere and didn't remember seeing it, but my brain stored it anyway. Maybe I recognized the shape of the words and my fear filled in the meaning. Or maybe I'd heard it once, passing by a construction site, a movie playing in another room, and it stuck deeper than I realized. Or did my kid brain misfire in some totally explainable way? Heat, dehydration, stress, some weird neurological blip? A moment of dissociation where reality slipped and snapped back. I don't want it to be anything mystical. I really don't. The peering into the future idea makes my skin crawl, honestly. But I can't shake the feeling of standing there, bone in hand, staring at a warning I shouldn't have been able to understand, and understanding it anyway. And that's why, even as a skeptic, I still carry this story around like a splinter I can't quite pull out. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this the way I tell a friend late at night, because that's honestly how it feels in my head. Like I'm trying to make sense of something that keeps slipping through my fingers. About 2 weeks ago, my house started doing this weird thing. And when I say my house, I mean my normal, boring family house. I live here with my family. We've got 2 dogs, and the place was built about 12 years ago. We've lived here forever with 0 paranormal drama. No cold spots, no creepy whispers, nothing. The vibe has always been completely ordinary. And then suddenly, over the last couple weeks, it's like something started testing the water. Not consistently either. It's showing up in different ways, at different times, to different people. That's what messes with me most. My family isn't the type to freak out easily. We're the kind of people who would rather blame a loose vent or a weird reflection than say, ghost. So the fact that even they are getting unsettled, that's saying something. Let me walk you through what happened. So first, a few nights ago, I'll say it was maybe 3 nights back, I was heading upstairs pretty late. The house was quiet, lights mostly off, everyone already in bed. I'm halfway up the staircase when the stair light just clicks off, like someone flipped it. And the thing is, that light has 2 switches, right? Like a switch at the bottom and a switch at the top. Both were in my line of sight. Nobody could have reached either without me seeing them. Also, the bulb didn't pop. It wasn't like it fizzled out. It was just on, and then it wasn't. I froze for a second, mostly because it was so sudden. But I didn't scream. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, staring like an idiot, trying to decide if I was about to become a person who runs up the stairs in a panic like in every horror movie ever. The next night at dinner, we're talking about it, and my grandma goes, "I thought you were pranking us." And I'm like, "What?" She tells me she'd been lying in bed and saw the light go out under her door, and at the exact same time, she heard this sharp little yelp outside her room, like someone startled. She swears she heard it. But I didn't make a sound. I wasn't even near her door. I was on the stairs, and I had no idea what she meant until she said it. That's when I got that sinking feeling. Not fear exactly, more like confusion, and this gross little tug in my stomach that something wasn't lining up. Then there's what happened to my sister. This one still gives me chills because it's so specific. She was home visiting. She goes to college now. And she was up near the top of the stairs, in the bathroom. The bathroom door was cracked open, and she was looking at herself in the mirror, doing whatever people do in mirrors. She hears someone running up the stairs, fast, and then one of our dogs scrambling after them, nails clicking, like a chase. She assumes it's one of us playing with the dog. But when she looks through the mirror, because the mirror angle catches the hallway, she sees someone. A woman. Like, actually sees her. She says the woman had long, loose hair and this pale, flowy dress, like a nightgown. Not modern looking. Not like pajamas. More like something you'd see in an old photo. My sister kind of freezes because her brain is trying to make it make sense. Then she swings the door open, expecting to catch whoever it is. And there's nobody. No footsteps, no movement. Nothing. Just our dog, standing at the far end of the hallway by himself, staring like he's watching someone who isn't there. That part makes my skin crawl. And then my grandma had her own thing, earlier. This was closer to the beginning of the whole mess, maybe around the first few days. She was home alone in the living room, right near the bottom of the stairs. She said out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark shape, like a person-shaped shadow, walking past the doorway. Not a flicker, not a light trick, something with movement, like a body moving through space. She checked the whole house. Locked doors, empty rooms, nothing out of place. And she was genuinely shaken, which is rare for her. She told us she's never seen anything like that, and she's also not the type to invent a ghost story for fun. So now we're sitting there like, what is happening? And of course, everyone wants a reason, a trigger, a this is why. Here's the part that makes it complicated. I work in EMS, 911 system, and part of what we do includes body removals. My family's first reaction was, Something followed you home. And I get why they'd say that, but I honestly don't think that's it. Most of the time, it's not violent or dramatic. It's just death. It's sad, but it's not like I'm in some horror movie situation every shift. But here's the other thing. I took a trip right before all this started. I went to a mountain community in western North Carolina where my extended family has a small cabin. I spent part of my childhood around there. A lot of emotional history tied up in that place. I went because the area was trying to recover after major flooding from a hurricane. So I went to help however I could. And the thing is, the whole region had seen a lot of loss. Not just damage, loss. There was one property I spent a lot of time on, helping with animals, checking fences, hauling things, just doing whatever needed doing. And that property felt heavy. You know when you walk somewhere and your body just reacts before your mind catches up? Like the air feels thick? It reminded me of the feeling you get in places people call haunted. Old prisons, abandoned hospitals. I haven't been to one of those places in years, but the sensation was the same. Like something in your chest tightens, and you can't explain why. The property owner was sleeping in a barn for days after the flooding, completely spiraling. And I'm not saying this for shock. I'm saying it because it matters to the energy of the place. He had dogs. He tried to evacuate, but the evac team told him the dogs couldn't go, and he had a small window of time to handle it. And he shot them. Both of them. I can still feel how wrong that whole story sits in my bones. And while I was helping there, one of the horses died too. Colic. I found it. And if you've ever been around that kind of thing, the smell, the stillness, it stays with you. People in that area have also talked for years about seeing a woman in white. Like, it's a local thing. Stories that come up in casual conversation the way legends do. Half joking, half serious. And then there's one more layer. My sister visiting. She came home that same weekend I got back, and she told me that before she visited, her dorm room had a few weird little incidents. Nothing huge, but enough to make her go, okay, that's odd. And then when she came home, that hallway thing happened. And after she left and went back to school, the dorm weirdness stopped. So now I'm sitting here trying not to make a conspiracy wall out of thumbtacks and string, but it's hard not to notice the timing. Oh, and as if all that isn't enough, there's also a rumor about the land our house sits on. Supposedly, before the neighborhood was built, there was a domestic tragedy here. A man killed his family and then himself. But here's what I can't get past. We've lived here for more than a decade, and nothing. Not a single strange thing. Not once. So why now? Why 2 weeks of weirdness after years of normal? That's the question that keeps looping in my head. Because I don't know what I believe. I'm not trying to summon anything. Nobody in this house plays with boards or tries to invite spirits or anything like that. We're not dabbling. We're just living our lives. And then suddenly the lights are going out. My grandma's hearing sounds that didn't happen. My sister's seeing someone who isn't there. And our dog is acting like he's tracking movement in empty space. And I keep asking myself if this is something that followed me, or something that woke up, or just a pile of coincidences that happen to be perfectly timed in the worst possible way. But I'll tell you what, whether it's paranormal or not, the house doesn't feel the same at night anymore. And that's the part I hate the most. So, I'm going to start by saying this. Before this happened, I'd never had anything even close to paranormal. No ghosts, no weird feelings, nothing. And I'm not someone who goes looking for that kind of stuff either. This was about 5 years ago. I was 26 at the time, living at home for a bit, and my bedroom was down in the basement, right at the bottom of this narrow stairwell that opened straight into my room. It was one of those nights where you're not even tired, just awake, you know? I'm in bed, it's creeping toward 2 in the morning, and I'm doing the usual mindless scroll on my phone. My cat back then, his name was Milo, was curled up between my legs, completely knocked out. Warm, heavy, dead to the world asleep. And then, out of nowhere, Milo snaps awake like someone flipped a switch. Not sleepy awake, not heard a noise awake. I mean laser focused. He sits up and stares at the stairwell like he's looking at something that's standing there. His whole body goes stiff. His ears flatten slightly. And then he starts doing that low, deep growl cats almost never do. The kind that doesn't even sound like it should come out of them. I'm instantly unsettled because cats don't fake that. That's not, I saw a bug. That's something is wrong. His fur puffs up, tail thick, back raised, the full classic poofed up look. And while he's still facing the stairs, still growling, he starts backing up. Slowly, carefully. Like whatever he's seeing, he does not want to turn his back on it. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there watching him, and I can feel my stomach dropping because I'm thinking, okay, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? I'm frozen. I'm not even breathing normally. I just sit up in bed, like my body is trying to get away without actually moving. Milo keeps backing up until he's pressed fully against me, like he's trying to crawl into my chest. And then, for the first time, he hisses. Not a quick little leave me alone hiss. This one was sharp and vicious, like he was warning something to stay back. And the second he does it, I feel it. This wave. It's like an icy blanket of air, but it doesn't just hit me. It moves through me. A cold sweep from head to toe that makes every hair on my body stand up. I remember thinking it didn't feel like normal cold either. It felt wrong. Dirty. Like the feeling you get when you step in something disgusting barefoot. Except it was all over my skin and under it at the same time. I actually whispered out loud without even meaning to. Oh, hell no. And that was it for me. I didn't investigate. I didn't stare into the dark like a movie character. I scooped Milo up. He was shaking, still tense. And I carried him upstairs to a different bedroom and shut the door behind us. I slept with the lights on. I'm not ashamed to say it. Now here's the part that made it stick with me. Because if it had just been the cat, I might have convinced myself he'd heard a pipe or smelled something weird. The next day, I'm talking to my mom about it, kind of half joking but also not joking at all. I tell her everything. How Milo stared at the stairs, how he growled, how I felt that cold rush like something passed over me. And my mom goes quiet. Then she tells me she hadn't mentioned it yet, but the day before, earlier that same evening, she'd been at a funeral for someone she knew through work. And on the drive home from the cemetery, she said she had this unmistakable feeling like she wasn't alone in the car. When she told me that, I swear my skin went cold again, because the timing lined up too perfectly. It wasn't just one weird moment. It felt like the same something, moving from one place to another looking for, I don't know, attention, heat, energy, a spot to land. Later that day, we didn't mess around. We opened windows, burned sage, said prayers, whatever you want to call it. We just made it clear that anything that didn't belong there needed to leave. My mom spoke out loud, firm and calm, like she was setting rules in her own home. And after that, nothing. No more staring, no more growling, no more cold wave. But I'll tell you what, ever since that night, I don't look at reality the same way. I don't act like I have answers, but I also don't shrug everything off anymore. Because I know what I felt. And I know my cat wasn't reacting to my imagination. So yeah, say your prayers, eat your vegetables, and if your cat starts growling at an empty stairwell at 2 in the morning, believe your cat. So I grew up in San Diego in the early 90s, and my brother and I were total latchkey kids. Both my parents worked long hours, so a lot of afternoons we'd let ourselves in, toss our backpacks down, and just figure it out until they got home. Our house was older, creaky in that normal, lived-in way, but it never felt scary. I didn't walk around feeling dread or anything like that. Still, there's this one weird little thing I remember from back then. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and swear I could see shadowy outlines, like people-shaped silhouettes, standing near my bed. I'd always do the same thing. Pull the blanket over my head and tell myself, okay, cool. I watched something creepy on TV. My brain is being dramatic. And honestly, most nights I'd fall right back asleep like it was nothing. But one evening, something happened that didn't feel like a half dream. It was one of those early winter nights where the sun disappears way too fast. So even though it was only around 5:30 or 6, it was already dark outside. I was in the bedroom we shared, and my brother, Noah, was out cold on his bed, totally knocked out. I was sitting on the carpet near the dresser, flipping through a comic book or maybe a library book. I can't remember exactly. What I do remember is how quiet everything was. Not the cozy kind of quiet either. The kind where you notice how still the air feels. On top of our dresser, there was one of those old-school setups. Big wooden dresser, giant mirror attached, the kind that makes your room feel twice as big. And sitting on the dresser was a postcard, face down. Just a random mailer, one of those cheesy promotional postcards. This one had a photo of a woman by a pool, like some vacation deal or hotel advertisement. Not scandalous or anything, just oddly specific, and honestly, I still don't know why it was even in our room. Anyway, for some reason, I kept staring at it. And then, without any warning, the postcard moved. It didn't slide. It didn't flutter. It didn't slowly creep to the edge. It just flipped up. Like someone pinched one end and popped it upright. 1 second it was face down, flat on the dresser, and the next it was standing up, leaned neatly against the mirror like it had been placed there on purpose. I remember freezing, not in a screaming kind of way, but in that silent, wide-eyed way where your body is waiting for your brain to explain what you just saw. I looked straight at Noah to see if he'd woken up. He hadn't even twitched. I looked around the room, like I expected to catch a curtain moving or feel air from a vent. Nothing. No windows open, no fan, no heater kicking on, no draft, no footsteps, no creak of the house settling right at that moment. Just stillness, like the room was holding its breath. And what's strange is, I wasn't terrified. I was confused, sure, completely puzzled, but it didn't feel threatening. It felt intentional, like something had gently tapped me on the shoulder just to prove it could. I didn't touch the postcard right away. I just stared at it, trying to talk myself out of what I'd seen. But I couldn't, because I watched it happen. I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't imagining it. I was sitting there, fully awake, in a quiet room, and something that shouldn't have moved, moved. Because that's exactly what it was. Not a horror movie moment, Not something evil, not some dramatic haunting. Just one small, impossible little gesture that made me realize the world might be a lot weirder than we like to admit. And that's the thing. It didn't follow me. Nothing else like that ever happened again in the same way. It was like that house held on to its own strange energy, and once we moved, it stayed behind. Years later, I found out the house is gone now, torn down, and there's a townhouse complex sitting where it used to be. And whenever I think about that, I wonder if the new people living there ever get that same kind of quiet little hello, that tiny, unexplainable nudge that makes you stop, look around, and realize you're not as alone as you thought. So, let me back up a little, because this didn't start out dramatic. It started as this quiet, uneasy sense, the kind you can't prove to anyone, but your body insists it's real. When we first moved into this house, the vibe was off. Not like, boo, spooky old home off. More like, something bad happened here off. I remember walking down the hallway and getting this uncomfortable feeling that someone had been hurt in that space, like the air itself still remembered it. And before I even noticed anything physical, I kept feeling watched, specifically from the far end of the hall, like something was posted up there, just paying attention. Then later, I actually saw the details that matched the feeling. There were patched spots in the walls, and a couple doors looked like they'd been repaired in a way that didn't feel accidental, like they'd taken a beating at some point. Especially that door at the end. It made my stomach sink, because it felt like confirmation. Back then, I did a simple cleansing, nothing flashy. Just went through, claimed the place as ours, said a few firm words out loud, set the tone, that kind of thing. And honestly, it worked. The house settled. For years it was calmer, lighter, and the creepy edge faded into the background. Fast forward to this year. Things had been stable for a long time, and we had a roommate stay with us for a while. Her name was Danny. She wasn't a bad presence or anything. If anything, she was friendly and kept to herself. But after she moved out, my partner Mara and I both had that feeling like, okay, time to reset the energy. So we did another cleanse. We went room to room with smoke. This time it was rosemary and cedar, because that's what we had. And we started upstairs in our bedroom, then worked outward, like we were sweeping the house clean from the inside out. The first rooms were completely normal. Quiet, almost boring in a good way. But when we got near the bathroom at the end of the hall, I swear my whole body reacted before my brain could catch up. It was this sudden wave of fear, like childhood-level fear, the kind adults don't usually feel without a reason. My skin went cold. My stomach dropped. And it wasn't just, I'm nervous. It was revulsion. Like every instinct in me was yelling, don't go in there. Don't speak. Leave. And at the same time, I felt stuck, frozen, like my legs wanted to move but didn't know how. I pushed through anyway. I walked in with Mara right behind me. We did the cleansing, and I said my little phrase, the same kind of, this is our home, only peace stays here, wording I've used forever. And just like that, the feeling snapped off, like someone turned a light switch. The air cleared. I didn't tell Mara what I felt though. I didn't want to plant the idea in her head or freak her out. I figured, maybe it was just me. But when we finished and sat down afterward, I asked her casually, trying to sound neutral, hey, did you feel anything weird during that? And she hesitated, and then she went, actually, yeah. And I felt my stomach tighten immediately. She said, in the bathroom. It felt like something went straight through me. So I told her what I'd felt, how intense it was, how I almost couldn't move. And then she got quiet and said she'd had this sudden, vivid mental image, like it had been dropped into her mind from nowhere. of a bathtub with a bloodied body in it. And listen, Mara does not talk like that. She's not dramatic. She doesn't go looking for scary stuff. So when she said it, it hit different. It gave me full-body chills. After that, things in the house ramped up over the next week in a way that felt personal. Then one night, after a particularly bad stretch of sleep, I woke up, and Mara woke up right after me, like we were linked. She told me she'd been having a scary dream, and even though it was hazy, she remembered one thing clearly. Something in the dream told her she had no idea how powerful it was. That made my blood run cold, because I'd already felt like I'd heard movement in the house before we even went to bed that night. So I got up, and I did what I do when I'm trying to reset the atmosphere. I spoke protections into the corners of the room, sprayed a little frankincense mist we keep around, and then I guided Mara through a protective visualization. Bright light, like a shield around her, steady breathing, grounding, the whole thing. She calmed down a little. And then, here's where it gets really strange. Right after that, as I was falling back asleep, I suddenly realized I wasn't in bed anymore. I was standing in the room. And the second I thought, wait, wasn't I just lying down? I would snap awake in bed. It happened again. Same thing. I'd wake up standing somewhere else in the house, start to question it, and bam, I'd wake up for real. After a few rounds of this, I finally thought, okay, this is a lucid dream. If I'm going to be stuck in this loop, I might as well use it. So the next time it happened, I stayed calm and moved through the house. Slow, careful, like I was listening with more than my ears, and I could feel it. That same heavy, dark presence, exactly like the bathroom feeling, that overpowering pressure that makes you want to freeze. I followed it, and when it got so intense I could barely move or speak, I called in protection, like invoking guardians, whatever you want to call it. In the dream, it worked immediately. The pressure eased enough for me to breathe and keep going. I moved toward the back of the house, opened a door, and instead of outside, it led into this cozy little coffee shop. Warm lights, soft chatter, the smell of espresso, completely out of place, but weirdly comforting. Behind the counter was a barista, Elena, around my age, with this calm, grounded presence. The second she saw me, she smiled like she'd been expecting me and said, "Oh, you're here. We were just talking about you." And I can't explain it, but I knew she wasn't just a random dream character. There was something protective about her, like she was the kind of being that doesn't get rattled, the kind that stands between you and something dangerous. We talked briefly, and then I asked her directly about the presence in the house, what it was, why it felt like that. And she said, very clearly, like she was choosing the words carefully, "I am haunted by Rosius." The name hit my ears in a strange way, like it had extra letters in it that I couldn't quite see. It sounded almost like Rosius, but I had this distinct sense there was an E in the middle, like it mattered. And what stuck with me most was how she phrased it, like she was the one being haunted by it, not me, not the house, her. And right after she said that, it was like something grabbed me. I felt myself being yanked backward, like pulled through a tunnel, and I snapped awake in my bed, breathing hard. Afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about Danny, our former roommate. Not because I blame her, but because she was into witchy stuff too. She had this tarot deck, something edgy with a warning label, like it was meant to call in certain entities and not to be used lightly. I don't know what she did with it, and I genuinely don't think she meant harm, but it's hard not to connect dots when things shifted so sharply after she left. Since that night, Mara and I have been doing more grounding and protection, and the house has been calmer. Not perfect, but calmer, like the volume got turned down. So that's where I'm at. It's not like I'm trying to invite chaos into my life. I just want my home to feel like mine again. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever this is, it doesn't like us noticing it. Okay, so I normally go through life acting like ghosts are firmly in the fun story category. Like, yeah, sure, spooky vibes, love a campfire tale. Then someone brings the topic up, and it's like my brain goes, oh, you wanted memories? Here you go. And suddenly, I'm not so confident in my skepticism. The first thing I ever remember happening was when I was little, definitely not older than 9. It was one of those nights where the whole house felt extra quiet, like even the air was asleep. I got up to use the bathroom, half awake, doing that careful kid walk where you're trying not to step on any creaky spots. My parents' bedroom door was cracked open, and as I passed it, I glanced in without really thinking. And I swear I saw a woman in a white nightdress standing at their dresser mirror. Long hair just hanging there, like she'd been standing for a while. The thing that threw me instantly was, it didn't look like my mom. My mom kept her hair short back then and never wore anything like that. And the mirror, there wasn't really a reflection the way there should have been. But it was a quick glance, a blink and you miss it kind of moment. So I'm in the bathroom telling myself, you're half asleep. You imagined it. Your eyes are playing tricks. That's what eyes do at night. Except the whole time I'm washing my hands, I can feel my stomach doing that weird sinking thing, like my body already knows it didn't imagine anything. And then I walked back, and I looked again. And she was still there, except now she wasn't standing in front of the mirror. She was standing on the other side of it, like as if the mirror was a doorway. And she was on the far side, facing out, facing me. No one was in front of the dresser at all, just her, where a reflection would be, staring directly into the room. I didn't do the brave kid thing. I did the very unbrave kid thing. I ran. I sprinted back to my room and I screamed so hard my throat hurt. I dove under my blanket like it could protect me from, I don't know, physics? Spirits? Mirrors? I stayed under there trembling until my mom came rushing in. When I told her, she did that parent thing where she tried to make her voice gentle and normal. It's nothing, sweetheart, you were dreaming. But I could tell she was unsettled too. Like she didn't want to go near their bedroom right away. And after that, I avoided mirrors for ages, like years. If I had to pass one at night, I would look anywhere but at it. Then there was another one. This time I was older, and it was Christmas Eve. The house was warm and bright, you know, that cozy holiday feeling, which honestly makes it creepier, because it wasn't like some abandoned, haunted place. It was just home. I stepped into the hallway and I saw a hand. Just a hand. No arm. No person. A pale hand wearing this chunky ring with a dark red stone, like a garnet or a ruby, resting on the banister. And it wasn't plopped there like someone had left it. It was moving, gliding along the banister the way someone's hand does when they walk up the stairs slowly, trailing their fingers along the wood. I froze so completely I felt locked into the floor. I just watched it, helpless, while it kept going up, sliding along the rail like it had somewhere to be. And I followed it with my eyes all the way until it disappeared around the curve where you can't see the top from the hallway. And I still didn't move. I couldn't. It was like my brain had pulled the emergency brake. And then there's the one I don't remember personally, but my family has told me enough times it feels like it belongs to me anyway. Apparently I was 3, and we'd gone to visit my granddad's grave not long after he'd been buried. It was our first time going, and everyone was emotional, quiet, doing the slow walk between headstones. My mom says I was holding her hand, and suddenly I asked, really casually, if we could go say hello to Granddad. They did the gentle explaining, "Oh, love, he's not here anymore," that kind of thing. But apparently I pointed toward the far back corner of the graveyard and said, very matter of fact, "Yes, he is." He's over there. And then I traced something with my finger like I was watching someone move, like I was following a person no one else could see. And after a moment I just went, oh, never mind. He's gone now. Everyone swears there was no one else there, just us. No visitor to confuse things, no passerby, nothing. So yeah, those are my little greatest hits of maybe ghosts are real and my brain is lying to me for comfort. And none of it felt angry, if that makes sense. It was scary, absolutely, terrifying even, but not like something was trying to hurt me. More like something sharing space with us for a moment. And honestly, if my granddad really did come by to check on us, and I was the only one who could see him, that part is kind of sweet. Still freaky. Still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. But sweet. In a please don't ever do that again sort of way. So, first thing, I was completely sober. Like, dead sober. No booze, no anything. Honestly, I've been pretty clean for days, and I hadn't taken so much as a sleep aid. It started with this weird, almost stupidly specific feeling that there was an animal under my bed. Not even a scary monster under the bed vibe, more like a dog. Like a real dog, wedged under there, scratching and chewing at the box spring. At first I tried to ignore it, but it kept happening. So I did what anyone would do. I thumped the mattress once with my fist, kind of a knock it off move. And every time I did, the noise stopped immediately, like I'd hit pause on it. After a few rounds of that, scratch, scratch, thump, silence, I finally grabbed my flashlight and checked under the bed. Nothing. I checked again. Slower. Angles. Corners. No dog. No anything. Just dust and the usual junk you pretend you'll organize someday. I got back into bed, telling myself it was some random settling noise or my brain being dramatic. And then, she was just there, standing beside the bed. Not doing anything. Not saying anything. Just there. I couldn't see her face clearly, and it's hard to explain this without sounding ridiculous, but every time I tried to look straight at her, she'd turn away like she was avoiding the catch. Like if I got a clean look at her, the whole thing would collapse. But even without seeing her properly, I knew it was her. Not, I think it's her. Not, she kind of resembles her. I knew. Her name's not even important here, because I'm going to change it anyway. Let's call her Mira. But the feeling was exact. That familiar presence, like your body recognizes someone before your eyes do. I asked her questions. Quiet ones, because it was the middle of the night, and I still had this half-belief I'd snap out of it. Stuff like, is that you? And, why are you here? And, what's happening? And she answered, but barely. One-word answers. Yeah. No. Later. If I tried to get details, if I asked her to explain, she wouldn't. It wasn't hostile. More like she couldn't, or didn't want to, or it wasn't allowed. At one point I asked, "Can you come closer?" And she said something like, "I can't." And then I said, "Can you touch me?" She didn't even hesitate. Just, no. That hit harder than I expected, because Mira, back when she was really in my life, was the kind of person who hugged you like she meant it, like she could press the worry right out of your ribs. So hearing no made my chest do that tight, sinking thing. Then she said, very calmly, "I'll be right back." And I swear to you, she walked directly toward the wall at the foot of my bed. No door, no hallway, just wall. and she passed into it like it was fog and vanished. That was the exact moment something in me shifted from, "This is a dream," to, "Okay, wait, I'm awake," because I sat up, fully. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. I touched my nightstand. I pinched my arm like an idiot. I felt everything. I was present in my body. I was in my room. And she was gone. A few minutes passed, maybe less, maybe more. Time gets weird in those moments. Then she came back, and this part is so absurd it's almost funny. She returned with a small bag of snacks, like the kind you'd grab from a convenience store when you're trying to feel better about being awake at a cruel hour. Except, she didn't come through a door. She didn't carry them in from anywhere. They sort of appeared from the folds of my comforter, like my blanket was a magician's sleeve. She held them up like, "See? I brought something." Eventually, she sat on the edge of the bed. Then she lay down beside me, not quite touching. And this is where it got gentler, strangely normal, like we were two people trying to make the best of impossible rules. She couldn't touch me directly, but with the blanket between us, she kind of brushed her feet against mine, softly, like testing the edge of a boundary. Like the blanket made it possible, or safer, or less real, in whatever way reality needed it to be. We didn't push it after that. No experiments. No, "Okay, now try your hand," or any of that. We just talked. Not like a dramatic reunion, more like the kind of talk you fall into when someone knows you too well. The kind where you don't have to perform. Where silence doesn't feel like punishment. And the whole time I had this feeling in my chest that I hadn't felt in years, like an old connection lighting up again. Not nostalgia exactly, something deeper. Like my body remembered the shape of that bond and just resumed it. For context, and I'll keep this vague on purpose, Mira and I had the kind of connection people call soulmate when they don't know what else to call it. Not because it was perfect, but because it felt undeniable. It ended because life got messy in a way neither of us could fix, not because we stopped caring. So having her there, in my room, in that quiet hour, it didn't feel like meeting a stranger. It felt like recognizing a frequency. Around 5 in the morning, right when the dark outside starts thinning, right when you can feel the night losing its grip, she sat up and said something like, "I have to go." Then she walked into my bathroom. And this is where the room turned into a glitch. She stepped forward like she was climbing stairs, except there were no stairs. No ladder, no attic access, no ceiling hatch, just empty bathroom air. But she climbed anyway, as if there was a staircase only she could see. She went up, out of sight. Then she came back down once, maybe twice. Each time she stood silently near my bed, almost like she was waiting for something to finish, like stretching before a long trip, or pausing because she didn't want to leave yet. I tried to look directly at her when she did that, and every time I did, she would thin out. Not disappear instantly, but fade, like my attention itself broke whatever kept her here. So I watched from the corner of my vision, like you do with a shy animal you don't want to spook. Finally, she went up the invisible stairs again, and this time, she didn't come back. I waited. Then I got up and went into the bathroom, because some part of me needed to confirm something with my own eyes. No hole in the ceiling, no hidden door, no attic stairs, no draft, nothing. Just my normal, boring bathroom. And I stood there, staring up like an idiot, feeling this mix of warmth and dread and longing I can't quite translate. Because it wasn't just what happened, it was how it felt. I felt her. I felt that old, powerful connection snap back into place like it had been waiting somewhere behind the walls of my life. And I don't know what to do with that. So yeah, now I'm left with the questions everyone would ask. Was I sleep deprived and half dreaming? Was it some kind of lucid state that convinced me I was awake? Am I so lonely my brain is building comfort out of thin air? Or was it something stranger? Some kind of projection? Some shared moment? Some impossible overlap? And the darkest question, the one I don't even like typing, was this a real ghost kind of encounter? I'm not asking anyone to tell me it's definitely paranormal or definitely psychological. I don't want to be laughed at for saying it out loud. If you've ever had anything even remotely like this, something that felt real in your body, not just in your imagination, I'd honestly like to hear how you made sense of it. Because right now, all I have is the memory of a presence by my bed, the soft brush of feet through a blanket, and the quiet feeling that someone I haven't seen in a long time somehow found her way back to me for a few hours before dawn. So, I want to tell you about something that happened this week, and I'm still not totally sure what to make of it. On Tuesday, my great-aunt Mireille passed away in her sleep. She was 78. It was completely unexpected, and it hit our family hard, especially that whole side of the family, because she was the one who held everyone together. You know those people who feel like the center of a family? That was her. Mireille was deeply involved in her church here in Luxembourg. She sang in the local choir for years, faithful, consistent, always showing up. And she always loved hearing me sing too. Every time I performed, she'd get emotional, like really emotional, tears in her eyes, squeezing my hands afterward, telling me thank you like I'd given her something priceless. And as a singer, that kind of reaction can be weirdly hard to process. Because in my head I'm thinking, it's just my voice. How is this affecting you that much? I don't fully understand it. But I've always respected it because it was so sincere. She meant it. When she died, her kids, my cousins, insisted I sing at the funeral. They didn't even frame it as a question. It was just, you're singing for her. And honestly, I wanted to. It felt like a final gift I could offer. The funeral was this past Saturday, so on Thursday morning, I went to the church with my pianist, Noah, to rehearse. It's the same church Mireille sang in. Same altar, same pews, same familiar echo when you speak. We rehearsed for almost 2 hours, and the whole time it was just the two of us in there, completely alone. And I need you to understand this. The energy in the church was not creepy, not heavy, not eerie. It was calm, quiet in a comforting way. If anything, it felt gentle, like the building itself was holding its breath. When we finished, we packed up our things and started walking toward the big main entrance doors. These doors are massive, tall, old, and seriously heavy. The handle is this thick, rusty metal that you have to pull down with real intention to open it. It's not one of those doors that moves easily. You feel it when it moves. Noah and I were just chatting, totally normal, casual conversation, while we walked. And right as I reached out my right hand, about to grab the handle moved. Not violently, not like a bang, just slow, down, and then back up again, like someone on the other side was opening the door for us, or testing it, or starting to come in. And my first thought wasn't fear at all. I just assumed, oh, someone's there. So I instinctively stepped a little to the side, like you do when you're making room for someone to enter. I waited 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing. So I pulled the door open myself, expecting to see someone walking in, and there was nobody. No footsteps, no person, no movement, just empty space outside. That's when I got confused. I turned around and asked Noah, "Did you see that?" But he'd been half a step behind me, and he hadn't been looking at the handle at the exact moment. He just blinked at me like, "See what?" So I tried to recreate it. I closed the door and opened it again, tried to gently move the handle the same way I'd seen it move. Slow down, slow up. And I couldn't, because it's too heavy. If you move it, you hear it. It resists you. It doesn't glide. What I saw was smooth, deliberate, like a hand was on it. But when I tried to do it softly, I physically couldn't. Not without that loud metallic scrape. Noah and I kind of stared at each other. Then we laughed. Because what else do you do when something doesn't make sense? We shrugged it off and walked out. But I'll be honest with you, it stayed with me. And maybe that sounds ridiculous. Maybe it was air pressure. Maybe the building settled. Maybe it was just one of those strange, perfectly timed mechanical things. But I've never seen anything like that in my life. Only in movies. And it happened 4 days ago, right here in Luxembourg, in the same church where I was preparing to sing goodbye. So, I don't know. What do you think that was? So, I was about 16 when this happened, and even now, it still creeps up on me when I think about it. I've always had this weird fear of dolls. Not like, oh, they're kind of creepy. I mean like, I genuinely hated being in the same room with them. But my older sister, well, Lena, she was the total opposite. She adored dolls, collected them, dressed them up, the whole thing. The worst one was this big princess doll. Pretty face, shiny hair, perfect little arms and legs, just sitting there, looking innocent like it wasn't plotting something. In our house, we had this tall mirror in one of the first-floor bedrooms. The mirror had this wide shelf built into the top, like a display ledge for toys and random stuff. It sat right next to a big double bed, and Lena had decided that the princess doll belonged up there, perched on the ledge like a tiny queen, overlooking the room. And I should mention, our house was huge. Like, the kind of place where footsteps echo even when nobody's trying to be creepy. Each floor had a bunch of rooms, enough that if you were alone, it could feel a little too quiet. One week, my family had to go visit relatives for a couple of days. My parents left with my brother and Lena, and I stayed behind because I had exams. Honestly, I didn't even mind. I was a gamer, so I was thinking, great, 2 nights of peace, late night snacks, no one telling me to sleep. The first night, though, I don't know what got into me. I randomly decided I wanted to watch a horror movie. And of course I picked something about a creepy doll, because why not make your own life harder, right? By the time the movie ended, it was almost midnight. The rain outside had started picking up, tapping against the windows, that kind of steady, heavy sound. And then I did the dumbest thing. I looked around my empty house and said, out loud, like I was joking with the walls, "All right, if there's anything in here, show yourself." The second the words left my mouth, the power went out. Not like a flicker, full blackout. And at almost the exact same moment, I heard this loud thump somewhere deeper in the house. Not a small sound. Not a, maybe something shifted. It sounded like something heavy hit the floor. My stomach dropped so fast I swear I felt cold. I tried to laugh it off, but my voice didn't cooperate. I called out again, this time a lot less brave. "If there's someone in here, a thief or something, just take whatever you want, okay? Just don't come near me." And then nothing. No more noise, just the rain and my own breathing. That silence was worse. After a few minutes of standing there, frozen, I grabbed a kitchen knife because, I don't know, I guess I thought I was suddenly the hero in some movie. My hands were sweating so badly I almost dropped it. I turned on my phone flashlight and started checking rooms one by one. Every hallway felt longer than it should have. Every doorway looked like it was hiding something. But everything seemed normal. Until I reached the bedroom with the mirror. I opened that door, and I swear my heart punched my ribs. Because that doll, Lena's princess doll that I hated, wasn't on the mirror ledge anymore. That ledge was empty. and for a second, my brain just refused to understand what I was seeing, like it was buffering. Like, no, that's wrong. That's not what's supposed to be there. Then it hit me all at once, and I let out this scream I didn't even recognize as mine. I backed up so fast I almost tripped, and I ran into another room and just stood there, shaking, trying not to panic. I just watched a horror movie. The power went out right after I challenged the house. There was a loud crash, and now the doll is gone. I forced myself to breathe, and after a minute, or maybe 10, I honestly don't know, I went back. Knife still in my hand, phone light shaking all over the walls. I stepped inside and scanned the room, and there it was. The doll was sitting on the floor right beneath the mirror, like it had simply fallen off the ledge. Which should have been comforting, right? Except, it didn't look like it had fallen naturally. It was sitting too neatly, upright, facing out, like it had landed on purpose. I told myself I was overthinking it. I picked it up with 2 fingers like it was contaminated, set it back on top of the mirror, and, this is the part that makes me feel ridiculous, I actually mumbled, sorry, okay? Like I was apologizing to a doll. And as I turned to leave, I caught movement in the corner of my eye. Just a tiny shift. It looked like the doll's head angled slightly, and one of its hands twitched, just a little. I froze. My brain immediately tried to rescue me. It's the wind. The window's open. Air pressure. You're tired. Your imagination. But my body didn't care about logic. Every hair on my arms stood up. I backed out of the room without turning my back to it, shut the door, and I didn't go near that mirror again for the rest of the night. Even now, years later, I can tell you exactly how that room looked in my phone flashlight, and exactly what it felt like to see that doll sitting there like it had been waiting for me. And honestly, I still don't like dolls. Not even a little. So this story isn't even mine at first. It was my mom who told it to me. We live out in western Washington, tucked into this pocket of trees and wildlife where the yard just kind of melts into the forest. Our place sits on a couple acres, big enough that at night the darkness feels thick. And honestly, weird little sounds have happened out here before. Branch snaps, something moving where it shouldn't be. The usual country at night creepiness. But we've lived here for over a decade, and nothing has ever sounded like an actual person saying actual words. Until this. This happened about a week and a half ago. It was late, fully dark, the kind of night where the sky looks like a lid. My mom, Marlene, was doing the last dog trip before bed. We have this long driveway, and maybe 20 steps down from the house, there's a small storage shed. Past that is a fence line, and on the other side is our neighbor's property, which, to be honest, just looks like endless woods. Mom had one earbud in, listening to an audiobook, half paying attention the way you do when you've done the same routine 1,000 times. The dogs were sniffing around like normal, not acting spooked at all. And then she thought she heard a man's voice. Not loud, not close, just there. At first, her brain didn't even catch up. Like she heard it, but it didn't register as real, because why would it be? And the dogs didn't react, so she kept moving. A few seconds later, she heard it again. This time, she froze, and she said she was pretty sure it said, "Help me." That's when she pulled the earbud out and just stood there, listening, holding her flashlight steady like she could somehow pin the sound down with light. And then it came again, clear as day. "Help me." I asked her later what it sounded like. Like, was it panicked? Strained? Desperate? And she shook her head and said that's the worst part. It was calm, level, almost polite. No urgency, no emotion. Even when she repeated it for me, her voice went flat and even, like she was mimicking the exact tone. And that made my skin crawl in a way I can't really explain. So she does what you're not supposed to do. She calls back. Just instinct, I guess. Like, hello? And, are you okay? She's shining the flashlight into the trees, sweeping it back and forth, trying to catch a shape between the trunks. But there's nothing. No movement. No outline. No reflective eyes. Just brush and darkness and that fence line. And then, after a short pause, she hears something big crash through the woods. Not like a person stepping on twigs, not a careful walk, more like something heavy forcing its way through branches. She told me it sounded wrong for a human. Too big, too low, too solid. And she couldn't tell you why, but she said it didn't sound like it was moving on two legs. That's when the dogs finally lost it. Barking like crazy, hackles up, pulling toward the house like they'd suddenly remembered they could be scared. My mom didn't hesitate. She turned around and went straight back inside. And I remember this part so clearly because I was in my room watching a video on the TV, just minding my business. She comes in looking tense, eyes wide, and she blurts out, "Did your video say help me at any point?" And I was so confused, and honestly a little annoyed. Like, no? What are you talking about? I told her no, and her face just tightened. Like she'd been hoping I'd say yes so she could laugh it off. But Mom noticed the neighbor's place beyond the fence looked dark, like their power might have been out. That detail stuck with her, like maybe it meant something. Like maybe someone had wandered off in the dark. Or maybe it meant absolutely nothing, which somehow felt worse. And then there's the part that makes me feel even less normal about it, because it wasn't the first time something strange happened in that same area. Last fall, my boyfriend Eli and I were outside around dusk, not fully dark yet, but heading there. We were closer to that fence line, a little farther past the shed, and we heard this sound that I can only describe as a sharp inhale, like a gasp you make when you choke on water or swallow wrong. Except it didn't sound human. It repeated, again and again. And then it started getting closer, because we could hear branches snapping in the direction it was coming from, not like a squirrel hopping, not like a deer delicately moving, more like whatever it was didn't care if it made noise. We didn't stick around to investigate. We ran, full sprint back to the house. And just like my mom, we never saw anything. Not a shadow, not eyes, nothing. Afterward, we did that thing people always do. We went online, listened to animal calls, tried to match it to anything. Owls, foxes, elk, cougars, and nothing sounded even remotely close. So when Mom told me about the voice, I felt my stomach drop. Like my body understood something before my brain could make sense of it. Just this immediate dread, cold and heavy. We do have some sketchy people living a ways off. Not right next door, but close enough that you hear shouting sometimes. Folks with a reputation for stealing, for fighting late at night, for being in and out of trouble. That's my mom's most rational explanation. Maybe it was someone messing around. Maybe someone trying to lure her out. Maybe somebody strung out and wandering. But honestly, that explanation freaks me out too, because it means a real person might have been out there saying, "Help me," in that flat, calm voice, and then crashing through the woods toward her. Mom got goosebumps telling me, like even retelling it made her body remember. She admitted she debated for days whether she should even bring it up to me, because she didn't want to plant fear in my head. Too late, obviously. We still don't know what it was. We don't have an answer that fits neatly. But we did change things. Mom doesn't go outside alone after dark anymore. not even for quick stuff. And if she does step out, she's fully alert. No earbuds, no distractions. And I hate that this is true, but the scariest part isn't even the words. It's how normal the voice sounded, and how calm it was when it asked for help.